Section 1 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Briefless Barrister, a Ballad, by John G. Saxe. An attorney was taking a turn, in shabby habiliments dressed. His coat, it was shockingly worn, and the rust had invested his vest. His breeches had suffered a breach, his linen and worsted were worse. He had scarce a whole crown in his hat, and not half a crown in his purse. And thus as he wandered along, a cheerless and comfortless elf, he sought for relief in a song, or complainingly talked to himself. Unfortunate man that I am, I've never a client but grief. The case is, I've no case at all, and in brief, I've ne'er had a brief. I've waited and waited in vain, expecting an opening to find, where an honest young lawyer might gain some reward for toil of his mind. 'Tis not that I'm wanting in law, or lack an intelligent face, that others have cases to plead, while I have to plead for a case. Oh, how can a modest young man e'er hope for the smallest progression? The profession's already so full of lawyers, so full of profession. While thus he was strolling around, his eye accidentally fell on a very deep hole in the ground, and he sighed to himself, "It is well." To curb his emotion he sat on the curbstone the space of a minute, then cried, "Here's an opening at last," and in less than a jiffy was in it. Next morning 12 citizens came, 'twas the coroner bade them attend, to the end that it might be determined how the man had determined his end. "The man was a lawyer, I hear," quoth the foreman who sat on the course. "A lawyer, alas!" said another, "undoubtedly died of remorse." A third said, "He knew the deceased, an attorney well versed in the laws, and as to the cause of his death, 'twas no doubt for the want of a cause." The jury decided at length, after solemnly weighing the matter, that the lawyer was drowned because he could not keep his head above water. End of The Briefless Barrister, a Ballad, by John G. Saxe. Recording by Katine.
Section 2 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna. The Two Husbands, by Caroline Wells. Once on a time there were 2 men, each of whom married the woman of his choice. One man devoted all his energies to getting rich. He was so absorbed in acquiring wealth that he worked night and day to accomplish his end. By this means he lost his health, he became a nervous wreck, and was so irritable and irascible that his wife ceased to live with him and returned to her parents' house. The other man made no efforts to earn money, and after he had spent his own and his wife's fortunes, poverty stared them in the face. Although his wife had loved him fondly, she could not continue her affection toward one who could not support her, so she left him and returned to her childhood's home. Morals. This fable teaches that the love of money is the root of all evil, and that when poverty comes in at the door, love flies out of the window. End of The Two Husbands.
Section 3 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Story of the Two Friars, by Eugene Field. It befell in the year 1662, in which same year were many witchcrafts and sorceries, such as never before had been seen, and the like of which will never again, by grace of heaven, afflict mankind. In this year it befell that the devil came upon earth to tempt an holy friar named Friar Gonsol, being strictly minded to win that righteous vessel of piety unto his evil pleasance. Now wit you well that this friar had grievously offended the devil, for of all men then on earth there was none more holier than he, nor none surer to speak and to do sweet charity unto all his fellows in every place. Therefore it was that the devil was sore wroth at the Friar Gonsol, being mightily plagued not only by his teachings and his preachings, but also by the pious works which he continually did do. Right truly the devil knew that by no common temptations was this friar to be moved, for the which reason did the devil seek in dark and troublous cogitations to bethink him of some new instrument wherewith he might bedazzle the eyes and ensnare the understanding of the holy man. On a sudden it came unto the fiend that by no corporeal allurement would he be able to achieve his miserable end, for that by reason of an abstemious life and a frugal diet the Friar Gonsol had weaned his body from those frailties and lusts to which human flesh is by nature of the old Adam within it disposed, and by long continued vigils and by earnest devotion and by godly contemplations and by diverse proper studies had fixed his mind and his soul with exceeding steadfastness upon things unto his eternal spiritual welfare appertaining. Therefore it beliked the devil to devise and to compound a certain little book of mighty curious craft, wherewith he might be like to please the Friar Gonsol, and in the end to ensnare him in his impious toils. Now this was the way of the devil's thinking, to wit, this friar shall suspect no evil in the book, since never before hath the devil tempted mankind with such an instrument, the common things wherewith the devil tempteth man being, as all histories show and all theologies teach, fruit and women and other things like pleasing to the gross and perishable senses. Therefore, argueth the devil, when I shall tempt this friar with a book, he shall be taken off his guard, and shall not know it to be a temptation. And thereat was the devil exceeding merry, and he did laugh full merrily. Now presently came this thing of evil unto the friar in the guise of another friar, and made a proper low obeisance unto the same. But the Friar Gonsol was not blinded to the craft of the devil, for from under the cloak and hood that he wore there did issue the smell of sulphur and of brimstone, which alone the devil hath. Beshrew me, quoth the Friar Gonsol, if the odor in my nostrils be spikenard and not the fumes of the bottomless pit. Nay, sweet friar, spoke the devil full courteously, the fragrance thou perceivest is of frankincense and myrrh, for I am of holy orders, and I have brought thee a righteous book, delectable to look upon and profitable unto the reading. Then were the eyes of that Friar Gonsol full of bright sparklings, and his heart rejoiced with exceeding joy, for he did set most store, next to his spiritual welfare, by books, wherein was food to his beneficial devouring. I do require thee, quoth the friar, to show me that book, that I may know the name thereof, and discover whereof it treateth. Then showeth the devil the book unto the friar, and the friar saw it was an uncut, unique of incalculable value. The height of it was half a cubit, and the breadth of it was the fourth part of a cubit, and the thickness of it 5 barleycorns, lacking the space of 3 horsehairs. This book contained, within its diverse picturings, symbols and similitudes wrought with incomparable craft, the same being such as in human vanity are called proof before letters, and imprinted upon India paper. Also the book contained written upon its pages diverse names of them that had possessed it, all these having in their time been mighty and illustrious personages. But what seemed most delectable unto the friar was an autographic writing wherein 'twas shown that the book sometime had been given by Venus de Medici to Apollos at Rhodes. When therefore the Friar Gonsol saw the book, how that it was entitled, and imprinted, and adorned, and bounden, he knew it to be of vast worth, and he was mightily moved to possess it. Therefore he required of the other, that was the devil, that he give unto him an option upon the same for the space of 7 days hence, or until such a time as he could inquire concerning the book in Lowndes, or other such like authorities. But the devil, smiling, quoth, The book shall be yours without price, provided only you shall bind yourself to do me a service as I shall hereafter specify and direct. Now when the Friar Gonsol heard this compact, he knew for a verity that the devil was indeed the devil, and but that he sorely wanted the book, he would have driven that impious fiend straight away from his presence. Howbeit the devil, promising to visit him again that night, departed, leaving the friar exceeding heavy in spirit, for he was both assotted upon the book to comprehend it, and assotted upon the devil to do violence unto him. It befell that in his doubtings he came unto the Friar Francis, another holy man, that by continual fastings and devotions had made himself an ensample of piety unto all men, and to this sanctified brother did the Friar Gonsol straightway unfold the story of his temptation, and speak fully of the wondrous book and of its diverse many richnesses. When that he had heard this narration, the Friar Francis made answer in this wise: Of great subtility surely is the devil, that he hath set this snare for thy feet. Have a care, my brother, that thou fallest not into the pit that he hath digged for thee. Happy art thou to have come to me with this thing, elsewise a great mischief might have befallen thee. Now listen to my words, and do as I counsel thee. Have no more to do with this devil. Send him to me, or appoint with him another meeting, and I will go in thy stead. Nay, nay, cried the Friar Gonsol, the saints forfend from thee the evil temptation provided for my especial proving. I should have been reckoned a weak and coward vessel were I to send thee in my stead to bear the mortifications designed for the trying of my virtues. But thou art a younger brother than I, reasoned the Friar Francis softly, and, firm though thy resolution may be now, thou art more like than I to be wheedled and bedazzled by these diabolical wiles and artifices. So let me know where this devil abideth with the book. I burn to meet him and to wrest his treasure from his impious possession. But the Friar Gonsol shook his head, and would not hear unto this vicarious sacrifice whereon the good Friar Francis had set his heart. Ah, I see that thou hast little faith in my strength to combat the fiend, quoth the Friar Francis reproachfully. Thy trust in me should be greater, for I have done thee full many a kindly office. Or, now I do bethink me, thou art assorted on the book. Unhappy brother, can it be that thou dost covet this vain toy, this frivolous bauble, that thou wouldst seek the devil's companionship anon to compound with Beelzebub? I charge thee, brother Gonsol, open thine eyes and see in what a slippery place thou standest. Now by these argumentations was the Friar Gonsol mightily confounded, and he knew not what to do. Come now, hesitate no longer, quoth the Friar Francis, but tell me where that devil may be found. I burn to see and to comprehend the book. Not that I care for the book, but that I am grievously tormented to do that devil a sore despite. Odds bodikins, quoth the other friar, meseemeth that the book inciteth thee more than the devil. Thou speakest wrongly, cried the Friar Francis. Thou mistakest pious zeal for sinful selfishness. Full wroth am I to hear how that this devil walketh to and fro, using a sweet and precious book for the temptation of holy men. Shall so righteous an instrument be employed by the prince of heretics to so unrighteous an end? Thou sayest wisely, quoth the Friar Gonsol, and thy words convince me that a bataille must be made with this devil for that book. So now I shall go to encounter the fiend. Then by the saints I shall go with thee, cried the Friar Francis, and he gathered his gown about his loins right briskly. But when the Friar Gonsol saw this, he made great haste to go alone, and he ran out the door full swiftly, and fared him where the devil had appointed an appointment with him. Now wit you well that the Friar Francis did follow close upon his heels, for though his legs were not so long, he was a mighty runner, and he was right sound of wind. Therefore it was a pleasant sight to see these holy men vying with one another to do battle with the devil, and much it repenteth me that there be some ribald heretics that maintain full enviously that these two saintly friars did so run not for the devil that they might belabor him, but for the book that they might possess it. It fortuned that the devil was already come to the place where he had appointed the appointment, and in his hand he had the book aforesaid. Much marvelled he when that he beheld the two friars faring thence. I adjure thee, thou devil, said the Friar Gonsol from afar off, I adjure thee give me that book, else I will take thee by thy horns and thy hoofs, and drub thy ribs together. Heed him not, thou devil, said the Friar Francis, for it is I that am coming to wrestle with thee, and to overcome thee for that book. With such words and many more the two holy friars bore down upon the devil, but the devil, thinking verily that he was about to be beset by the whole church militant, stayed not for their coming, but presently departed out of sight, and bore the book with him. Now many people at that time saw the devil fleeing before the two friars, so that, esteeming it to be a sign of special grace, these people did ever thereafter acknowledge the friars to be saints, and unto this day you shall hear of Saint Gonsol and Saint Francis. Unto this day too doth the devil, with that same book wherewith he tempted the friar of old, beset and ensnare men of every age and in all places. Against which devil may heaven fortify us to do battle speedily and with successful issuance. End of Section 3. The Story of the Two Friars by Eugene Field. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 4 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Patrick Reinhardt. The Greco-Trojan Game by Charles F. Johnson. First on the ground appeared the godlike Trojan 11, shining in purple and black with tight and well-fitting sweaters woven by Andromache in the well-ordered palace of Priam. After them came in goodly array the players of Hellas, skilled in kicking and blocking and tackling and fooling the umpire. All advanced on the field, marked off with white alabaster, level and square and true, at the ends 2 goal-posts erected, richly adorned with silver and gold and carved at the corners, bearing a legend which read, "Don't talk back at the umpire. Rule first given by Zeus for the guidance of voluble mortals." All the rules of the game were deeply cut in the crossbars, so that the players might know exactly how to evade them. On one side of the field were ranged the Trojan spectators, yelling in composite language their ancient Phrygian war-cry. Ho hey to, tu tays ton, tain tu, boomera boomera Trojans! And on the other the Greeks, fair-haired and ready to halloo, if occasion should offer and Zeus should grant them a touchdown. Brekek, kekek, coax, anax, andron, Agamemnon! First they agreed on an umpire, the silver-tongued Nestor. Long years ago he played end-rush on the Argive 11. He was admitted by all to be an excellent umpire, save for the habit he had of making public addresses, tedious, long-winded, and dull, and full of minute explanations, how they used to play in the days when Cadmus was half-back, or how Hermes could dodge and Ares and Phoebus could tackle, couched in rhythmical language but not one whit to the purpose. On his white hair they carefully placed the sacred tiara, worn by the football umpires of old as a badge of their office, also to save their heads, in case the players should slug them. Then they gave him a spear wherewith to enforce his decisions, and a stick in the ground to mark the place to line up to. He advanced to the 30-yard line and began an oration. "Listen, Trojans and Greeks! For 35 seasons I played football in Greece with Peleus for half-back and captain. Those were the days of old when men played the game as they'd order. Once I remember Aeacus, the godlike son of Poseidon, kicked the ball from a drop, clean over the city of Argos. That was the game when Peleus, our captain, lost all his front teeth. Little we cared for teeth or eyes when once we were warmed up. Why, I remember that Aeacus ran so that no one could see him. There was just a long hole in the air and a man at the end on't. Hercules umpired that game, and I noticed there wasn't much back-talk." Him interrupting, sternly addressed the king Agamemnon. "Cease, old man. Come off your antediluvian boasting. Doubtless our grandpas could all play the game as well as they knew how. They are all dead, and have long lined up in the fields of Elysium. If they were here, we would wipe up the ground with the rusty old duffers. You call the game, and keep your eye fixed on the helmeted Hector. He'll play offside all the while if he thinks the umpire don't see him." Then the old man threw the lots, but sore was his heart in his bosom. "Troy has the kick-off," he said. "The ball is yours, noble Hector." Then he gave him the ball, a prolate spheroid of leather, much like the world in its shape, if the world were lengthened, not flattened, covered with well-sewed leather, the well-seasoned hide of a bison killed by Lacon the hunter, ere bisons were exterminated. On it was painted a battle, a market, a piece of the ocean, horses and cows and nymphs and things too many to mention. Then the heroes peeled off their sweaters and put on their nose guards, also the fiendish expressions the great occasion demanded. Ajax stood on the right, in the center the great Agamemnon. Diomed crouched on the left, the godlike rusher and tackler, crouched as a panther crouches, if sculptors do justice to panthers. Crafty Ulysses played back, for none of the Trojans could pass him. All the best Greeks were in line, but Potus Ocus Achilles, who though an excellent kicker, stayed all day in his section. Hector dribbled the ball, then seized it in putting his head down, and as a lion carries a lamb, and jumps over fences, dodging this way and that the shepherds who wished to remonstrate, so did the son of Priam carry the ball through the rush line, till he was tackled fair by the fullback, the crafty Ulysses. Even then he carried the ball and the son of Laertes full 5 yards till they fell to the ground with a deep indentation, where one might hide 3 men so that no man could see them, men of the present day, degenerate sons of the heroes. Now when Pallas Athena discovered the Greeks would be beaten, she slid down from the steep of Olympus upon a toboggan. Suddenly she came before crafty Ulysses in a guise like a maiden, not that she thought to fool him, but since Olympian fashion made the form of a woman good form for a goddess's assumption. She then spoke to him quickly, and said, "O son of Laertes, seize thou the ball, I will pass it to thee, and trip up the Trojan." Her replying slowly reworded the son of Laertes, "That will I do, O goddess divine, for he can outrun me." Then when the ball was in play, she cast thick darkness around it. Also around Ulysses she poured invisible darkness. Under this cover, taking the ball, he passed down the middle, silent and swift, unseen, unnoticed, unblocked, and untackled. Meanwhile she piled the Greeks and the Trojans in conglomeration, much like a tangle of pine trees where lightning has frequently fallen, or like a basket of lobsters and crabs which the provident housewife dumps on the kitchen floor and vainly endeavors to count them. So seemed the legs and the arms and the heads of the 21 players. Sudden a shout arose, for under the crossbar Ulysses, visible, sat on the ball, quietly making a touchdown. On the tip of his nose were his thumb and fingers extended, curved and vibrating slow in the sign of the blameless Egyptians. Violent language came to the lips of the helmeted Hector. Under his breath he murmured a few familiar quotations, scraps of Phrygian folk-lore about the kingdom of Hades. Then he called loud as a trumpet, "I claim foul, Mr. Umpire." "Touchdown for Greece," said Hector. "'Twixt you and me and the goal-post I lost sight of the ball in a very singular manner." Then they carried the sphere back to the 25-yard line. Prone on the ground lay a Greek, the leather was poised in his fingers. Thrice Agamemnon adjusted the sphere with deliberation. Then he drew back as a ram draws back for deadly encounter. Then he tripped lightly ahead, and brought his sandal in contact right at the point. Straight flew the ball right over the crossbar, while like the cries of pygmies and cranes the race yell resounded, "Brekek kekek coax, anax andron Agamemnon!" End of The Greco-Trojan Game.
Section 5 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Economical Pair by Carolyn Wells. Once on a time there was a man and his wife who had different ideas concerning family expenditures. The man said, "I am exceedingly economical, although I spend small sums here and there for cigars, wines, theatre tickets, and little dinners, yet I do not buy me a yacht or a villa at Newport." But even with these praiseworthy principles it soon came about that the man was bankrupt. Whereupon he reproached his wife, who answered his accusations with surprise. "Me, my dear!" she exclaimed. "Why, I am exceedingly economical. True, I occasionally buy me a set of sables or a diamond tiara, but I am scrupulously careful about small sums. I diligently unknot all strings that come around parcels and save them, and I use the backs of old envelopes for scribbling paper. Yet somehow my bank account is also exhausted." Morals. This fable teaches to take care of the pence, and the pounds will take care of themselves, and that we should not be penny wise and pound foolish. End of the economical pair.
Section 6 of The Wit and Humor of America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Two Pedestrians by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two men, one of whom was a good man and the other a rogue. The good man one day saw a wretched drunkard endeavoring to find his way home. Being most kind-hearted, the good man assisted the wretched drunkard to his feet and accompanied him along the highway toward his home. The good man held fast the arm of the wretched drunkard, and the result of this was that when the wretched drunkard lurched giddily, the good man perforce lurched also. Whereupon, as the passing populace saw the pair, they said, "Aha, another good man gone wrong," and they wisely wagged their heads. Now the bad man of this tale, being withal of a shrewd and canny nature, stood often on a street corner and engaged in grave conversation with the magnates of the town. To be sure, the magnates shook him as soon as possible, but in no wise discouraged, he cheerfully sauntered up to another magnate. Thus did he gain a reputation of being a friend of the great. Morals. This fable teaches us that a man is known by the company he keeps, and that we must not judge by appearances. End of Section 6, The Two Pedestrians, by Carolyn Wells. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 7 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. A Complaint of Friends by Gail Hamilton. If things would not run into each other so, it would be 1,000 times easier and 1,000,000 times pleasanter to get on in the world. Let the sheepiness be set on one side and the goatiness on the other, and immediately you know where you are. It is not necessary to ask that there be any increase of the one or any diminution of the other, but only that each shall preempt its own territory and stay there. Milk is good, and water is good, but don't set the milk pail under the pump. Pleasure softens pain, but pain embitters pleasure, and who would not rather have his happiness concentrated into one memorable day that shall gleam and glow through a lifetime, than have it spread out over a dozen comfortable, commonplace, humdrum forenoons and afternoons, each one as like the others as 2 peas in a pod? Since the law of compensation obtains, I suppose it is the best law for us. But if it had been left with me, I should have made the clever people rich and handsome, and left poverty and ugliness to the stupid people. Because, don't you see, the stupid people won't know they are ugly, and won't care if they are poor, but the clever people will be hampered and tortured. I would have given the good wives to the good husbands, and made drunken men marry drunken women. Then there would have been one family exquisitely happy, instead of 2 struggling against misery. I would have made the rose stem downy, and put all the thorns on the thistles. I would have gouged out the jewel from the toad's head, and given the peacock the nightingale's voice, and not set everything so at half and half. But that is the way it is. We find the world made to our hand. The wise men marry the foolish virgins, and the splendid virgins marry dolts, and matters in general are so mixed up that the choice lies between nice things about spoiled and vile things that are not so bad after all, and it is hard to tell sometimes which you like the best, or which you loathe least. I expect to lose every friend I have in the world by the publication of this paper, except the dunces who are impaled in it. They will never read it, and if they do, will never suspect I mean them, while the sensible and true friends who do me good and not evil all the days of their lives will think that I am driving at their noble hearts, and will at once fall off and leave me inconsolable. Still, I am going to write it. You must open the safety valve once in a while, even if the steam does whiz and shriek, or there will be an explosion, which is fatal, while the whizzing and shrieking are only disagreeable. Doubtless, friendship has its advantages and its pleasures. Doubtless, hostility has its isolations and its revenges. Still, if called upon to choose once for all between friends and foes, I think, on the whole, I should cast my vote for the foes. 20 enemies will not do you the mischief of one friend. Enemies you always know where to find. They are in fair and square perpetual hostility, and you keep your armor on and your sentinels posted. But with friends you are inveigled into a false security, and before you know it, your honor, your modesty, your delicacy are scudding before the gales. Moreover, with your friend, you can never make reprisals. If your enemy attacks you, you can always strike him back, and hit hard. You are expected to defend yourself against him to the top of your bent. He is your legal opponent in honorable warfare. You can pour hot shot into him with murderous vigor, and the more he writhes, the better you feel. In fact, it is rather refreshing to measure swords once in a while with such a one. You like to exert your power, and keep yourself in practice. You do not rejoice so much in overcoming your enemy as in overcoming. If a marble statue could show fight, you would just as soon fight it, but as it cannot, you take something that can, and something, besides, that has had the temerity to attack you, and so has made a lawful target of itself. But against your friend, your hands are tied. He has injured you. He has disgusted you. He has infuriated you. But it was most Christianly done. You cannot hurl a thunderbolt, or pull a trigger, or lisp a syllable against those amiable monsters who, with tenderest fingers, are sticking pins all over you. So you shut fast the doors of your lips, and inwardly sigh for a good, stout, brawny, malignant foe, who, under any and every circumstance, will design you harm, and on whom you can lavish your lusty blows with a hearty will and a clear conscience. Your enemy keeps clear of you. He neither grants nor claims favors. He awards you your rights, no more, no less, and demands the same from you. Consequently, there is no friction. Your friend, on the contrary, is continually getting himself tangled up with you because he is your friend. I have heard that Shelley was never better pleased than when his associates made free with his coats, boots, and hats for their own use, and that he appropriated their property in the same way. Shelley was a poet, and perhaps idealized his friends. He saw them, probably, in a state of pure intellect. I am not a poet. I look at people in the concrete. The most obvious thing about my friends is their avoirdupois, and I prefer that they should wear their own cloaks and suffer me to wear mine. There is no neck in the world that I want my collar to span except my own. It is very exasperating to me to go to my bookcase and miss a book of which I am in immediate and pressing need, because an intimate friend has carried it off without asking leave, on the score of his intimacy. I have not, and do not wish to have, any alliance that shall abrogate the eighth commandment. A great mistake is lying around loose hereabouts, a mistake fatal to many friendships that did run well. The common fallacy is that intimacy dispenses with the necessity of politeness. The truth is just the opposite of this. The more points of contact there are, the more danger of friction there is, and the more carefully should people guard against it. If you see a man only once a month, it is not of so vital importance that you do not trench on his rights, tastes, or whims. He can bear to be crossed or annoyed occasionally. If he does not have a very high regard for you, it is comparatively unimportant, because your paths are generally so diverse. But you and the man with whom you dine every day have it in your power to make each other exceedingly uncomfortable. A very little dropping will wear away rock, if it only keep at it. The thing that you would not think of, if it occurred only twice a year, becomes an intolerable burden when it happens twice a day. This is where husbands and wives run aground. They take too much for granted. If they would but see that they have something to gain, something to save, as well as something to enjoy, it would be better for them. But they proceed on the assumption that their love is an inexhaustible tank, and not a fountain, depending for its supply on the stream that trickles into it. So for every little annoying habit, or weakness, or fault, they draw on the tank, without being careful to keep the supply open, till they awake one morning to find the pump dry, and instead of love, at best, nothing but a cold habit of complaisance. On the contrary, the more intimate friends become, whether married or unmarried, the more scrupulously should they strive to repress in themselves everything annoying, and to cherish both in themselves and each other everything pleasing, while each should draw on his love to neutralize the faults of his friend. It is suicidal to draw on his friend's love to neutralize his own faults. Love should be cumulative, since it cannot be stationary. If it does not increase, it decreases. Love, like confidence, is a plant of slow growth, and of most exotic fragility. It must be constantly and tenderly cherished. Every noxious and foreign element must be carefully removed from it. All sunshine, and sweet airs, and morning dews, and evening showers must breathe upon it perpetual fragrance, or it dies into a hideous and repulsive deformity, fit only to be cast out and trodden under foot of men, while, properly cultivated, it is a tree of life. Your enemy keeps clear of you, not only in business, but in society. If circumstances thrust him into contact with you, he is curt and centrifugal. But your friend breaks in upon your saintly solitude with perfect equanimity. He never for a moment harbors a suspicion that he can intrude, because he is your friend. So he drops in on his way to the office to chat half an hour over the latest news. The half hour isn't much in itself. If it were after dinner, you wouldn't mind it, but after breakfast, every moment runs itself in golden sands, and the break in your time crashes a worse break in your temper. "Are you busy?" asked the considerate wretch, adding insult to injury. "What can you do? Say yes, and wound his self-love forever? But he has a wife and family. You respect their feelings, smile, and are villain enough to be civil with your lips, and hide the poison of asps under your tongue, till you have a chance to relieve your overcharged heart by shaking your fist in impotent wrath at his retreating form. You will receive the reward of your hypocrisy, as you richly deserve, for 10 to 1 he will drop in again when he comes back from his office, and arrest you wandering in dreamland in the beautiful twilight. Delighted to find that you are neither reading nor writing, the absurd dolt, as if a man weren't at work unless he be wielding a sledge-hammer, he will preach out and prose out and twaddle out another hour of your golden eventide, because he is your friend. You don't care whether he is judge or jury, whether he talks sense or nonsense. You don't want him to talk at all. You don't want him there anyway. You want to be alone. If you don't, why are you sitting there in the deepening twilight? If you wanted him, couldn't you send for him? Why don't you go out into the drawing room, where are music and lights and gay people? What right have I to suppose that, because you are not using your eyes, you are not using your brain? What right have I to set myself up as a judge of the value of your time, and so rob you of perhaps the most delicious hour in all your day, on pretense that it is of no use to you? Take a pound of flesh clean out of your heart, and trip on my smiling way, as if I had not earned the gallows. And what in heaven's name is the good of all this ceaseless talk? To what purpose are you wearied, exhausted, dragged out and out to the very extreme of tenuity? A sprightly badinage, a running fire of nonsense for half an hour, a tramp over unfamiliar ground with a familiar guide, a discussion of something with somebody who knows all about it, or who, not knowing, wants to learn from you, a pleasant interchange of commonplaces with a circle of friends around the fire, at such hours as you give to society, all this is not only tolerable, but agreeable, often positively delightful. But to have an indifferent person, on no score but that of friendship, break into your sacred presence and suck your blood through indefinite cycles of time, is an abomination. If he clatters on an indifferent subject, you can do well enough for 15 minutes, buoyed up by the hope that he will presently have a fit, or be sent for, or come to some kind of an end. But when you gradually open to the conviction that vis inertiae rules the hour, and the thing which has been is that which shall be, you wax listless. Your chariot wheels drive heavily, your end of the pole drags in the mud, and you speedily wallow in unmitigated disgust. If he broaches a subject on which you have a real and deep living interest, you shrink from unbosoming yourself to him. You feel that it would be sacrilege. He feels nothing of the sort. He treads over your heartstrings in his cowhide brogans, and does not see that they are not whipcords. He pokes his gold-headed cane in among your treasures, blind to the fact that you are clutching both arms around them, that no gleam of flashing gold may reveal their whereabouts to him. You draw yourself up in your shell, projecting a monosyllabic claw occasionally as a sign of continued vitality, but the pachyderm does not withdraw, and you gradually lower into an indignation, smothered, fierce, intense. Why? Why? Why will people inundate their unfortunate victims with such weak, washy, everlasting floods? Why will they haul everything out into the open day? Why will they make the Holy of Holies common and unclean? Why will they be so ineffably stupid as not to see that there is that which speech profanes? Why will they lower their dragnets into the unfathomable waters in the vain attempt to bring up your pearls and gems, whose luster would pale to ashes in the garish light, whose only sparkle is in the deep sea soundings? Procul, o procul este profani. Oh, the matchless power of silence! There are words that concentrate in themselves the glory of a lifetime, but there is a silence that is more precious than they. Speech ripples over the surface of life, but silence sinks into its depths. Airy pleasantnesses bubble up in airy, pleasant words. Weak sorrows quaver out their shallow being, and are not. When the heart is cleft to its core, there is no speech nor language. Do not now, Messieurs Boors, think to retrieve your character by coming into my house and sitting mute for 2 hours. Heaven forbid that your blood should be found on my skirts, but I believe I shall kill you if you do. The only reason why I have not laid violent hands on you heretofore is that your vapid talk has operated as a wire to conduct my electricity to the receptive and kindly earth. But if you intrude upon my magnetisms without any such life preserver, your future in this world is not worth a crossed sixpence. Your silence would break the reed that your talk but bruised. The only people with whom it is a joy to sit silent are the people with whom it is a joy to talk. Clear out. Friendship plays the mischief in the false ideas of constancy which are generated and cherished in its name, if not by its agency. Your enemies are intense, but temporary. Time wears off the edge of hostility. It is the alembic in which offenses are dissolved into thin air, and a calm indifference reigns in their stead. But your friends are expected to be a permanent arrangement. They are not only a sore evil, but of long continuance. Adhesiveness seems to be the head and front, the bones and the blood of their creed. It is not the direction of the quality, but the quality itself which they swear by. Only stick. It is no matter what you stick to. Fall out with a man, and you can kiss and be friends as soon as you like. The recording angel will set it down on the credit side of his books. Fall in, and you are expected to stay in, ad infinitum, ad nauseam. No matter what combination of laws got you there you are, and there you must stay, for better, for worse, till merciful death you do part, or you are fickle. You find a man entertaining for an hour, a week, a concert, a journey, and presto, you are saddled with him forever. What preposterous absurdity! Do but look at it calmly. You are thrown into contact with a person, and, as in duty bound, you proceed to fathom him. For every man is a possible revelation. In the deeps of his soul there may lie unknown worlds for you. Consequently, you proceed at once to experiment on him. It takes a little while to get your tackle in order. Then the line begins to run off rapidly, and your eager soul cries out, "Ah, what depth! What perpetual calmness must be down below! What rest is here for all my tumult! What a grand, vast nature is this! Surely, surely you are on the high seas. Surely you will not float serenely down the eternities, but by and by there is a kink. You find that though the line runs off so fast, it does not go down. It only floats out. A current has caught it and bears it on horizontally. It does not sink plumb. You have been deceived. Your grand Pacific Ocean is nothing but a shallow little brook that you can ford all the year round if it does not utterly dry up in the summer heats, when you want it most. Or, at best, it is a fussy little tormenting river that won't and can't sail a sloop. What are you going to do about it? You are going to wind up your lead and line, shoulder your birch canoe, as the old sea kings used, and thrid the deep forests, and scale the purple hills, till you come to water again, when you will unroll your lead and line for another essay. Is that fickleness? What else can you do? Must you launch your bark on the unquiet stream, against whose pebbly bottom the keel continually grates and rasps your nerves, simply that your reputation suffer no detriment? Fickleness! There is no fickleness about it. You were trying an experiment which you had every right to try. As soon as you were satisfied, you stopped. If you had stopped sooner, you would have been unsatisfied. If you had stopped later, you would have been dissatisfied. It is a criminal contempt of the magnificent possibilities of life not to lay hold of God's occasions floating by. It is an equally criminal perversion of them to cling tenaciously to what was only the simulacrum of an occasion. A man will toil many days and nights among the mountains to find an ingot of gold, which, found, he bears home with infinite pains and just rejoicing. But he would be a fool who should lade his mules with iron pyrites to justify his labors, however severe. Fickleness! What is it that we make such an ado about it? And what is constancy, that it commands such usurious interest? The one is a foible only in its relations, the other is only, thus, a virtue. Fickle as the winds is our death seal upon a man, but should we like our winds unfickle? Would a perpetual northeaster lay us open to perpetual gratitude, or is a soft south gale to be orisoned and vespered for evermore? I am tired of this eternal prating of devotion and constancy. It is senseless in itself and harmful in its tendencies. The dictate of reason is to treat men and women as we do oranges. Suck all the juice out and then let them go. Where is the good of keeping the peel and pulp cells till they get old, dry, and moldy? Let them go, and they will help feed the earthworms and bugs and beetles who can hardly find existence a continued banquet, and fertilize the earth, which will have you give before you receive. Thus they will ultimately spring up in new and beautiful shapes. Clung to with constancy, they stain your knife and napkin, impart a bad odor to your dining room, and degenerate into something that is neither pleasant to the eye nor good for food. I believe in a rotation of crops, morally and socially, as well as agriculturally. When you have taken the measure of a man, when you have sounded him and know that you cannot wade in him more than ankle deep, when you have got out of him all that he has to yield for your soul's sustenance and strength, what is the next thing to be done? Obviously, pass him on, and turn you to fresh woods and pastures new. Do you work him an injury? By no means. Friends that are simply glued on, and don't grow out of, are little worth. He has nothing more for you, nor you for him, but he may be rich in juices wherewithal to nourish the heart of another man, and their two lives set together may have an endosmos and exosmos, whose result shall be richness of soil, grandeur of growth, beauty of foliage, and perfectness of fruit, which you and he would only have languished into aridity and a stunted crab tree. For my part, I desire to sweep off my old friends with the old year, and begin the new with a clean record. It is a measure absolutely necessary. The snake does not put on his new skin over the old one. He sloughs off the first before he dons the second. He would be a very clumsy serpent if he did not. One cannot have successive layers of friendships any more than the snake has successive layers of skins. One must adopt some system to guard against a congestion of the heart from plethora of loves. I go in for the much abused, fair weather, skin deep, April shower friends, the friends who will drop off, if let alone, who must be kept awake to be kept at all, who will talk and laugh with you as long as it suits your respective humors, and you are prosperous and happy, the blessed butterfly race, who flutter about your June mornings, and when the clouds lower, and the drops patter, and the rains descend, and the winds blow, will spread their gay wings and float gracefully away to sunny southern lands, where the skies are yet blue and the breezes violet scented. They are not only agreeable, but deeply wise. So long as a man keeps his streamer flying, his sails set, and his hull above water, it is pleasant to paddle alongside, but when the sails split, the yards crack, and the keel goes staggering down, by all means paddle off. Why should you be submerged in his whirlpool? Will he drown any more easily because you are drowning with him? Lung is lung. He dies from want of air, not from want of sympathy. When a poor fellow sits down among the ashes, the best thing his friends can do is to stand afar off. Job bore the loss of property, children, health, with equanimity. Satan himself found his match there. For all his buffeting, Job sinned not, nor charged God foolishly. But Job's 3 friends must needs make an appointment together to come down and mourn with him and to comfort him. And after this Job opened his mouth and cursed his day. And no wonder. Your friends have an intimate knowledge of you that is astonishing to contemplate. It is not that they know your affairs, which he who runs may read, but they know you. From a bit of bone, Cuvier could predicate a whole animal, even to the hide and hair. Such moral naturalists are your dear 500 friends. It seems to yourself that you are immeasurably reticent. You know of a certainty that you project only the smallest possible fragment of yourself. You yield your universality to the bond of common brotherhood, but your individualism, what it is that makes you, you, withdraws itself naturally, involuntarily, inevitably into the background. the dim distance which their eyes cannot penetrate. But from the fraction which you do project, they construct another you, call it by your name, and pass it around for the real, the actual you. You bristle with jest and laughter and wild whims to keep them at a distance, and they fancy this to be your everyday equipment. They think your life holds constant carnival. It is astonishing what ideas spring up in the heads of sensible people. There are those who assume that a person can never have had any grief unless somebody has died or he has been disappointed in love, not knowing that every avenue of joy lies open to the tramp of pain. They see the flashing coronet on the queen's brow, and they infer a diamond woman, not recking of the human heart that throbs wildly out of sight. They see the foam crest on the wave, and picture an Atlantic Ocean of froth, and not the solemn sea that stands below in eternal equipoise. You turn to them the luminous crescent of your life, and they call it the whole round globe. And so they love you with a love that is agate, not pearl, because what they love in you is something infinitely below the highest. They love you level. They have never scaled your heights, nor fathomed your depths. And when they talk of you as familiarly as if they had taken out your auricles and ventricles, and turned them inside out, and wrung them, and shaken them, when they prate of your transparency and openness, the abandonment with which you draw aside the curtain and reveal the inmost thoughts of your heart, you, who are to yourself a miracle and a mystery, you smile inwardly and are content. They are on the wrong scent, and you may pursue your plans in peace. They are indiscriminate and satisfied. They do not know the relation of what appears to what is. If they chance to skirt along the coasts of your purple island, it will be only chance, and they will not know it. You may close your portholes, lower your drawbridge, and make merry, for they will never come within gunshot of the round tower of your heart. There is no such thing as knowing a man intimately. Every soul is, for the greater part of its mortal life, isolated from every other. Whether it dwell in the Garden of Eden or the desert of Sahara, it dwells alone. Not only do we jostle against the street crowd, unknowing and unknown, but we go out and come in, we lie down and rise up with strangers. Jupiter and Neptune sweep the heavens not more unfamiliar to us than the worlds that circle our own hearthstone. Day after day, and year after year, a person moves by your side. He sits at the same table. He reads the same books. He kneels in the same church. You know every hair of his head, every trick of his lips, every tone of his voice, and you can tell him far off by his gait. Without seeing him, you recognize his step, his knock, his laugh. Know him? Yes, I have known him these 20 years. No, you don't know him. You know his gait and hair and voice. You know what preacher he hears, what ticket he voted, and what were his last year's expenses, but you don't know him. He sits quietly in his chair, but he is in the temple. You speak to him. His soul comes out into the vestibule to answer you, and returns. And the gates are shut. Therein you cannot enter. You were discussing the state of the country, but when you ceased, he opened a postern gate, went down a bank, and launched on a sea over whose waters you have no boat to sail, no star to guide. You have loved and reverenced him. He has been your concrete of truth and nobleness. Unwittingly you touch a secret spring, and a Bluebeard chamber stands revealed. You give no sign. You meet and part as usual, but a dead sea rolls between you two forevermore. It must be so. Not even to the nearest and dearest can one unveil the secret place where his soul abideth, so that there shall be no more any winding ways or hidden chambers, but to your indifferent neighbor what blind alleys and deep caverns and inaccessible mountains. To him who touches the electric chain wherein you're darkly bound, your soul sends back an answering thrill. One little window is opened, and there's a short parley. Your ships speak each other now and then in welcome, though imperfect communication, and immediately you strike out again into the great shoreless sea over which you must sail forever alone. You may shrink from the far-reaching solitudes of your heart, but no other foot than yours can tread them, save those that 1800 years ago were nailed for our advantage to the bitter cross. Be thankful that it is so, that only his eye sees whose hand formed. If we could look in, we should be appalled at the vision. The worlds that glide around us are mysteries too high for us. We cannot attain to them. The naked soul is a sight too awful for man to look at and live. There are individuals whose topography we would like to know a little better, and there is danger that we crash against each other while roaming around in the dark. But for all that, would we not have the Constitution broken up? Somebody says, in heaven there will be no secrets, which, it seems to me, would be intolerable. If this were a revelation from the King of Heaven, of course I would not speak flippantly of it. But though towards heaven we look with reverence and humble hope, I do not know that Tom, Dick, and Harry's notions of it have any special claim to our respect. Such publicity would destroy all individuality and undermine the foundations of society. Clairvoyance, if there be any such thing, always seemed to me a stupid impertinence. When people pay visits to me, I wish them to come to the front door, and ring the bell, and send up their names. I don't wish them to climb in at the window, or creep through the pantry, or, worst of all, float through the keyhole, and catch me in undress. So, I believe that in all worlds thoughts will be the subjects of volition, more accurately expressed when expression is desired, but just as entirely suppressed when we will suppression. After all, perhaps the chief trouble arises from a prevalent confusion of ideas as to what constitutes a man your friend. Friendship may stand for that peaceful complacence which you feel towards all well-behaved people who wear clean collars and use tolerable grammar. This is a very good meaning, if everybody will subscribe to it. But sundry of these well-behaved people will mistake your civility and complacence for a recognition of special affinity, and proceed at once to frame an alliance, offensive and defensive, while the sun and the moon shall endure. Oh, the barnacles that cling to your keel in such waters! The inevitable result is that they win your intense rancor. You would feel a genial kindliness toward them, if they would be satisfied with that. But they lay out to be your specialty. They infer your innocent little inch to be the standard bearer of 20 ells, and goad you to frenzy. I mean you desperate little horror, who nearly dethroned my reason 6 years ago. I always meant to have my revenge, and here I impaled you before the public. For 3 months you fastened yourself upon me, and I could not shake you off. What availed it me that you were an honest and excellent man? Did I not 20 times a day wish you had been a villain who had insulted me, and I a Kentucky giant, that I might have the unspeakable satisfaction of knocking you down. But you added to your crimes virtue. Villainy had no part or lot in you. You were a member of a church in good and regular standing. You had graduated with all the honors worth mentioning. You had not a sin, a vice, or a fault that I knew of, and you were so thoroughly good and repulsive that you were a great grief to me. Do you think, you dear disinterested wretch, that I have forgotten how you were continually putting yourself to horrible inconveniences on my account? Do you think I am not now filled with remorse for the aversion that rooted itself ineradicably in my soul, and which now gloats over you as you stand in the pillory where my own hands have fastened you? But can nature be crushed forever? Did I not ruin my nerves and seriously injure my temper by the overpowering pressure I laid upon them to keep them quiet when you were by? Could I not, by the sense of coming ill through all my quivering frame, presage your advent as exactly as the barometer heralds the approaching storm? Those 3 months of agony are little atoned for by this late vengeance, but go in peace. Mysterious are the ways of friendship. It is not a matter of reason or of choice, but of magnetisms. You cannot always give the premises nor the argument, but the conclusion is a palpable and stubborn fact. Abana and Pharpar may be broad and deep and blue and grand, but only in Jordan shall your soul wash and be clean. 1,000 brooks are born of the sunshine and the mountains; very, very few are they whose flow can mingle with yours, and not disturb, but only deepen and broaden the current. Your friend, who shall describe him, or worthily paint what he is to you? No merchant, nor lawyer, nor farmer, nor statesman claims your suffrage, but a kingly soul. He comes to you from God, a prophet, a seer, a revealer. He has a clear vision. His love is reverence. He goes into the penetralia of your life, not presumptuously, but with uncovered head, unsandaled feet, and pours libations at the innermost shrine. His incense is grateful. For him the sunlight brightens, the skies grow rosy, and all the days are Junes. Wrapped in his love, you float in a delicious rest, rocked in the bosom of purple scented waves. Nameless melodies sing themselves through your heart. A golden glow suffices your atmosphere. A vague, fine ecstasy thrills to the sources of life, and earth lays hold on heaven. Such friendship is worship. It elevates the most trifling services into rites. The humblest offices are sanctified. All things are baptized into a new name. Duty is lost in joy. Care veils itself in caresses. Drudgery becomes delight. There is no longer anything menial, small, or servile. All is transformed into something rich and strange. The homely household ways lead through beds of spices and orchards of pomegranates. The daily toil among your parsnips and carrots is plucking May violets with the dew upon them to meet the eyes you love upon their first awaking. In the burden and heat of the day you hear the rustling of summer showers and the whispering of summer winds. Everything is lifted up from the plane of labor to the plane of love, and a glory spans your life. With your friend, speech and silence are one, for a communion mysterious and intangible reaches across from heart to heart. The many dig and delve in your natures with fruitless toil to find the spring of living water. He only raises his wand, and obedient to the hidden power, it bends at once to your secret. Your friendship, though independent of language, gives to it life and light. The mystic spirit stirs even in commonplaces, and the merest question is an endearment. You are quiet because your heart is over full. You talk because it is pleasant, not because you have anything to say. You weary of terms that are already love-laden, and you go out into the highways and hedges, and gather up the rough, wild, wilful words, heavy with hatreds of men, and fill them to the brim with honey-dew. All things great and small, grand or humble, you press into your service, force them to do soldier's duty, and your banner over them is love. With such a friendship, presence alone is happiness, nor is absence wholly void, and memories and hopes and pleasing fancies sparkle through the hours, and you know the sunshine will come back. For such friendship one is grateful, no matter that it come unsought and comes not for the seeking. You do not discuss the reasonableness of your gratitude. You only know that your whole being bows with humility and utter thankfulness to him who thus crowns you monarch of all realms. And the kingdom is everlasting. A weak love dies weakly with the occasion that gave it birth, but such friendship is born of the gods and immortal. Clouds and darkness may sweep around it, but within the cloud the glory lives undimmed. Death has no power over it. Time cannot diminish, nor even dishonor annul it. Its direction may have been earthly, but itself is divine. You go back into your solitudes. All is silent as aforetime, but you cannot forget that a voice once resounded there. A presence filled the valleys and gilded the mountain tops, breathed upon the plains, and they sprang up in lilies and roses, flashed upon the waters, and they flowed to spheral melody, swept through the forests, and they too trembled into song. And though now the warmth has faded, though the ruddy tints and amber clearness have paled to ashen hues, though the murmuring melodies are dead, and forest, vale, and hill look hard and angular in the sharp air, you know that it is not death. The fire is unquenched beneath. You go your way, not disconsolate. There needs but the victorious voice. At the touch of the prince's lips, life shall rise again, and be perfected forevermore. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pontius Pilate by James Whitcomb Riley. Pontius Pilate used to be Onct a slave, and now he's free. Slaves was on'y onct before The war was, and ain't no more. He works on our place for us, and comes here, sometimes he does. He shocks corn and shucks it, an' he makes hominy by han'. Onct he bringed us some, one trip, tied up in a piller slip. Pa says, when Ma cooked it, my, this here's gooder'n you buy. Pontius pats for me and sings, and he says most funny things. Pontius calls a dish a deesh, yes, and he calls fishes feesh. When Ma want him eat wif us, he says, 'Scuse me, 'deed you mus'. Ponchus no good manners, miss. He ain't eat where white folks is. Lindy takes his dinner out where he's workin' round about. Onct he et his dinner spread on our ol' wheelbarry bed. Ponchus Pilate says, 'At's not his right name, an' done forgot what his sho' nuff name is now, an' don't matter none nohow. Yes, an' Ponchus helps Pa too, when our butcherin's to do, an' scalds hogs, an' says, "Take care 'bout it, er you'll set the hair." Yes, an' out in our back yard he helps Lindy render lard, an' white in the fire there he roast a pigtail onct for me. An' onct nen the old tavern bell rung down town, an' he says, "Well! Hear dat! Lan' o' Canaan, son, ain't dat bell say pigtail done? Pigtail done! Go call son, tell dat chile dat pigtail done." End of Ponchus Pilate. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 9 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wolf at Susan's Door by Ann Warner. Recording by Marty Chris. Well, Lucy has got Hiram. There was such a strong inflection of triumphant joy in Miss Clegg's voice as she called the momentous news to her friend that it would have been at once and most truthfully surmised that the getting of Hiram had been a more than slight labor. Mrs. Lathrop was waiting by the fence, impatience written with a wandering reflection all over the serenity of her everyday expression. Susan only waited to lay aside her bonnet and mitts and then hastened to the fence herself. Mrs. Lathrop, you never saw nor heard the like of this wedding day in all your own days to be or to come, and I don't suppose there will ever be anything like it again, for Lucy Dill didn't cut no figure in her own wedding at all. The whole thing was Grandma Mullen's first, last, and forever hereafter. I tell you, it looked once or twice as if it wouldn't be a earthly possibility to marry Hiram away from his mother, and now that it's all over, people can't do anything but to say as, after all, Lucy ought to consider herself very lucky as things turned out. For if things hadn't turned out as they did turn out, I don't believe anything on earth could have unhooked that son, and I'm willing to swear that anywhere to anyone. Do you know, Mrs. Lathrop, that Grandma Mullins was so bad off last night as they had to put a mustard plaster onto her while Hiram went to see Lucy for the last time? And Mrs. Macy says as she never hear the beat of her memory, for she says she'll take her Bible oath as Grandma Mullins told her what Hiram said and done every minute of his life while he was going to see Lucy Dill. And she cried, too, and took on the whole time she was talking, and said heaven help her, for nobody else could, and she just knowed Lucy get tired of Hiram's story, and he can't be happy a whole day without he tells it, and she's most sure Lucy won't like his singing Marching Through Georgia after the first month or two, and it's the only tune as Hiram has ever really took to. Mrs. Macy says she soon found she couldn't do nothing to stem the tide except drink tea and listen, so she drank and listened till Hiram come home about 11. Oh my, but she says she had the time then. Grandma Mullins let him in herself, and just as soon as he was in, she busted the floods of tears and wouldn't let him loose under no consideration. She says Hiram managed to get his back to the wall for a brace, 'cause Grandma Mullins nigh-to upset him every fresh time as Lucy come over her, and Mrs. Macy says she couldn't but wonder what was the end going to be when, toward midnight, Hiram just lost patience and dodged out under her arm and run up the ladder to the roof room, and they couldn't get him to come down again. She says when Grandma Mullins realized as he wouldn't come down, she most went mad over the notion of her only son spending the Christmas Eve to his own wedding sleeping on the floor of the attic, and she wanted to poke a cot up to him, but Mrs. Macy says she drew the line at cot poking when the cot was all she had to sleep on herself, and at the end They poked quilts up, and pillows, and doughnuts, and cider, and blankets, and Hiram made a bed on the floor, and they all got to sleep about 3 o'clock. Well, Mrs. Lathrop, what do you think? What do you think? They was so awful tired that none of them woke till Mrs. Sperrit come at 11 the next day to take 'em to the wedding. Mrs. Macy says she hopes she'll be put forward all her backslidings if she ever gets such a start again. She says that when she peeked out between the blinds and sees Mrs. Sperrit's Sunday bonnet and realized her own state, she nearly had a fit. Mrs. Sperrit had to come in and be explained to, and the worst of it was as Hiram couldn't be woke nohow. He pulled up the ladder after him and put the lid on the hole so's to feel safe, and there he was snug as a bug in a rug where no human being could get at him. They hollered and they banged doors and sharpened the carving knife and poured grease on the stove and did anything they could think of, but he never budged. Mrs. Macy says she never was so close beside herself in all her life before, for Grandma Mullins cried worse than ever each minute, and Hiram seemed like the very dead couldn't wake him. They was all hopping around half crazy when Mr. Sperrit come along on his way to the wedding, and his wife run out and told him what the matter was, and he come right in and looked up at the matter. It didn't take long for him to unsettle Hiram, Mrs. Macy says. He got a sulphur candle and tied it to a stick and hissed at the lid with another stick, and in less than 2 minutes they could all hear Hiram sneezing and coming to. When Mrs. Macy says they hollered what time it was, she wishes the whole town might have been there to see Hiram Mullins come down to earth. Mr. Sperrit didn't hardly have time to get out of the way, and he didn't give his mother no show for one single grab. He just bounced into his room, and you could have heard him getting dressed on the far side of the far bridge. Of course, us at Lucy's didn't know anything at all about Mrs. Macy's troubles. We had our own, heaven help us, and they was enough, for the very first thing of all, Mr. Dill caught his pocket on the corner of Mrs. Dill and come within an ace of pulling her off her easel. That would have been a pretty beginning to Lucy's wedding day if her father had smashed her mother to bits, I guess, but it couldn't have made Lucy any worse. For I will say, Mrs. Lathrop, as I never see no one in all my born life act foolisher than Lucy Dill this day. First she'd laugh, and then she'd cry, and then she'd lose something as we got to have to work with. And when it came to dressing her, well, if she known as Hiram was sleeping asleep next to no waking, she couldn't have put on more things wrong side out in hindsight before. She wasn't dressed till most every one was there, and I was getting pretty anxious, for Hiram wasn't there neither. And the more fidgety people got, the more they caught their corners on Mrs. Dill. I just saved her from Mr. Kimball, and Amelia saw her going as a result of Judge Finch, and hardly had time for a jump. The minister himself was beginning to cough when all of a sudden someone cried as the Sperrits was there. Well, we all squeezed to the window, and such a sight you never saw. They was getting Grandma Mullins out, and Hiram was trying to keep her from running the color of his cravat all down his shirt, while she was sobbing, "Hiram, Hiram," in a voice as would wring your very heart dry. They got her out and got her in and got her upstairs, and we all sat down and began to get ready while Amelia played Lead Kindly Light and the Joyous Farmer alternate, 'cause she mislaid her wedding march. Well, Mrs. Lathrop, you never knowed nothing like it. We waited, and we waited, and we waited, and the minister most coughed himself into consumption, and Mrs. Dill got caught on so often that Mr. Kimball told Ed to stand back of her and hold her to the easel every minute. Amelia was just beginning over again for the 17th time when we at last heard him bumping along downstairs. Seems as all the delay come from Lucy's idea of wanting to walk with her father and have a wedding procession instead of her and Hiram coming in together like Christians and letting Mr. Dill hold up Grandma Mullins up anywhere. Polly says she never see such a time as they had of it. She says fighting wolves was laying lambs beside the way they talked. Hiram said frank and open as the reason he didn't want to walk in with his mother was he was sure she wouldn't let him out to get married, but Lucy was dead set on the procession idea, so in the end they done it so, and Grandma Mullen's sobs fairly shook the house as they come through the dining room door. Lucy was first with her father, and they both had their heads turned backward looking at Hiram and his mother. Well, Mrs. Lathrop, it was certainly a sight worth seeing. The way that Grandma Mullins was glued on, all I can say is as octopuses has got their backs turned in comparison to the way that Hiram seemed to be all wrapped up in her. It looked like wild horses, not to speak of Lucy Dill, would never be able to get him loose enough to marry him. The minister was scared. We was all scared. I never see a worse situation to be in. They come along through the back parlor, Lucy looking back, Mr. Dill white as a sheet, and Hiram walking like a snowplow as isn't sure how long it can keep on making it. It seemed like a month as they was under way before they finally stopped in front of the minister, and then come the time. Hiram had to step beside Lucy and take her hand, and he couldn't. We all just gasped. There was Hiram trying to get loose and Mr. Dill trying to help him. Grandma Mullen's tears dripped till you could hear 'em, but she hung on to Hiram like he paid for it. They worked like Trojan beavers, but as fast as they get one side of him uncovered, she'd take a fresh wind round. I tell you, we all just held our breath, and I bet Lucy was sorry she persisted in having a procession when she see the perspiration running off her father and Hiram. Finally, Polly got frightened and begun to cry, and at that the deacon put his arm around her and give her a hug, and Grandma Mullins looked up just in time to see the arm and the hug. It seemed like it was the last hay in the donkey, for she gave a weak screech and went right over on Mr. Dill. She had such a grip on Hiram that if it hadn't been for Lucy, he'd have gone over too. But Lucy just hung on herself that time, and Hiram was rescued without nothing worse than his hair mussed and one sleeve a little tore. Mr. Sperrit and Mr. Jilkins carried Grandma Mullins into the dining room, and I said to just leave her fainted till after we'd got Hiram well and truly married. So they did. I never see the minister rattle nothing through like that marriage service. Everyone was on whole papers of pins and needles, and the minute it was over, everyone felt just like sitting right straight down. Mrs. Macy and me went up and watered Grandma Mullins till we brought her to, and when she learned as it was all done, she picked up wonderful, and felt as hungry as anyone, and come downstairs and kissed Lucy and caught a corner on Mrs. Dill, just like she'd never been no trouble to no one from first to last. I never seen such a sudden change in all my life. It was like some miracle had come out all over her, and there wasn't no one there as wasn't rejoiced to death over the change. We all went out in the dining room, and the sun shone in, and everyone laughed over nothing at all. Mrs. Sperrit pinned Hiram up from inside so his tear didn't show, and Lucy and he sat side by side and looked like no one was ever going to be married again. Polly and the deacon sat opposite, and the minister and his wife and Mr. Dill and Grandma Mullins made up the table. The rest stood around, and we was all as lively as words can tell. The cake was one of the handsomest as I ever see, 2 pigeons pecking a bell at the top, and Hiram and Lucy running around below in pink. There was a dime inside and a ring, and I got the dime, and they must have forgot to put in the ring, for no one got it.
Susan paused and panted.
"It was," commented Mrs. Lathrop thoughtfully. "Nice that I got the dime? Yes, I should say. There certainly wasn't no one there as needed it worse, and although I'd never be one to call a dime a fortune, still it is a dime, and no one can deny it the honor no matter how they feel. But, Mrs. Lathrop, what you'd ought to have seen was Hiram and Lucy ready to go off. I bet no one knows they're brides. I bet no one knows what they are. You never saw the like in all your worst dreams. Hiram wore spectacles and carpet slippers and that old umbrella as Mr. Shores keeps at the store to keep from being stole. And Lucy wore clothes she found in trunks and her hair in curl papers and her cold cream gloves. They certainly was a sight, and Grandma Mullins laughed as hard as anyone over them. Mr. Sperrit drove him to the train, and Hiram says he's going to spend $2 a day right along till he comes back. So I guess Lucy'll have a good time for once in her life. And Grandma Mullins walked back with me, and not one word of Hiram did she speak. She was all Polly and the deacon. She said it wasn't in reason, as Polly could imagine him with hair, and she said she was thinking very seriously of giving her a piece of his hair as she's got for a wedding present. She said Polly'd never know what he was like the night that he gave her that hair. She said the moon was shining and the frogs were croaking, and she kind of choked. She says she can't smell a marsh to this day without seeing the deacon giving her a piece of that hair. I cheered her up all I could. I told her anyhow he couldn't give Polly a piece of his hair if he died for it. She smiled a weak smile and went on up to Mrs. Brown's. Mrs. Brown's asked her to stay with her a day or two. Mrs. Brown has her faults, but nobody can deny she's got a good heart. In fact, sometimes I think Mrs. Brown's good heart is about the worst fault she's got. I knowed it led her to do very foolish things time and again, things as I thank my star I never think of doing, not in this world.
Mrs. Lathrop shifted her elbows a little. Susan withdrew it at once from the fence.
I must go in, she said. Tomorrow's going to be more than a full day. There's Polly's wedding, and then in the evening Mr. Weskin is coming up. You needn't look surprised, Mrs. Lathrop, because I've thought the subject over up and down and hind end foremost, and there ain't nothing left for me to do. I can't sell nothing else, and I've got to have money, so I'm going to let go of one of those bonds as Father left me. There ain't no way out of it. I told Mr. Weskin I'd expect him at sharp 8 on sharp business, and he'll come. And I must go as a consequence. Good night.
Polly Allen's wedding took place the next day, and Mrs. Lathrop came out on her front piazza about 5:30 to wait for her share in the event. The sight of Mrs. Brown going by with her head bound up in a white cloth, accompanied by Grandma Mullins with both hands similarly treated, was the first inkling the stay-at-home had that strange doings had been lately done. Susan came next, and Susan was a sight. Not only did her ears stand up with a size and conspicuousness never inherited from either her father or her mother, but also her right eye was completely closed, and she walked lame.
Lord have mercy,
cried Mrs. Lathrop, when the full force of her friend's affliction effected its complete entrance into her brain.
Why, Susan, what? Mrs. Lathrop, said Miss Clegg, all I can say is I come out better than most of 'em, and if you could see Sam Dury or Mr. Kimball or the minister, you'd know I'd spoke the truth. The deacon and Polly is both in bed and can't see how each other looks, and them as has an eye is going to tend them as can't see at all, and God help 'em all if young Dr. Brown and the mud run dry.
With which pious ejaculation Susan painfully mounted the steps and sat down with exceeding gentleness upon the chair. Mrs. Lathrop stared at her in dumb and wholly bewildered amazement. After a while Miss Clegg continued.
It was all the deacon's fault. Him and Polly was so dead set on being fashionable and being a contrast to Hiram and Lucy, and I hope tonight as they lay there all puffed up as they'll reflect on their folly and think a little on how the rest of us didn't care rhyme or reason, for folly's got no choice but to puff up too. Mrs. Jilkins is awful mad. She says Mr. Jilkins wanted to wear his straw hat anyhow, and she says she always has hated his silk hat 'cause it reminds her when she was young and foolish enough to be willing to go and marry into a family as was foolish enough to marry into Deacon White. Mrs. Jilkins is extra hot because she got one in the neck. But my own idea is as Polly Allen's wedding was the silliest doin's as I ever see from the beginning, and the end won't no more than might have been expected, all things considered. When I got to the church, what do you think was the first thing as I see, Mrs. Lathrop?
Well, you'd never guess till Kingdom Come, so I might as well tell you. It was Ed and Sam Dury and Henry Ward Beecher and Johnny standing there waiting to show us to our pews like we didn't know our own pews after sitting in them for all our lifetimes. I just shook my head and walked to my pew, and there, if it wasn't looped shut with a daisy chain. Well, Mrs. Lathrop, I wish you could have been there to have felt for me, for I may remark as a cyclone is a caterpillar wove up in itself beside my face when I see myself daisy-chained out of my own pew by Polly Allen. Ed was behind me, and he whispered, "That's reserved for the family." I give him one look, and I will state, Mrs. Lathrop, as he wilted. It didn't take me long to break that daisy chain and sit down in that pew, and I can assure you as no one asked me to get up again. Mrs. Jilkins's cousins from Maidville come and looked at me sitting there, but I give them just one look back, and they went and sat with Mrs. Macy themselves. A good many other folk was as surprised as me over where they had to sit, but we soon had other surprises as they took the taste of the first clean out of our mouths. Just as Mrs. Davison began to play the organ, Ed and Johnny come down with 2 clotheslines wound round with clematis and tied us all in where we sat. Then they went back, and we all stayed still and couldn't but wonder what under the sun was to be done with us next. But we didn't have long to wait, and I will say as anything to beat Polly's ideas I never see, no, nor no one else neither. Long down the aisle, 2 and 2, and hand in hand, like they thought they was something pretty to look at, come Ed and Johnny and Henry Ward Beecher and Sam Dury, and I vow and declare, Mrs. Lathrop, I never was so nigh to laughing in church in all my life. They know they was funny, too, and their mouths and eyes was tight set sober, but someone in the back just had to giggle, and when we heard it, we knew it was things as wasn't much any other day as would use us up this day, sure. They stopped in front and lined up 2 on a side, and then for all the world like it was a machine play, the little door opened and out come the minister and solemnly walked down to between 'em. I must say we was all more than a little disappointed at its only being the minister, and he must have felt our feelings, for he began to cough and clear up his throat and his little desk all at once. Then Mrs. Davison jerked out the loud stop and began to play for all she was worth, and the door behind banged and everyone turned around to see. Well, Mrs. Lathrop, we saw. And I will in truth remark as such a sawin' we'll never probably get a chance to do again. Mrs. Sweet says they practiced it over 4 times at the church, so they can't deny as they meant it all, and you might lay me crossways and cut me into chipped beef, and I still would declare as I wouldn't have the face to own to having had any hand in planning any such wedding. First come Liza Emily and Rachel Rebecca hand in hand carrying daisies, of all things in the world to take to a wedding. And then come Brunhilde Susan with a daisy chain around her neck and her belt stuck full of daisies. And you can believe me or not, just as you please, Mrs. Lathrop, and still it won't help matters any. And a daisy stuck in every button down her back, and daisies tangled up in her hair, and a bunch of daisies under one arm. Well, we was nigh to overcome by Brunhilde Susan, but we drawed some fresh breath and kept on looking, and next come Polly and Mr. Allen. I will say for Mr. Allen as he seemed to feel the ridiculousness of it all, for a redder man I never see, nor one as looked more uncomfortable. He was daisied too, had 3 in his buttonhole, but what took us all was the way him and Polly walked. I bet no people getting married ever zigzagged like that before. And Mrs. Sweet says they practiced it by counting 2 and then swinging out to one side, then counting 2 and swinging out to the other. She watched them out of her attic window down through the broke blind to the church. Well, all I can say is that to my order of thinking, counting and swinging is a pretty frame of mind to get a husband in. But so it was, and we was all staring our eyes off to beat the band when the little door opened, and to crown everything else, out come the deacon and Mr. Jilkins, each with a daisy and a silk hat, and I will remark, Mrs. Lathrop, as newborn kittens as blood-red murderers compared to how innocent that hat of Mr. Jilkins looked. Anyone could see as it wasn't new, but he wasn't new either as far as that goes, and that was what struck me in the particular about the whole thing. Nothing and nobody wasn't any different only for Polly's foolishness and the daisies. Well, they sorted out and begun to get married, and us all sitting looking on and no more guessing what was coming next than a ant looks for a morning paper. The minister was getting most through, and the deacon was getting out the ring, and we was all looking to get up and out pretty quick, when my heavens alive, Mrs. Lathrop, I never will forget that minute, when Mr. Jilkins, poor man, he's suffering enough for it, Lord knows, when Mr. Jilkins dropped his hat. That very next second, him and Ed and Brunhilde Susan all hopped up and yelled at once, and the next thing we see was the minister dropping his book and grabbing his arm, and the deacon trying madly to do himself up in Polly's veil. We would have been all glum petrified at such goings on any other day, only by that time the last one of us was feeling to hop and grab and yell on his own account. Grandma Mullins was trying to slap herself with the seat cushion, and the way the daisies flew as folks went over and under that clematis rope was a caution. I got out as quick as But what? Interrupted Mrs. Lathrop, her eyes fairly marble-like in their redundant curiosity. It was wasps, said Susan. It was a young wasp's nest in Mr. Jilkins's hat. Seems they carried their hats to church in their hands 'cause Polly didn't want no red rings round them, and so he never suspected nothing till he dropped it. And poor little Brunhilde Susan in them short skirts of hers, she might as well have wore a beehive as to be like she is now. I got off easy, and you can look at me and figure out what them as got it hard has got on them. Young Dr. Brown, he went right to work with mud and Polly's veil and plastered them over as fast as they could get into Mrs. Sweet's. Mrs. Sweet was mighty obliging, and turned 2 flower beds inside out and let everyone scoop with her kitchen spoons, besides running around herself like she was a slave getting paid. They took the deacon and Polly right to their own house. They can't see one another anyhow, and they's most all married anyway, so it didn't seem worth the while to wait till the minister gets the use of his upper lip again. Why? Interrogated Mrs. Lathrop. Young Dr. Brown wanted to, said Susan. He wanted to fill my ears with mud and my eye too, but I didn't feel to have it done. You can't die of wasp bills, and you can of young Dr. Brown's, leastways when you ain't got no money to pay him like I ain't got just at present. It's, said Mrs. Lathrop. Yes, said Susan. It struck me that way too. This seems to be a very unlucky town. Anything as comes seems to catch us all in a bunch. The cow most lamed the whole community, and the automobile most broke its back. Time'll tell what'll be the result of these wasps, but there won't be no church Sunday for one thing, I know. And it ain't the least of my woes, Miss Lathrop, to think I've got to sit and smile on Mr. Weskin tonight from between 2 such ears as I got, for a man is a man, and it can't be denied as a woman as his manly ears ain't beguiling. Besides, I may in confidence state to you, Mrs. Lathrop, as one as buzzed around my head wasn't really no wasp at all in comparison to the other as got under my skirts. Mrs. Lathrop's eyes were full of sincere condolence. She did not even imagine a smile as she gazed upon her afflicted friend. I must go, said the latter, rising with a groan. Seems like I never will reach the bottom of my troubles this year. I keep thinking there's nothing left, and then get a wasp at each end at once. Well, I'll come over when Mr. Weskin goes, if I have the strength. Then she limped home. It was about 9 that night when she returned and pounded vigorously on her friend's window pane. Mrs. Lathrop woke from her rocker nap, went to the window, and opened it. Susan stood below, and the moon illuminated her smile and her ears with its most silvery beams. He's just gone, she announced. Yes, said Mrs. Lathrop, rubbing her eyes. He's gone. I come over to tell you. What? Said Mrs. Lathrop. I wouldn't care if my ears were as big as an elephant's now. Why? Said Mrs. Lathrop. Mrs. Lathrop, You know as I took them bonds straight after Father died and locked 'em up, and I ain't never unlocked 'em since?" Mrs. Lathrop assented with a single rapt nod. "Well, when I explained to Mr. Weskin as I've got to have money and how was the best way to sell a bond, he just looked at me, and what do you think he said? What do you think he said, Mrs. Lathrop?"
Mrs. Lathrop hung far out over the window-sill. Her gaze was the gaze of the ever earnest and interested. Susan stood below. Her face was aglow with the joy of the affluent. Her very voice might have been for once entitled as silvery.
"He said, Mrs. Lathrop, he said, Miss Clegg, why don't you go down to the bank and cut your coupons?"
End of The Wolf at Susan's Door. Reading by Marty Criss.
Section 10 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two prisoners at the bar who endeavored to plead for themselves with tact and wisdom. One concealed certain facts prejudicial to his cause, upon which the judge said, "If you had confessed the truth, it would have biased me in your favor. As it is, I condemn you to punishment." The other stated his case with absolute truth and sincerity, concealing nothing, and the result was that he was condemned for his misdemeanors. Morals. This fable teaches that honesty is the best policy, and that the truth should not be spoken at all times. End of The Two Prisoners. Recording by Katine.
Section 11 of Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Modern Advantage by Charlotte Becker. One morning when the sun shone bright, and all the earth was fair, I met a little city child whose ravings rent the air. "I lucidly can penetrate the which," I heard him say. "The how is wonderfully come to clear the limpid way. The sentence rarely rose and fell from ceiling to the floor. Her words were spotlessly arranged, she gave me strangely more." "What troubles you, my little man?" I dared to ask him then. He fixed me with a subtle stare, and said, "Most clearly, when You see I'm occupied, 'tis rude To question of my aims. I'm going to the adverb school Of Mr. Henry James." End of A Modern Advantage. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 12 of The Wit and Humor of America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Raggedy Man by James Whitcomb Riley. Oh, the Raggedy Man, he works for Pa, and he's the goodest man ever you saw. He comes to our house every day, and waters the horses and feeds 'em hay. And he opens the shed, and we allus laugh when he drives out our little old wobbly calf. And then, if our hired girl says he can, he milks the cow for 'Lizabeth Ann. Ain't he a awful good Raggedy Man? Raggedy, Raggedy, Raggedy Man. Why, the Raggedy Man, he is so good, he splits the kindlin' and chops the wood. And then he spades in our garden, too, and does most things that boys can't do. He clumbed up clean in our big tree, and shook the apple down for me, and Northern, too, for 'Lizabeth Ann, and Northern, too, for the Raggedy Man. Ain't he a awful kind Raggedy Man? Raggedy, Raggedy, Raggedy Man. And the Raggedy Man, he knows most rhymes, and tells them if I be good sometimes. Knows about giants and griffins and elves, and the squig-a-dum squeeze that swallers theirselves. And right by the pump in our pasture lot, he showed me the hole that the wonks is got. It lives way deep in the ground and can turn into me or Elizabeth Ann. Ain't he a funny old raggedy man? Raggedy, raggedy, raggedy man. The Raggedy Man, one time when he was making a little bow and orry for me, says, when you're big like your pa is, ere you go to keep a fine store like his, and be a rich merchant and wear fine clothes, what air you going to be, goodness knows. And then he laughed at Lisbeth Ann, and I says, I'm going to be a Raggedy Man. I'm just going to be a nice Raggedy Man. Raggedy, raggedy, raggedy man. End of section 12. The Raggedy Man by James Whitcomb Riley. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 13 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Modern Eclogue by Bliss Carman. She. If you were a ferryman at Charon's ford, and I came down the bank and called to you, waved you my hand and asked to come aboard, and threw you kisses there, what would you do? Would there be such a crowd of other girls, pleading and pale and lonely as the sea, you'd growl in your old beard, and shake your curls, and say there was no room for little me? Would you remember each of them in turn, put all your faded fancies in the bow, and all the rest before you in the stern, and row them out with panic on your brow? If I came down and offered you my fare, and more beside, could you refuse me there? He. If I were ferryman in Charon's place, and ran that crazy scow with perilous skill, I should be so worn out with keeping trace of gibbering ghosts, and bidding them sit still. If you should come, with daisies in your hands, strewing their petals on the sombre stream. He will come, and he won't come, down the lands of pallid reverie and ghostly dream. I would let every clamoring shape stand there, and give its shadowy lungs free vent in vain, while you, with earthly roses in your hair, and I, grown young at sight of you again, went down the stream once more at 7:30, to find some brand new continent of heaven. End of A Modern Eclogue.
Section 14 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denny Sayers. A Cable Car Preacher by Sam Walter Foss. 'Tis strange how thoughtless people are, a man said in a cable car. How careless and how thoughtless, said the loud man in the cable car. And then the man with one lame leg said softly, Pardon me, I beg, for your valise is on my knee. It's sore, said he of one lame leg. A woman then came in with twins, and stumbled o'er the loud man's shins, and she was tired half to death, this woman who came in with twins. And then the man with one lame leg said, Madam, take my seat, I beg. She sat with her vociferant twins, and thanked the man of one lame leg. 'Tis strange how selfish people are, they carry boorishness so far. How selfish, careless, thoughtless, said the loud man of the cable car. A man, then, with the lung complaint, grew dizzy and began to faint. He reeled and swayed from side to side, this poor man with the lung complaint. The woman who came in with twins said, You can hardly keep your pens. Pray, take my seat. He sat and thanked the woman who came in with twins. The loud man once again began to curse the selfishness of man. Our lack of manners he bewailed with vigor, did this loud man. But still the loud man kept his seat. A blind man stumbled o'er his feet. The loud man preached on selfishness, and preached and preached, and kept his seat. The poor man with the lung complaint stood up, a brave, heroic saint, and to the blind man, "Take my seat," said he who had the lung complaint. The loud man preached on selfish sins. The woman who came in with twins, the poor man with the lung complaint, stood while he preached on selfish sins. And still the man with one lame leg stood there on his imperfect peg, and heard the screed on selfish sins, this patient man with one lame leg. The loud man of the cable car sat still and preached, and travelled far. The blind man spake no word unto the loud man of the cable car. The lame-legged man looked reconciled, and she with twins her grief beguiled. The poor man with the lung complaint all stood, and sweetly, sadly, smiled. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. How to Know the Wild Animals by Carolyn Wells. If ever you should go by chance to jungles in the East, and if there should to you advance a large and tawny beast, if he roar at you as you're dyin', you'll know it is the Asian lion. If, when in India loafing round, a noble wild beast meets you, with dark stripes on a yellow ground, just notice if he eats you. This simple rule may help you learn the Bengal tiger to discern. When strolling forth a beast you view whose hide with spots is peppered, as soon as it has leapt on you, you'll know it is the leopard. 'Twill do no good to roar with pain, he'll only leap, and leap again. If you are sauntering round your yard and meet a creature there who hugs you very, very hard, you'll know it is the bear. If you have any doubt, I guess he'll give you just one more caress. Whene'er a quadruped you view attached to any tree, it may be 'tis the wanderoo, or yet the chimpanzee. If right side up, it may be both. If upside down, it is the sloth. Though to distinguish beasts of prey a novice might nonplus, yet from the crocodile you may tell the hyena thus: 'tis the hyena if it smile; if weeping, 'tis the crocodile. The true chameleon is small, a lizard sort of thing. He hasn't any ears at all, and not a single wing. If there is nothing on the tree, 'tis the chameleon you see. End of How to Know the Wild Animals. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section number 16 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Imke Stevens. I Remember, by Phoebe Cary. I remember, the house where I was wed, and the little room from which that night my smiling bride was led. She didn't come a wink too soon, nor make too long a stay, but now I often wish her folks had kept the girl away. I remember her dresses red and white, her bonnets and her caps and cloaks, they cost an awful sight. The corner lot on which I built, and where my brother met at first my wife one washing day, that man is single yet. I remember where I was used to court, and thought that all of married life was just such pleasant sport. My spirit flew in feathers then, no care was on my brow. I scarce could wait to shut the gate, I'm not so anxious now. I remember, my dear one's smile and sigh. I used to think her tender heart was close against the sky. It was a childish ignorance, but now it soothes me not to know I'm farther off from heaven than when she wasn't got. End of I Remember, recording by Imke Stevens.
Section 17 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Coupon Bonds by J.T. Trowbridge. Mr. and Mrs. Ducklow have secretly purchased bonds with money that should have been given to their adopted son Reuben, who has sacrificed his health in serving his country as a soldier, and, going to visit Reuben on the morning of his return home, they hide the bonds under the carpet of the sitting room, and leave the house in charge of Taddy, another adopted son. Mr. Ducklow had scarcely turned the corner of the street when, looking anxiously in the direction of his homestead, he saw a column of smoke. It was directly over the spot where he knew his house to be situated. He guessed at a glance what had happened. The frightful catastrophe he foreboded had befallen. Taddy had set the house afire. "Them bonds! Them bonds!" he exclaimed distractedly. He did not think so much of the house. House and furniture were insured. If they were burned the inconvenience would be great indeed, and at any other time the thought of such an event would have been a sufficient cause for trepidation. But now his chief, his only anxiety was the bonds. They were not insured. They would be a dead loss. And what added sharpness to his pangs, they would be a loss which he must keep a secret, as he had kept their existence a secret, a loss which he could not confess, and of which he could not complain. Had he not just given his neighbors to understand that he had no such property? And his wife, was she not at that very moment, if not serving up a lie upon the subject, at least paring the truth very thin indeed? "A man would think," observed Ferring, "that Ducklow had some of them bonds on his hands, and got scairt, he took such a sudden start. He has, hasn't he, Mrs. Ducklow?" "Has what?" said Mrs. Ducklow, pretending ignorance. "Some o' them cowpawn bonds. I rather guess he's got some." "You mean government bonds? Ducklow got some? 'Tain't at all likely he'd speculate in them without saying something to me about it. No, he couldn't have any without my knowing it, I'm sure." How demure, how innocent she looked, plying her knitting needle and stopping to take up a stitch! How little at that moment she knew of Ducklow's trouble and its terrible cause! Ducklow's first impulse was to drive on and endeavor at all hazards to snatch the bonds from the flames. His next was to return and alarm his neighbors and obtain their assistance. But a minute's delay might be fatal, so he drove on, screaming "Fire! Fire!" at the top of his voice. But the old mare was a slow-footed animal, and Ducklow had no whip. He reached forward and struck her with the reins. "Get up! Get up! Fire! Fire!" screamed Ducklow. "Oh, them bonds! Them bonds! Why didn't I give the money to Reuben? Fire! Fire! Fire!" By dint of screaming and slapping, he urged her from a trot into a gallop, which was scarcely an improvement as to speed, and certainly not as to grace. It was like the gallop of an old cow. "Why don't ye go 'long?" he cried despairingly. Slap! Slap! He knocked his own hat off with the loose end of the reins. It fell under the wheels. He cast one look behind, to satisfy himself that it had been very thoroughly run over, and crushed into the dirt, and left to its fate. Slap! Slap! Fire! Fire! Canter! 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 Neighbors looked out of their windows, and, recognizing Ducklow's wagon and old mare in such an astonishing plight, and Ducklow himself without his hat, rising from his seat and reaching forward in wild attitudes, brandishing the reins, and at the same time rending the azure with yells, thought he must be insane. He drove to the top of the hill, and, looking beyond in expectation of seeing his house wrapped in flames, discovered that the smoke proceeded from a brush heap which his neighbor Atkins was burning in a field near by. The revulsion of feeling that ensued was almost too much for the excitable Ducklow. His strength went out of him. For a little while there seemed to be nothing left of him but tremor and cold sweat. Difficult as it had been to get the old mare in motion, it was now even more difficult to stop her. "Why, what has got into Ducklow's old mare? She's running away with him! Who ever heard of such a thing?" And Atkins, watching the ludicrous spectacle from his field, became almost as weak from laughter as Ducklow was from the effects of fear. At length Ducklow succeeded in checking the old mare's speed and in turning her about. It was necessary to drive back for his hat. By this time he could hear a chorus of shouts, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" over the hill. He had aroused the neighbors as he passed, and now they were flocking to extinguish the flames. "A false alarm! A false alarm!" said Ducklow, looking marvellously sheepish as he met them. "Nothing but Atkins's brush heap." "Seems to me you ought to have found that out 'fore you raised all creation with your yells," said one hyperbolical fellow. "You look like the Flying Dutchman. This your hat? I thought 'twas a dead cat in the road. No fire! No fire!" turning back to his comrades. "Only one of Ducklow's jokes." Nevertheless, 2 or 3 boys there were who would not be convinced, but continued to leap up, swing their caps, and scream "Fire!" against all remonstrance. Ducklow did not wait to enter his explanations, but, turning the old mare about again, drove home amid the laughter of the bystanders and the screams of the misguided youngsters. As he approached the house he met Taddy rushing wildly up the street. "Thaddeus! Thaddeus! Where you going, Thaddeus?" "Going to the fire!" cried Taddy. "There isn't any fire, boy." "Yes, there is. Didn't you hear 'em? They've been yelling like fury. It's nothing but Atkins's brush." "That all?" And Taddy appeared very much disappointed. "I thought there was going to be some fun. I wonder who was such a fool as to yell fire just for a darned old brush heap." Ducklow did not inform him. "I've got to drive over to town and get Reuben's trunk. You stand by the mare while I step in and brush my hat." Instead of applying himself at once to the restoration of his beaver, he hastened to the sitting room to see that the bonds were safe. "Heavens and 'arth!" said Ducklow. The chair, which had been carefully planted in the spot where they were concealed, had been removed. 3 or 4 tacks had been taken out, and the carpet pushed from the wall. There was straw scattered about. Evidently Taddy had been interrupted in the midst of his ransacking by the alarm of fire. Indeed, he was even now creeping into the house to see what notice Ducklow would take of these evidences of his mischief. In great trepidation the farmer thrust his hand here and there, and groped until he found the envelope precisely where it had been placed the night before, with the tape tied around it, which his wife had put on to prevent its contents from slipping out and losing themselves. Great was the joy of Ducklow. Great also was the wrath of him when he turned and discovered Taddy. "Didn't I tell you to stand by the old mare?" "She won't stir," said Taddy, shrinking away again. "Come here!" And Ducklow grasped him by the collar. "What have you been doing? Look at that!" "'Twa'n't me," beginning to whimper and ram his fist into his eye. "Don't tell me 'twa'n't you!" Ducklow shook him till his teeth chattered. "What was you pulling up the carpet for?" "Lost a marble," snivelled Taddy. "Lost a marble! You didn't lose it under the carpet, did ye? Look at all that straw pulled out," shaking him again. "Didn't know but it might 'a' got under the carpet. Marbles roll so," explained Taddy as soon as he could get his breath. "Wal, sir!" Ducklow administered a resounding box on his ear. Don't you do such a thing again if you lose 1,000,000 marbles." "Ain't got 1,000,000," Taddy wept, rubbing his cheek. "Ain't got but 4. Won't ye buy me some to day?" "Go to that mare, and don't you leave her again till I come, or I'll marble ye in a way you won't like." Understanding by this somewhat equivocal form of expression that flagellation was threatened, Taddy obeyed, still feeling his smarting and burning ear. Ducklow was in trouble. What should he do with the bonds? The floor was no place for them after what had happened, and he remembered too well the experience of yesterday to think for a moment of carrying them about his person. With unreasonable impatience his mind reverted to Mrs. Ducklow. "Why ain't she home? These women are forever a gaddin'. I wish Reuben's trunk was in Jericho." Thinking of the trunk reminded him of one in the garret, filled with old papers of all sorts, newspapers, letters, bills of sale, children's writing books, accumulations of the past quarter of a century. Neither fire nor burglar nor ransacking youngster had ever molested those ancient records during all those 25 years. A bright thought struck him. "I'll slip the bonds down into that worthless heap o' rubbish, where no one'll ever think o' lookin' for 'em, and resk 'em." Having assured himself that Taddy was standing by the wagon, he paid a hasty visit to the trunk in the garret, and concealed the envelope, still bound in its band of tape, among the papers. He then drove away, giving Taddy a final charge to beware of setting anything afire. He had driven about half a mile when he met a peddler. There was nothing unusual or alarming in such a circumstance, surely, but as Ducklow kept on, it troubled him. "He'll stop to the house now, most likely, and want to trade. Finding nobody but Taddy, there's no knowin' what he'll be tempted to do. But I ain't a goin' to worry. I'll defy anybody to find them bonds. Besides, she may be home by this time. I guess she'll hear of the fire alarm and hurry home. It'll be just like her. She'll be there and trade with the peddler," thought Ducklow uneasily. Then a frightful fancy possessed him. "She has threatened 2 or 3 times to sell that old trunk full of papers. He'll offer a big price for 'em, and 10 to 1 she'll let him have 'em. Why didn't I think on't? What a stupid blunderbuss I be!" As Ducklow thought of it, he felt almost certain that Mrs. Ducklow had returned home, and that she was bargaining with the peddler at that moment. He fancied her smilingly receiving bright tinware for the old papers, and he could see the tape-tied envelope going into the bag with the rest. The result was that he turned about and whipped his old mare home again in terrific haste to catch the departing peddler. Arriving, he found the house as he had left it, and Taddy occupied in making a kite frame. "Did that peddler stop here? I ain't seen no peddler. And hain't your Ma Ducklow been home nuther?" "No." And with a guilty look Taddy put the kite frame behind him. Ducklow considered. The peddler had turned up a cross street. He would probably turn down again and stop at the house, after all. Mrs. Ducklow might by that time be at home. Then the sale of old papers would be very likely to take place. Ducklow thought of leaving word that he did not wish any old papers in the house to be sold, but feared lest the request might excite Taddy's suspicions. "I don't see no way but for me to take the bonds with me," thought he, with an inward groan. He accordingly went to the garret, took the envelope out of the trunk, and placed it in the breast pocket of his overcoat, to which he pinned it, to prevent it by any chance from getting out. He used 6 large, strong pins for the purpose, and was afterwards sorry he did not use 7. "There's suthin' losin' out o' your pocket!" bawled Taddy as he was once more mounting the wagon. Quick as lightning Ducklow clapped his hand to his breast. In doing so he loosed his hold of the wagon box and fell, raking his shin badly on the wheel. "Your side pockets! It's one o' your mittens!" said Taddy. "You rascal! How you scared me!" Seating himself in the wagon, Ducklow gently pulled up his trousers leg to look at the bruised part. "Got anything in your boot leg to day, Pa Ducklow?" asked Taddy innocently. "Yes, A barked shin, all on your account, too. Go and put that straw back, and fix the carpet, and don't ye let me hear ye speak of my bootleg again, or I'll bootleg ye." So saying, Ducklow departed. Instead of repairing the mischief he had done in the sitting room, Taddy devoted his time and talents to the more interesting occupation of constructing his kite frame. He worked at that until Mr. Grantly, the minister, driving by, stopped to inquire how the folks were. "Ain't to home. May I ride?" cried Taddy, all in a breath. Mr. Grantly was an indulgent old gentleman, fond of children, so he said, "Jump in," and in a minute Taddy had scrambled to a seat by his side. And now occurred a circumstance which Ducklow had foreseen. The alarm of fire had reached Reuben's, and although the report of its falseness followed immediately, Mrs. Ducklow's inflammable fancy was so kindled by it that she could find no comfort in prolonging her visit. "Mr. Ducklow'll be goin' for the trunk, and I must go home and see to things. Taddy's such a fellow for mischief. I can foot it. I shan't mind it." And off she started, walking herself out of breath in anxiety. She reached the brow of the hill just in time to see a chaise drive away from her own door. "Who can that be? I wonder if Taddy's there to guard the house, if anything should happen to them bonds." Out of breath as she was, she quickened her pace and trudged on, flushed, perspiring, panting, until she reached the house. "Thaddeus!" she called. No Taddy answered. She went in. The house was deserted, and lo, the carpet torn up, and the bonds abstracted. Mr. Ducklow never would have made such work removing the bonds. Then somebody else must have taken them, she reasoned. "A man in the chaise!" or rather made an effort to exclaim, succeeding only in bringing forth a hoarse, gasping sound. Fear dried up articulation. Vox faucibus haesit. And Taddy, he had disappeared, been murdered perhaps, or gagged and carried away by the man in the chaise. Mrs. Ducklow flew hither and thither, to use a favorite phrase of her own, like a hen with her head cut off, then rushed out of the house and up the street, screaming after the chaise, "Murder! Murder! Stop thief! Stop thief!" She waved her hands aloft in the air frantically. If she had trudged before, now she trotted, now she cantered. But if the cantering of the old mare was fitly likened to that of a cow, to what thing, to what manner of motion under the sun, shall we liken the cantering of Mrs. Ducklow? It was original. It was unique. It was prodigious. Now, with her frantically waving hands and all her undulating and flapping skirts, she seemed a species of huge, unwieldy bird attempting to fly. Then she sank down into a heavy, dragging walk, breath and strength all gone, no voice left even to scream murder. Then the awful realization of the loss of the bonds once more rushing over her, she started up again, half running, half flying. What progress she made! Then Atkins's dog saw her, and, naturally mistaking her for a prodigy, came out at her, bristling up and bounding and barking terrifically. "Come here!" cried Atkins, following the dog. "What's the matter? What's to pay, Mrs. Ducklow?" Attempting to speak, the good woman could only pant and wheeze. "Robbed!" she at last managed to whisper, amid the yelpings of the cur that refused to be silenced. "Robbed? How? Who?" "The chaise! Catch it!" Her gestures expressed more than her words, and Atkins's horse and wagon, with which he had been drawing out brush, being in the yard near by, he ran to them, leaped to the seat, drove into the road, took Mrs. Ducklow aboard, and set out in vigorous pursuit of the slow two wheeled vehicle. "Stop, you, sir! Stop, you, sir!" shrieked Mrs. Ducklow, having recovered her breath by the time they came up with the chaise. It stopped, and Mr. Grantly, the minister, put out his good natured, surprised face. "You've robbed my house! You've took—" Mrs. Ducklow was going on in wild, accusatory accents when she recognized the benign countenance. "What do you say? I have robbed you!" he exclaimed, very much astonished. "No, no, not you! You wouldn't do such a thing," she stammered forth, while Atkins, who had laughed himself weak at Mr. Ducklow's plight earlier in the morning, now laughed himself into a side ache at Mrs. Ducklow's ludicrous mistake. "But did you stop at my house? Have you seen our Thaddeus?" "Here I be, Ma Ducklow," piped a small voice, and Taddy, who had till then remained hidden, fearing punishment, peeped out of the chaise from behind the broad back of the minister. "Taddy! Taddy! How came the carpet?" "I pulled it up huntin' for a marble," said Taddy, as she paused, overmastered by her emotions. "And the thing tied up in brown paper? Pa Ducklow took it." "Ye sure?" "Yes, I seen him." "Oh, dear!" said Mrs. Ducklow. "I never was so beat. Mr. Grantly, I hope excuse me. I didn't know what I was about. Taddy, you naughty boy, what did ye leave the house for? Be ye quite sure, Pa Ducklow?" Taddy replied that he was quite sure, as he climbed from the chaise into Atkins's wagon. The minister smilingly remarked that he hoped she would find no robbery had been committed, and went his way, Atkins driving back and setting her and Taddy down at the Ducklow gate, answered her embarrassed "Much obleeged to you," with a sincere "Not at all," considering the fun he had had a sufficient compensation for his trouble. And thus ended the morning adventures, with the exception of an unimportant episode in which Taddy, Mrs. Ducklow, and Mrs. Ducklow's rattan were the principal actors. End of the Coupon Bonds. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, February, 2011.
Section 18 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Romero. The Shooting Match by A. B. Longstreet. Shooting matches are probably nearly coeval with the colonization of Georgia. They are still common throughout the southern states, though they are not as common as they were 25 or 30 years ago. Chance led me to one about a year ago. I was traveling in one of the northeastern counties when I overtook a swarthy, bright-eyed, smirky little fellow riding a small pony and bearing on his shoulder a long, heavy rifle, which, judging from its looks, I should say had done its service in Morgan's Corps. "Good morning, sir," said I, reining up my horse as I came beside him. "How goes it, stranger?" said he, with a tone of independence and self-confidence that awakened my curiosity to know a little of his character. "Going driving?" inquired I. "Not exactly," replied he, surveying my horse with a quizzical smile. "I haven't been a-driving by myself for a year or two, and my nose has got so bad lately I can't carry a cold trail without hounds to help me." Alone, and without hounds as he was, the question was a rather silly one, but it answered the purpose for which it was put, which was only to draw him into conversation, and I proceeded to make a decent as retreat as I could. "I didn't know," said I, "but that you were going to meet the huntsman or going to your stand." "Ah, sure enough," rejoined he, "that mout be a bee, as the old woman said when she killed a wasp. It seems to me I ought to know you." "Well, if you ought, why don't you?" "What mout your name be?" "It might be anything," said I, with a borrowed wit, for I knew my man and knew what kind of conversation would please him most. "Well, what is it then?" "It is Hall," said I, "but you know it might as well have been anything else." "Pretty digging," said he. "I find you're not the fool I took you to be, so here's to a better acquaintance with you." "With all my heart," returned I, "but you must be as clever as I've been, and give me your name." "To be sure I will, my old coon. Take it, and welcome. Anything else about me you'd like to have?" "No," said I, "there's nothing else about you worth having." "Oh, yes, there is, stranger. Do you see this?" holding up his ponderous rifle with an ease that astonished me. "If you will go up with me to the shooting match, and see me knock out the bull's-eye with her a few times, you'll agree the old soap-stick's worth something when Billy Curlew puts his shoulder to her." This short sentence was replete with information to me. It taught me that my companion was Billy Curlew, that he was going to a shooting match, that he called his rifle the Soap Stick, and that he was very confident of winning beef with her, or, which is nearly but not quite the same thing, driving the cross with her. "Well," said I, "if the shooting match is not too far out of my way, I'll go to it with pleasure." "Unless your way lies through the woods from here," said Billy, "it'll not be much out of your way, for it's only a mile ahead of us, and there is no other road for you to take till you get there. And as that thing you're riding in ain't well suited to fast traveling among brushy knobs, I reckon you won't lose much by going by. I reckon you hardly ever was at a shooting match, stranger, from the cut of your coat." "Oh, yes," returned I, "many a time. I won beef at one when I was hardly old enough to hold a shotgun offhand." "Children don't go to shooting matches about here," said he, with a smile of incredulity. "I never heard of but one that did, and he was a little swinge cat. He was born a shooting, and killed squirrels before he was weaned." "Nor did I ever hear of but one," replied I, "and that one was myself." "And where did you win beef so young, stranger?" "At Barry Adams's." "Why, stop, stranger, let me look at you good. Is your name Lyman Hall?" "The very same," said I. "Well, dang my buttons if you ain't the very boy my daddy used to tell me about. I was too young to recollect you myself, but I've heard Daddy talk about you many a time. I believe Mammy's got a neck handkerchief now that Daddy won on your shooting at Colin Reed's store when you were hardly knee-high. Come along, Lyman, and I'll go my death upon you at the shooting match with the old soap stick at your shoulder." "Ah, Billy," said I, "the old soap stick will do much better at your own shoulder. It was my mother's notion that sent me to the shooting match at Barry Adams's, and to tell the truth, it was altogether a chance shot that made me win beef. But that wasn't generally known, and most everybody believed that I was carried there on account of my skill in shooting, and my fame was spread far and wide, I well remember. I remember, too, perfectly well, your father's bet on me at the store. He was at the shooting match, and nothing could make him believe but that I was a great shot with the rifle as well as a shotgun. Bet he would on me in spite of all I could say, though I assured him that I had never shot a rifle in my life. It so happened, too, that there were 2 bullets, or rather a bullet and a half, and so confident was your father in my skill that he made me shoot the half bullet, and strange to tell, by another chance shot, I like to have drove the cross and won his bet." "Now I know you're the very chap, for I heard Daddy tell that very thing about the half bullet. Don't say anything about it, Lyman, and darn my old shoes if I don't tear the lint off the boys with you at the shooting match. They'll never expect such a looking man as you are of knowing anything about a rifle. I'll risk your chance shots." I soon discovered that the father had eaten sour grapes, and the son's teeth were on edge, for Billy was just as incorrigibly obstinate in his belief of my dexterity with a rifle as his father had been before him. We soon reached the place appointed for the shooting match. It went by the name of Simms Crossroads, because here 2 roads intersected each other, and because from time to time that the first had been laid out, Archibald Simms had resided there. Archibald had been a justice of the peace in his day, and where is the man of his age in Georgia who has not? Consequently, he was called Squire Simms. It is the custom in this state, when a man has once acquired a title, civil or military, to force it upon him as long as he lives. Hence the countless number of titled personages who are introduced in these sketches. We stopped at the squire's door. Billy hastily dismounted, gave me the shake of the hand which he had been reluctantly reserving for a mile back, and leading me up to the squire, thus introduced me. "Uncle Archie, this is Lyman Hall, and for all you see him in these fine clothes, he's a swinge cat, a darn sight cleverer fellow than he looks to be. Wait till you see him lift the old soap stick and draw a bead upon the bull's eye. You gwine to see fun here to-day. Don't say nothing about it." "Well, Mr. Swinge Cat," said the squire, "here's to a better acquaintance with you," offering me his hand. "How goes it, Uncle Archie?" said I, taking his hand warmly, for I am always free and easy with those who are so with me, and in this course I rarely fail to please. "How's the old woman?" "Egad," said the squire, chuckling, "there, you're too hard for me. She died 22 years ago, and I haven't heard a word from her since." "What? And you never married again?"
"Never, as God's my judge."
A solemn asseveration, truly, upon so light a subject. "Well, that's not my fault."
"No, it's not mine, nither,"
said the squire. Here we were, interrupted by the cry of another rancy sniffle.
"Hello here! All you as do wish to put in for the shooting match, come on here, for the putting in's ready to begin."
About 60 persons, including mere spectators, had collected, the most of whom were more or less obedient to the call of Mealy Whitecotton, for that was the name of the self-constituted commander-in-chief. Some hastened and some loitered, as they desired to be first or last on the list, for they shoot in the order in which their names are entered. The beef was not present, nor is it ever upon such occasions, but several of the company had seen it, who all concurred in the opinion that it was a good beef, and well worth the price that was set upon it, $11. A general inquiry ran around in order to form some opinion as to the number of shots that would be taken, for of course the price of a shot is cheapened in proportion to the increase of that number. It was soon ascertained that not more than 20 persons would take chances, but these 20 agreed to take the number of shots at 25 cents each. The competitors now began to give their names, some for 1, some for 2, 3, and a few for as many as 4 shots. Billy Curlew hung back to the last, and when the list was offered to him, 5 shots remained undisposed of.
"How many shots left?" inquired Billy.
5, was the reply.
"Well, I take 'em all. Put down 4 shots to me, and 1 to Lyman Hall, paid for by William Curlew."
I was thunderstruck, not at his proposition to pay for my shot, because I knew that Billy meant it as a token of friendship, and that he would have been hurt if I had refused to let him do me this favor, but at the unexpected announcement of my name as a competitor for beef, at least 100 miles from the place of my residence. I was prepared for a challenge from Billy to some of his neighbors for a private match upon me, but not for this. I therefore protested against his putting in for me, and urged every reason to dissuade him from it that I could, without wounding his feelings.
"Put it down," said Billy, with the authority of an emperor, and with a look that spoke volumes intelligible to every bystander. "Reckon I don't know what I'm about." Then wheeling off and muttering in an under-self-confident tone, "Dang old Roper," continued he, "if he don't knock that cross to the north corner of creation and back again before a cat can lick her foot."
Had I been king of the cat tribe, they could not have regarded me with more curious attention than did the whole company from this moment. Every inch of me was examined with the nicest scrutiny, and some plainly expressed by their looks that they never would have taken me for such a bite. I saw no alternative but to throw myself upon a third chance shot, for though, by the rules of the sport, I would have been allowed to shoot by proxy, by all the rules of good breeding I was bound to shoot in person. It would have been unpardonable to disappoint the expectations which had been raised upon me. Unfortunately, too, for me, the match differed in one respect from those which I had been in the habit of attending in my younger days. In olden times the contest was carried on chiefly with shotguns, a generic term which in those days embraced 3 descriptions of firearms: Indian traders, a long, cheap, but sometimes excellent kind of gun that Mother Britain used to send hither for traffic with the Indians; the large musket; and the shotgun, properly so called. Rifles were, however, always permitted to compete with them under equitable restrictions. These were that they should be fired off-hand, while the shotguns were allowed a rest, the distance being equal, or that the distance should be 100 yards for a rifle to 60 for the shotgun, the mode of firing being equal. But this was a match of rifles exclusively, and these are by far the most common at this time. Most of the competitors fire at the same target, which is usually a board from 9 inches to a foot wide, charred on one side as black as it can be made by fire, without impairing materially the uniformity of its surface, on the darkened side of which is pegged a square piece of white paper, which is larger or smaller according to the distance at which it is to be placed from the marksman. This is almost invariably 60 yards, and for it the paper is reduced to about 2½ inches square. Out of the center of it is cut a rhombus of about the width of an inch, measured diagonally. This is the bull's-eye, or diamond, as the marksmen choose to call it, and the center of this is the cross. But every man is permitted to fix his target to his own taste, and accordingly some remove 1/4 of the paper, cutting from the center of the square to the 2 lower corners, so as to leave a large angle opening from the center downward, while others reduce the angle more or less, but it is rarely the case that all are not satisfied with one of these figures. The beef is divided into 5 prizes, or, as they are commonly termed, 5 quarters, the hide and tallow counting as 1. For several years after the Revolutionary War, a 6th was added, the lead, which was shot in the match. This was the prize of the 6th best shot, and it used to be carefully extracted from the board or tree in which it was lodged, and afterward remolded. But this grew out of the exigency of the times, and has, I believe, long since been abandoned everywhere. The 3 master shots and rivals were Moses Firmby, Larkin Spivey, and Billy Curlew, to whom was added upon this occasion, by common consent and with awful forebodings, your humble servant. The target was fixed at an elevation of about 3 feet from the ground, and the judges, Captain Turner and Squire Porter, took their stands by it, joined by about half the spectators. The first name on the catalogue was Mealy Whitecotton. Mealy stepped out, rifle in hand, and toed the mark. His rifle was about 3 inches longer than himself, and near enough to his own thickness to make the remark of Darby Chisholm, as he stepped out, tolerably appropriate. "Here comes the cornstalk and the sucker," said Darby. "Kiss my foot," said Mealy. "The way I'll creep into that bull's-eye's a fact." "You better creep into your hindsight," said Darby. Mealy raised and fired. "A pretty good shot, Mealy," said one. "Yes, a blamed good shot," said a second. "Well done, Meal," said a third. I was rejoiced when one of the company inquired, "Where is it?" For I could hardly believe they were founding these remarks upon the evidence of their senses. "Just on the right-hand side of the bull's-eye," was the reply. I looked with all the power of my eyes, but was unable to discover the least change in the surface of the paper. Their report, however, was true. So much keener is the vision of a practised than an unpractised eye. The next in order was Hiram Baugh. Hiram was like some racehorses which I've seen. He was too good not to contend for every prize, and too good for nothing ever to win one. "Gentlemen," said he, as he came to the mark, "I don't say that I'll win the beef, but my piece don't blow. I'll eat the paper, or mighty apt to do it, if you'll believe my racket. My powder are not good powder, gentlemen. I bought them from Zeb Daggett, and gin him $0.75 a pound for it. But it are not what I call good powder, gentlemen. But if old Buck Killer burns it clear, the boy you call Hiram Baugh's eats paper, or comes mighty near it." "Well, blaze away," said Mealy. "And be to you," said Zeb Daggett, "and your powder and Buck Killer, and your powder horn and shoot pouch to boot. How long you gwine stand there talking for you shoot?" "Never mind," said Hiram. "I can talk a little and shoot a little too, but that's nothing. Here goes." Hiram assumed the figure of a note of interrogation, took a long sight, and fired. "I've eat paper," said he, at the crack of the gun, without looking or seeming to look toward the target. "Buck Killer made a clear racket. Where am I, gentlemen?" "You're just between Mealy and the diamond," was the reply. "I said I'd eat paper, and I've done it. Haven't I, gentlemen?" "And s'pose you have," said Mealy, "what do you mount do? You'll not win beef, and never did." "But that as it mout be, I've beat Meal Cotton mighty easy, and the boy you call Hiram Baugh are able to do it." "And what do that mount do? Who the devil ain't able to beat Meal Cotton? I don't make no pretense of being nothing great, nohow, but you always makes out as if you were gwine to keep 'em making crosses for you constant, and then do nothing but eat paper at last. And that's a long way from eating beef, 'cording to Meal Cotton's notions, as you call him." Simon Stow was now called on. "Oh, Lord!" exclaimed 2 or 3. "Now we have it. It'll take him as long to shoot as it would take Squire Dobbins to run round a tract o' land." "Good-bye, boys," said Bob Martin. "Where are you going, Bob?" "Going to gather my crop. I'll be back again, though, by the time Simon Stow shoots." Simon was used to all this, and therefore it did not disconcert him in the least. He went off and brought his own target and set it up with his own hand. He then wiped out his rifle, rubbed the pan with his hat, drew a piece of tow through the touch hole with his wiper, filled his charger with great care, poured the powder into the rifle with equal caution, shoved in with his finger to the 2 or 3 vagrant grains that lodged around the mouth of the piece, took out a handful of bullets, looked them over all carefully, selected one without a flaw or wrinkle, drew out his patching, found the most even part of it, sprung open the grease box in the breech of his rifle, took up just so much grease, distributed it with great equality over the chosen part of his patching, laid it over the muzzle of his rifle, grease side down, placed his ball upon it, pressed it in a little, then took it up and turned the neck a little more perpendicularly downward, placed his knife handle on it, just buried it in the mouth of the rifle, cut off the redundant patching just above the bullet, looked at it, and shook his head in a token that he had cut off too much or too little, no one knew which, set down the ball, measured the contents of his gun with his first and second fingers on the protruding part of the ramrod, shook his head again to signify there was too much or too little powder, primed carefully, placed an arched piece of tin over the hind sight to shade it, took his place, got a friend to hold his hat over the foresight to shade it, took a very long sight, fired, and didn't even eat the paper. "My piece was badly loadened," said Simon, when he learned the place of his ball. "Oh, you didn't take time," said Mealy. "No man can shoot that's in such a hurry as you is. I'd hardly got to sleep 'fore I heard the crack of the gun." The next was Moses Firmby. He was a tall, slim man of rather sallow complexion, and it is a singular fact that though probably no part of the world is more healthy than the mountain parts of Georgia, the mountaineers have not generally robust frames or fine complexions. They are, however, almost inexhaustible by toil. Moses kept us not long in suspense. His rifle was already charged, and he fixed it upon the target with a steadiness of nerve and aim that was astonishing to me and alarming to all the rest. A few seconds, and the report of his rifle broke the death-like silence which prevailed. "No great harm done yet," said Spivey, manifestly relieved from anxiety by an event which seemed to me better calculated to produce despair. Firmby's ball had cut out the lower angle of the diamond directly on a right line with the cross. 3 or 4 followed him without betting his shot, all of whom, however, with one exception, eat the paper. It now came to Spivey's turn. There was nothing remarkable in his person or manner. He took his place, lowered his rifle slowly from a perpendicular until it came on a line with the mark, held it there like a vice for a moment, and fired.
"Pretty sevigrous, but nothing killing yet," said Billy Curlew as he learned the place of Spivey's ball.
Spivey's ball had just broken the upper angle of the diamond, beating Firmby about half its width. A few more shots, in which there was nothing remarkable, brought us to Billy Curlew. Billy stepped out with much confidence, and brought the soap stick to an order, while he deliberately rolled up his shirt sleeves. Had I judged Billy's chance of success from the looks of his gun, I should have said it was hopeless. The stock of the soap stick seemed to have been made with a case knife, and had it been, the tool would have been but a poor apology for its clumsy appearance. An auger hole in the breech served for a grease box. A cotton string assisted a single screw in holding on the lock, and the thimbles were made, one of brass, one of iron, and one of tin.
"Where's Lock Spivey's bullet?"
called out Billy to the judges as he finished rolling up his sleeves. "About 3/4 of an inch from the cross," was the reply.
"Well, clear the way. The soap stick's coming, and she'll be along in there among 'em presently."
Billy now planted himself astraddle like an inverted V, shot forward his left hip, drew his body back to an angle of about 45 degrees with the plane of the horizon, brought his cheek down close to the breech of old Soap Stick, and fixed her upon the mark with an untrembling hand. His sight was long, and the swelling muscles of his left arm led me to believe that he was lessening his chance of success with every half-second that he kept it burdened with his ponderous rifle, but it neither flagged nor wavered until Soap Stick made her report.
"Where am I?"
said Billy, as the smoke rose from before his eye.
"You've just touched the cross on the lower side," was the reply of one of the judges. "I was afraid I was drawing my bead a little too fine," said Billy. "Now, Lyman, you see what the Soap Stick can do. Take her and show the boys how you used to do when you was a baby."
I begged to reserve my shot to the last, pleading rather sophistically that it was, in a point of fact, one of Billy's shots. My plea was rather indulged and sustained, and the marksman who had taken more than one shot commenced the second round. This round was a manifest improvement upon the first. The cross was driven 3 times, once by Spivey, once by Firmby, and once by no less a personage than Mealy Whitecotton, whom chance seemed to favor for this time, merely that he might retaliate upon Hiram Baugh, and the bull's-eye was disfigured out of all shape. The third and fourth rounds were shot. Billy discharged his last shot, which left the right of parties thus: Billy Curlew first and fourth choice, Spivey second, Firmby third, and Whitecotton fifth. Some of my readers may perhaps be curious to learn how a distinction comes to be made between several, all of whom drive the cross. The distinction is perfectly natural and equitable. Threads are stretched from the uneffaced parts of the once intersecting lines, by means of which the original position of the cross is precisely ascertained. Each bullet hole being nicely pegged up as it is made, is easily to ascertain its circumference. To this I believe they usually, if not invariably, measure, where none of the balls touch the cross. But if the cross be driven, they measure from it to the center of the bullet hole. To make a draw shot, therefore, between two who drive the cross, it is necessary that the center of both balls should pass directly through the cross, a thing that very rarely happens. The bite alone remained to shoot. Billy wiped out his rifle carefully, loaded her to the top of his skill, and handed her to me.
"Now," said he, "Lyman, draw a fine bead, but not too fine, for Soap Stick bears up her ball well. Take care and don't touch the trigger until you've got your bead, for she's spring-triggered and goes mighty easy. But you hold her to the place you want her, and if she don't go there, dang old Roper."
I took hold of Soap Stick and lapsed immediately into the most hopeless despair. I am sure I never handled as heavy a gun in all my life. "Why, Billy," said I, "you little mortal, you! What do you use such a gun as this for?"
"Look at the bull's-eye yonder," said he.
"True," said I, "but I can't shoot her. It's impossible."
"Go long, you old coon," said Billy. "I see what you're at,"
intimating that all this was merely to make the coming shot the more remarkable.
"Daddy's little boy don't shoot anything but the old Soap Stick here to-day, I know."
The judges, I knew, were becoming impatient, and withal my situation was growing more embarrassing every second. So I e'en resolved to try the Soap Stick without further parley. I stepped out, and the most intense interest was excited all around me, and it flashed like electricity around the target, as I judged from the anxious gaze of all in that direction. Policy dictated that I should fire with a falling rifle, and I adopted this mode, determining to fire as soon as the sights came on a line with the diamond, bead or no bead. Accordingly I commenced lowering old Soap Stick, but in spite of all my muscular power she was strictly obedient to the laws of gravitation, and came down with a uniformly accelerated velocity. Before I could arrest her downward flight, she had not only passed the target, but was making rapid encroachments on my own toes.
"Why, he's the weakest man in the arms I've ever seed," said one in a half whisper. "It's only his fun," said Billy. "I know him."
"It may be fun," said the other, "but it looks mightily like Uranus to a man up a tree." I now, of course, determined to reverse the mode of firing, and put forth all my physical energies to raise Soap Stick to the mark. The effort silenced Billy and gave tongue to all his companions. I had just strength enough to master Soap Stick's obstinate proclivity, and consequently my nerves began to exhibit palpable signs of distress with her first imperceptible movement upward. A trembling commenced in my arms, increased, and extended rapidly to my body and lower extremities, so that by the time I had brought Soap Stick up to the mark, I was shaking from head to foot, exactly like a man under the continued action of a strong galvanic battery. In the meantime my friends gave vent to their feelings freely.
"I swear point blank," said one, "that man can't shoot."
"He used to shoot well," said another,
"but can't now, nor never could." "You better get away from 'bout that mark," bawled a third, "for I'll be darned if broadcloth don't give some of you the dry gripes if you stand too close there."
"The stranger's got the pidoodles," said a fourth, with humorous gravity.
"If he had bullets enough in his gun, he'd shoot a ring round the bull's-eye as big as a spinning wheel," said a fifth.
As soon as I found that Soap Stick was high enough, for I made no farther use of the sights than to ascertain this fact, I pulled the trigger, and off she went. I have always found that the most creditable way of relieving myself of derision was to heighten it myself as much as possible. It's a good plan in all circles, but by far the best which can be adopted among the plain, rough farmers of the country. Accordingly, I brought old Soapstick to an order with an air of triumph, tipped Billy a wink, and observed, "Now, Billy's your time to make your fortune. Bet 'em 2 to 1 that I've knocked out the cross."
"No, I'll be dod blamed if I do," said Billy. "I'll bet you 2 to 1 that you hain't hit the plank."
"Ah, Billy," said I was joking about betting, for I never bet, nor would I have you to bet. Indeed, I do not feel exactly right in shooting for beef, for it is a species of gaming at last. But I'll say this much. If that cross isn't knocked out, I'll never shoot for beef again as long as I live."
"By dod," said Mealy Whitecotton, "you'll lose no great things at that."
"Well," said I reckon I know a little about wobbling. Is it possible, Billy, a man who shoots as well as you do, never practiced shooting with the double wobble? It's the greatest take in the world when you learn to drive the cross with it. Another sort for getting bets upon to the drop sight with a single wobble, and the Soapstick's the very yarn for it." "Tell you what, stranger," said one, "you're too hard for us all here. We never hearn o' that sort of shooting in these parts." "Well," returned I, "you've seen it now, and I'm the boy that can do it." The judges were now approaching with the target, and a singular combination of circumstances had kept all my party in the utter ignorance of the result of my shot. Those about the target had been prepared by Billy Curlew for a great shot from me. Their expectations had received assurance from the courtesy which had been extended to me, and nothing had happened to disappoint them but the single caution to them against the dry gripes, which was as likely to have been given in irony as in earnest, for my agonies under the weight of the Soapstick were either imperceptible to them at the distance of 60 yards, or, being visible, were taken as the flourishes of an expert who wished to astonish the natives. The other party did not think the direction of my ball worth the trouble of a question, or if they did, my airs and harangue had put the thought to flight before it was delivered. Consequently, they were all transfixed with astonishment when the judges presented the target to them, and gravely observed, "It's only second best, after all the fuss." "Second best!" exclaimed I, with an uncontrollable transports. The whole of my party rushed to the target to have the evidence of their senses before they would believe the report, but most marvellous fortune decreed that it should be true. Their incredulity and astonishment were most fortunate for me, for they blinded my hearers to the real feelings with which the exclamation was uttered, and allowed me sufficient time to prepare myself for making the best use of what I had said before with a very different object.
"Second best,"
reiterated I, with an air of despondency, as the company turned from the target to me. "Second best only? Here, Billy, my son, take the old Soapstick. She's a good piece, but I'm getting too old and dim-sighted to shoot a rifle, especially with the drop sight and double wobbles."
"Why, good Lord A'mighty," said Billy, with a look that baffles all description, "ain't you driv the cross?"
"Oh, drive the cross," rejoined I carelessly. "What's that? Just look where my ball is. I do believe in my soul its center is a full quarter of an inch from the cross. I wanted to lay the center of the bullet upon the cross, just as if you'd put it there with your fingers." Several received this palaver with a contemptuous but very appropriate curl of the nose, and Mealy Whitecotton offered to bet a half pint that I couldn't do the like again with no sort of wobbles, he didn't care what. But I had already fortified myself on this quarter of my morality. A decided majority, however, were clearly of opinion that I was serious, and they regarded me as one of the wonders of the world. Billy increased the majority by now coming out fully with my history as he had received it from his father, to which I listened with quite as much astonishment as any other one of his hearers. He begged me to go home with him for the night, or as he expressed it, to go home with him and swap lies that night, and it shouldn't cost me a cent. The true reading of which is, that if I would go with him, and give him the pleasure of an evening's chat about old times, his house should be as free to me as my own. But I could not accept his hospitality without retracting 5 or 6 miles of the road, which I had already passed, and therefore I declined it.
"Well, if you won't go, what must I tell the old woman for you? For she'll be mighty glad to hear from the boy that won the silk handkerchief for her, and I expect she'll lick me for not bringing you home with me."
"Tell her," said I, "that I sent her a quarter of beef which I won, as I did the handkerchief, by nothing in the world but mere good luck."
"Hold your jaw, Lyman," said Billy. "I ain't going to tell the old woman any such lies, for she's a regular built Methodist."
As I turned to depart, "Stop a minute, stranger," said one, then lowering his voice to a confidential but distinctly audible tone. "What you offering for?" continued he. I assured him I was not a candidate for anything, that I had accidentally fallen in with Billy Curlew, who begged me to come with him to the shooting match, and as it lay right on my road, I had stopped. "Oh," said he, with a conciliatory nod, "if you're up for anything, you needn't be mealy-mouthed about it for us boys, for we'll all go in for you here up to the handle." "Yes," said Billy, "dang old Roper, if we don't go our death for you no matter who offers. If you come out for anything, Lyman, just let the boys of Upper Hogthief know it, and they'll go out for you to the hilt, against creation, tit or no tit, that's the tater." I thanked them kindly, but repeated my assurances. The reader will not suppose that the district took its name from the character of the inhabitants. In almost every county in the state there is some spot or district which bears a contemptuous appellation, usually derived from local rivalships, or from a single accidental circumstance. End of The Shooting Match. Recording by Jerry Romero. You can find my blog at www.milesforkids.org, or look for our podcast on iTunes, Running with Miles for Kids.
Section 19 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Denny Sayers. Desolation by Tom Mason. Somewhat back from the village street stands the old-fashioned country seat. Across its antique portico tall poplar trees their shadows throw, and there, throughout the livelong day, Jemima plays the piano. Do, re, mi, re, do. In the front parlor there it stands, and there Jemima plies her hands, while her papa, beneath his cloak, mutters and groans, "This is no joke," and swears to himself and sighs, "Alas!" with sorrowful voice to all who pass. Do, re, mi, re, do. Through days of death and days of birth she plays as if she owned the earth. Through every swift vicissitude she drums as if it did her good, and still she sits from morn till night and plucks away with main and might. Do, re, mi, re, do. In that mansion used to be free-hearted hospitality, but that was many years before Jemima monkeyed with the score. When she began her daily plunk, into their graves the neighbors sunk. Do, re, mi, re, do. To other worlds they've long since fled, all thankful that they're safely dead. They stood the racket while alive until Jemima rose at 5, and then they laid their burdens down, and one and all they skipped the town. Do, re, mi, re, do. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Cranky Doxology by Wallace Irwin. Being a Mental Attitude from Bernard Pshaw. It's wrong to be thoroughly human. It's stupid alone to be good. And why should the virtuous woman continue to do as she should? It's stupid to do as you should. For I'd rather be famous than pleasant, I'd rather be rude than polite. It's easy to sneer when you're witty and queer, and I'd rather be clever than right. I'm bored by mere Shakespeare and Milton, though Hubbard compels me to rave. If I should lay laurels to wilt on that foggy Shakespearean grave, how William would squirm in his grave. For I'd rather be Pshaw than be Shakespeare, I'd rather be candid than wise, and the way I amuse is to roundly abuse the public I feign to despise. I'm a socialist, loving my brother in quite an original way, with my maxim, detest one another, though, faith, I don't mean what I say. It's beastly to mean what you say. For I'm fonder of talk than of husbands, and I'm fonder of fads than of wives. So I say unto you, if you don't as you do, you will do as you don't all your lives. My Candida's ruddy as coral, with thoughts quite too awfully plain. If folks would just call me immoral, I'd feel that I'd not lived in vain. It's nasty, this living in vain. For I'd rather be martyred than married, I'd rather be tempted than tamed, and if I had my way, at least, so I say, all babes would be labeled unclaimed. I'm an epigrammatical Moses, whose humorous tablets of stone condemn affectations and poses, excepting a few of my own. I dote on a few of my own. For my method of booming the market when managers ask for a play is to say on a bluff, I'm so fond of my stuff that I don't want it acted. Go 'way. I'm the club lady's topic of topics, where solemn discussions are spent in struggles as hot as the tropics, attempting to find what I meant. I never can tell what I meant. For it's fun to make bosh of the gospel, and it's sport to make gospel of bosh, while divorcees hurrah for the sayings of Pshaw and his sub-psychological Josh. End of Cranky Doxology. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 21 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. My Honey, My Love by Joel Chandler Harris. It's a mighty fur ways up to Farewell Lane, my honey, my love. You may ax Mr. Crow, you may ax Mr. Crane, my honey, my love. They'll make you a beau and they'll make you de same, my honey, my love. It's a mighty fur ways fer to goin' tonight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. Mr. Mink he creeps twel he wake up de snipe, my honey, my love. Mr. Bullfrog holler, come a light my pipe, my honey, my love. And the Partridge ask, ain't yo' peas ripe, my honey, my love? Better not walk ere long, dere much atter night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. The bully bat fly mighty close ter de ground, my honey, my love. Mr. Fox he coax her, do come down, my honey, my love. Mr. Coon he rack all round and round, my honey, my love. In de darkest night, oh, de nigger he's a sight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. Oh, flee, Miss Nancy, flee ter my knee, my honey, my love. Leavin' big fat coons live in one tree, my honey, my love. Oh, ladies all, won't you marry me, my honey, my love? Turn left, turn right, we'll dance all night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. The big owl holler and cry for his mate, my honey, my love. Oh, don't stay long, oh, don't stay late, my honey, my love. It ain't so mighty fur ter the goodbye gate, my honey, my love. Where we all got ter go when we sing out the night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. End of section 21. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section 22 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Grand Opera by Billy Baxter. Well, I decided to get into my class, so I started for the smoking room. I hadn't gone 3 feet till some woman held me up and began telling me how she adored grand opera. I didn't even reply. I fled madly, and remained hidden in the tall grasses of the smoking room until it was time to go home. Jim, should any one ever tell you that Grand Opera is all right, he's either trying to even up, or he is not a true friend. I was over in New York with the family last winter, and they made me go with them to Die Walküre at the Metropolitan Opera House. When I got the tickets I asked the man's advice as to the best location. He said that all true lovers of music occupied the dress circle and the balconies, and that he had some good centre dress circle seats at 3 bones per. Here's a tip, Jim. If the box man ever hands you that true lover game, just reach in through the little hole and soak him in the solar for me. It's coming to him. I'll give you my word of honor, we were a quarter of a mile from the stage. We went up in an elevator, were shown to our seats, and who was right behind us but my old pal Bud Hathaway from Chicago. Bud had his 2 sisters with him, and he gave me one sad look which said plainer than words, "So you're up against it too, eh?" We introduced all hands around, and about 9 o'clock the curtain went up. After we'd waited fully 10 minutes, out came a big, fat, greasy-looking Dago with nothing on but a bear robe. He went over to the side of the stage and sat down on a bum rock. It was plainly to be seen, even from my true lover's seat, that his bearlets was sorer than a dog about something. Presently in came a woman, and none of the true lovers seemed to know who she was. Some said it was Melba, others Nordica. Bud and I decided that it was May Irwin. We were mistaken, though, as Irwin has this woman lashed to the mast at any time or place. As soon as Mike the Dago espied the dame, it was all off. He rushed and drove a straight-arm jab, which, had it reached, would have given him the purse. But Shifty Sadie wasn't there. She ducked, sidestepped, and landed a clever half-arm hook, which seemed to stun the big fellow. They clinched and swayed back and forth, growling continually, while the orchestra played this trembly Eliza crossing the ice music. Jim, I'm not swelling this a bit. On the level it happened just as I write it. All of a sudden some one seemed to win. They broke away and ran wildly to the front of the stage with their arms outstretched, yelling to beat 3 of a kind. The band cut loose something fierce. The leader tore out about $9 worth of hair, and acted generally as though he had bats in his belfry. I thought sure the place would be pinched. It reminded me of Thirsty Thornton's dance hall out in Merrill, Wisconsin, when the silent Swede used to start a general survival of the fittest every time Mamie the Mink danced twice in succession with the young fellow from Albany, whose father owned the big mill up Rough River. Of course this audience was perfectly orderly, and showed no intention whatever of cutting in, and there were no chairs or glasses in the air, but I'm forced to admit that the opera had Thornton's faded for noise. I asked Bud what the trouble was, and he answered that I could search him. The audience apparently went wild. Everybody said, "Simply sublime! Isn't it grand? Perfectly superb! Bravo!" etc., not because they really enjoyed it, but merely because they thought it was the proper thing to do. After that, for 3 solid hours, Rough House Mike and Shifty Shady seemed to be apologizing to the audience for their disgraceful street brawl, which was honestly the only good thing in the show. Along about 12 o'clock I thought I would talk over old times with Bud, but when I turned his way I found my tired and trusty comrade asleep at the switch. At the finish, the woman next to me, who seemed to be on, said that the main lady was dying. After it was too late, Mike seemed kind of sorry. He must have given her the knife or the drops, because there wasn't a minute that he could look in on her according to the rules. He laid her out on the bum rock, they set off a lot of red fire for some unknown reason, and the curtain dropped at 12:25. Never again, for my money. Far be it from me knocking, but any time I want noise I'll take to a boiler shop or a Union Station, where I can understand what's coming off. I'm for a good mother show. Do you remember The White Slave, Jim? Well, that's me. Wasn't it immense, where the main lady spurned the leering villain's gold, and exclaimed with flashing eye, "Rags are royal raiment when worn for virtue's sake"? Great! The White Slave had Die Walküre beaten to a pulp, and they don't get to you for 3 cases gate money, either. End of the Grand Opera.
Section 23 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. In a State of Sin by Owen Weister. Judge and Mrs. Henry, Molly Wood, and 2 strangers, a lady and a gentleman, were the party which had been driven in the large 3-seated wagon. They had seemed a merry party, but as I came within hearing of their talk, It was a fragment of the minister's sonority which reached me first. "More opportunity for them to have the benefit of hearing frequent sermons," was the sentence I heard him bringing to completion. Yes, to be sure, sir, Judge Henry gave me, it almost seemed, additional warmth of welcome for arriving to break up the present discourse. "Let me introduce you to the Reverend Dr. Alexander McBride. Doctor, another guest we have been hoping for about this time," was my host's cordial explanation to him of me. There remained the gentleman with his wife from New York, and to these I made my final bows, but I had not broken up the discourse. "We may be said to have met already." Dr. MacBride had fixed upon me his full mastering eye, and it occurred to me that if they had policemen in heaven, we would be at least a centurion in the force. But he did not mean to be unpleasant. It was only that in a mind full of matters less worldly, pleasure was left out. "I observed your friend was a skilful horseman," he continued. "I was saying to Judge Henry that I would wish such skilful horsemen might ride to a church upon the Sabbath. A church, that is, of right doctrine, where they would have opportunity to hear frequent sermons." "Yes," said Judge Henry, "yes, it would be a good thing." Mrs. Henry, with some murmur about the kitchen, here went into the house. "I was informed," Dr. MacBride told the rest of us, "before undertaking my journey, that I should find a desolate and mainly godless country. But nobody gave me to understand that from Medicine Bow I was to drive 300 miles and pass no church of any faith." The Judge explained that there had been a few a long way to the right and left of him. "Still," he conceded, "you are quite right, but don't forget that this is the newest part of a new world." "Judge," said his wife, coming to the door, "how can you keep them standing in the dust with your talking?" This most efficiently did break up the discourse. As our little party, with the smiles and the polite holdings back of a new acquaintanceship, moved into the house, the Judge detained me behind all of them long enough to whisper dolorously, "He's going to stay a whole week." I had hopes that he would not stay a whole week, when I presently learned of the crowded arrangements which our host, with many hospitable apologies, disclosed to us. They were delighted to have us, but they hadn't foreseen that we should all be simultaneous. The foreman's house had been prepared for two of us, and did we mind? Two of us were Dr. MacBride and myself, and I expected him to mind. But I wronged him grossly. It would be much better, he assured Mrs. Henry, than straw in a stable, which he had tried several times and was quite ready for. So I saw that though he kept his vigorous body clean when he could, he cared nothing for it in the face of his mission. How the foreman and his wife relished being turned out during a week for a missionary and myself was not my concern, although while he and I made ready for supper over there, it struck me as hard on them. The room with its two cots and furniture was as nice as possible, and we closed the door upon the adjoining room, which, however, seemed almost untenanted. Mrs. Henry gave us a meal so good that I have remembered it, and her husband, the Judge, strove his best that we should eat it in merriment. He poured out his anecdotes like wine, and we should have quickly warmed to them. But Dr. MacBride sat among us, giving occasional heavy ha-has, which produced, as Miss Molly Wood whispered to me, a dreadful cavernous effect. Was it his sermon, we wonder, that he was thinking over? I told her of the copious sheaf of them I had seen him pull from his wallet over at the foreman's. "Goodness!" said she. "Then we are to hear one every evening?" This I doubted. He had probably been picking one out suitable for the occasion. "Putting his best foot foremost," was her comment. "I suppose they have best feet like the rest of us." Then she grew delightfully sharp. "Do you know, when I first heard him I thought his voice was hearty. But if you listen, you'll find it's merely militant. He never really meets you with it. He's off in his hill watching the battlefield the whole time. He will find a hardened pagan here." "Judge Henry?" "Oh, no, the wild man you're taming. He's brought you Kenilworth safe back." She was smooth. "Oh, as for taming him, but don't you find him intelligent?" Suddenly I somehow knew that she didn't want to tame him. But what did she want to do? The thought of her had made him blush this afternoon. No thought of him made her blush this evening. A great laugh from the rest of the company made me aware that the Judge had consummated his tale of the sole survivor. "And so," he finished, "they all went off as mad as hops because it hadn't been a massacre. Mr. and Mrs. Ogden," they were the New Yorkers, "gave this story much applause, and Dr. MacBride half a minute later laid his ha-ha like a heavy stone upon the gaiety." I'll never be able to stand 7 sermons," said Miss Wood to me. "Do you often have these visitations?" Ogden inquired of Judge Henry. Our host was giving us whiskey in his office, and Dr. MacBride, while we smoked apart from the ladies, had repaired to his quarters in the foreman's house previous to the service which he was shortly to hold. The Judge laughed. "They come now and then through the year. I like the bishop to come, and the men always like it, but I fear our friend will scarcely please them so well." "You don't mean they'll—" "Oh, no, they'll keep quiet. The fact is, they have a good deal better manners than he has, if he only knew it. They'll be able to bear him, but as for any good he'll do—" "I doubt if he knows a word of science," said I, musing about the Doctor. "Science! He doesn't know what Christianity is yet. I've entertained many guests, but none—" "The whole secret," broke off Judge Henry, "lies in the way you treat people. As soon as you treat men as your brothers, they are ready to acknowledge you, if you deserve it, as their superior. That's the whole bottom of Christianity, and that's what our missionary will never know." Thunder sat imminent upon the missionary's brow. Many were to be at his mercy soon, but for us he had a sunshine still. "I am truly sorry to be turning you upside down," he said importantly, "but it seems the best place for my service." He spoke of the table pushed back and the chairs gathered in the hall, where the storm would presently break upon the congregation. 8:30? he inquired. This was the hour appointed, and it was only 20 minutes off. We threw the unsmoked fractions of our cigars away, and returned to offer our services to the ladies. This amused the ladies. They had done without us. All was ready in the hall. "We got the cook to help us," Mrs. Ogden told me, "so as not to disturb your cigars. In spite of the cowboys, I still recognize my own country." "In the cook?" I rather densely asked. "Oh, no, I don't have a Chinaman. It's in the length of after dinner cigars." "Had you been smoking," I returned, "you would have found them short this evening." "You make it worse," said the lady. "We have had nothing but Dr. MacBride." "We'll share him with you now," I exclaimed. "Has he announced his text? I've got one for him," said Molly Wood, joining us. She stood on tiptoe and spoke it comically in our ears. "I said in my haste, 'All men are liars.'" This made us merry as we stood among the chairs in the congested hall. I left the ladies and sought the bunkhouse. I had heard the cheers, but I was curious also to see the men and how they were taking it. There was but little for the eye. There was much noise in the room. They were getting ready to come to church, brushing their hair, shaving, and making themselves clean, amid talk occasionally profane, continuously diverting. "Well, I'm a Christian anyway," one declared. "I'm a Mormon, I guess," said another. "I belong to the Knights of Pythias," said a third. "I'm a Mohammedanist," said a fourth. "I hope I ain't going to hear nothing to shock me." What with my feelings at Scipio's discretion and my human curiosity, I was not in that mood which best profits from a sermon. Yet even though my expectations had been cruelly left quavering in mid air, I was not sure how much I really wanted to keep around. You will therefore understand how Dr. MacBride was able to make a prayer and to read Scripture without my being conscious of a word that he uttered. It was when I saw him opening the manuscript of his sermon that I suddenly remembered I was sitting, so to speak, in church, and began once more to think of the preacher and his congregation. Our chairs were in the front line, of course, but being next the wall, I could easily see the cowboys behind me. They were perfectly decorous. If Mrs. Ogden had looked for pistols, daredevil attitudes, and so forth, she must have been greatly disappointed. Except for their weather-beaten cheeks and eyes, they were simply American young men with mustaches and without, and might have been sitting, say, in Danbury, Connecticut. Even Trampas emerged quietly with the general placidity. The Virginian did not, to be sure, look like Danbury, and his frame and his features showed out of the mass, but his eyes were upon Dr. MacBride with a cream-like propriety. Our missionary did not choose Miss Wood's text. He made his selection from another of the Psalms, and when it came, I did not dare to look at anybody. I was much nearer unseemly conduct than the cowboys. Dr. MacBride gave us his text sonorously. "They are altogether become filthy. There is none of them that doth good, no, not one." His eyes showed us plainly that present company was not excepted from this. He repeated the text once more, then launching upon his discourse, gave none of us a ray of hope. I had heard it all too often before, but preached to cowboys it took on a new glare of untimeliness, of grotesque obsoleteness, as if some one would say, "Let me persuade you to admire women," and forthwith hold out her bleached bones to you. The cowboys were told that not only could they do no good, but that if they did contrive to, it would not help them. Nay more, not only honest deeds availed them nothing, but even if they accepted this especial creed which was being explained to them as necessary for salvation, still it might not save them. Their sin was indeed the cause of their damnation, yet keeping from sin they might nevertheless be lost. It had all been settled for them not only before they were born, but before Adam was shaped. Having told them this, he invited them to glorify the Creator of the scheme. Even if damned, they must praise the person who had made them expressly for damnation. That is what I heard him prove by logic to these cowboys. Stone upon stone he built the black cellar of his theology, leaving out its beautiful park and the sunshine of its garden. He did not tell them the splendour of its past, the noble fortress for good that it had been, how its tonic had strengthened generations of their fathers. No, wrath he spoke of, and never once of love. It was the bishop's way, I knew well, to hold cowboys by homely talk of their special hardships and temptations. And when they fell, he spoke to them of forgiveness and brought them encouragement. But Dr. MacBride never thought once of the lives of these waifs. Like himself, like all mankind, they were invisible dots in creation. Like him, they were to feel as nothing, to be swept up in the potent heat of his faith. So he thrust out to them none of the sweet, but all of the bitter of his creed, naked and stern as iron. Dogma was his all in all, and poor humanity was nothing but flesh for its canons. Thus to kill what chance he had for being of use seemed to me more deplorable than it did evidently to them. Their attention merely wandered. 300 years ago they would have been frightened, but not in this electric day. I saw Scipio stifling a smile when it came to the doctrine of original sin. We know of its truth, said Dr. MacBride, from the severe troubles and distresses to which infants are liable, and from death passing upon them before they are capable of sinning. Yet I knew he was a good man, and I also knew that if a missionary is to be tactless, he might almost as well be bad. I said their attention wandered, but I forgot the Virginian. At first his attitude might have been mere propriety. One can look respectfully at a preacher and be internally breaking all the commandments. But even with the text I saw real attention light in the Virginian's eyes, and keeping track of the concentration that grew on him with each minute made the sermon short for me. He missed nothing. Before the end his gaze at the preacher had become swerveless. Was he convert or critic? Convert was incredible. Thus was an hour passed before I had thought of time. When it was over we took it variously. The preacher was genial, and spoke of having now broken ground for the lessons that he hoped to instil. He discoursed for a while about trout fishing and about the rumoured uneasiness of the Indians northward where he was going. It was plain that his personal safety never gave him a thought. He soon bade us good night. The Ogdens shrugged their shoulders and were amused. That was their way of taking it. Dr. MacBride sat too heavily on the judge's shoulders for him to shrug them. As a leading citizen in the territory, he kept open house for all comers. Policy and good nature made him bid welcome a wide variety of travellers. The cowboy, out of employment, found bed and a meal for himself and his horse, and missionaries had before now been well received at Sunk Creek Ranch. "I suppose I'll have to take him fishing," said the judge ruefully. "Yes, my dear," said his wife, "you will, and I shall have to make his tea for 6 days." "Otherwise," Ogden suggested, "it might be reported that you were enemies of religion." "That's about it," said the judge. "I can get on with most people, but elephants depress me." So we named the Doctor Jumbo, and I departed to my quarters. At the bunkhouse the comments were similar but more highly salted. The men were going to bed. In spite of their outward decorum at the service, they had not liked to be told that they were altogether become filthy. It was easy to call names, they could do that themselves, and they appealed to me, several speaking at once, like a concerted piece at the opera. "Say, do you believe babies go to hell?" "Ah, of course he don't. There ain't no hereafter anyway." "Ain't there? Who told you?" "Same man as told the preacher we were all a sifted set of sons of guns." "Well, I'm going to stay a Mormon." "Well, I'm going to quit fleeing from temptation." "That's so. Better get it in the neck after a good time than a poor one." And so forth. Their wit was not extreme, yet I should like Dr. MacBride to have heard it. One fellow put his natural soul pretty well into words. If I happen to learn what they had predestinated me to, I'll do the other thing just to show 'em. And Trampas and the Virginian? They were out of it. The Virginian had gone straight to his new abode. Trampas lay in his bed, not asleep, and sullen as ever. "He ain't got religion this trip," said Scipio to me. "Did his new foreman get it?" I asked. "Huh! It would spoil him. You keep it around, that's all. Keep around." Scipio was not to be probed, and I went, still baffled, to my repose. No light burned in the cabin as I approached its door. The Virginian's room was quiet and dark, and that Mr. McBride slumbered was plainly audible to me, even before I entered. Go fishing with him, I thought, as I undressed, and I selfishly decided that the Judge might have this privilege entirely to himself. Sleep came to me fairly soon, in spite of the doctor. I was awakened from it by my bed's being jolted, not a pleasant thing that night. I must have started, and it was the quiet voice of the Virginian that told me he was sorry to have accidentally disturbed me. This disturbed me a good deal more. But his steps did not go to the bunkhouse as my sensational mind had suggested. He was not wearing much, and in the dimness he seemed taller than common. I next made out that he was bending over Dr. MacBride. The divine at last sprang upright. "I am armed," he said. "Take care. Who are you?" "You can lay down your guns, sir. I feel like my spirit was going to bear witness. I feel like I might get an enlightening." He was using some of the missionary's own language. The baffling I had been treated to by Scipio melted to nothing in this. Did living men petrify, I should have changed to mineral between the sheets. The doctor got out of bed, lighted his lamp, and found a book, and the two retired into the Virginian's room, where I could hear the exhortations as I lay amazed. In time the doctor returned, blew out his lamp, and settled himself. I had been very much awake, but was nearly gone to sleep again, when the door creaked, and the Virginian stood by the doctor's side. "Are you awake, sir?" "What's that? What is it?" "Excuse me, sir. The enemy is winning on me. I'm feeling less inward opposition to sin." The lamp was lighted, and I listened to some further exhortations. They must have taken half an hour. When the doctor was in bed again, I thought that I heard him sigh. This upset my composure in the dark, but I lay face downward in the pillow, and the doctor was soon again snoring. I envied him for a while his faculty of easy sleep, but I must have dropped off myself, for it was the lamp in my eyes that now waked me as he came back for the third time from the Virginian's room. Before blowing the light out, he looked at his watch, and thereupon I inquired the hour of him. "3," said he. I could not sleep any more now, and I lay watching the darkness. "I'm afeard to be alone," said the Virginian's voice presently in the next room. "I'm afeard." There was a short pause, and then he shouted very loud, "I'm losing my desire after the sincere milk of the Word." What's that? What?" The doctor's cot gave a great crack as he started up, listening, and I put my face deep in the pillow. "I'm afeard. I'm afeard. Sin has quit being bitter in my belly." "Courage, my good man." The doctor was out of bed with his lamp again, and the door shut behind him. Between them they made it long this time. I saw the window become grey. Then the corners of the furniture grew visible, and outside the dry chorus of the blackbirds began to fill the dawn. To these the sounds of chickens and impatient hoofs in the stable were added, and some cow wandered by loudly calling for her calf. Next some one whistling passed near and grew distant. But although the cold hue that I lay staring at through the window warmed and changed, the doctor continued working hard over his patient in the next room. Only a word here and there was distinct, but it was plain from the Virginian's fewer remarks that the sin in his belly was alarming him less. Yes, they made this time long, but it proved indeed the last one, and though some sort of catastrophe was bound to fall upon us, it was myself who precipitated the thing that did happen. Day was wholly come. I looked at my own watch, and it was 6. I had been about 7 hours in my bed, and the doctor had been about 7 hours out of his. The door opened, and he came in with his book and lamp. He seemed to be shivering a little, and I saw him cast a longing eye at his couch. But the Virginian followed him, even as he blew out the now quite superfluous light. They made a noticeable couple in their underclothes, the Virginian with his lean racehorse shanks running to a point at his ankle, and the doctor with his stomach and his fat sedentary calves. "You'll be going to breakfast and the ladies, suh, pretty soon," said the Virginian with a chastened voice, "but I'll worry through the day somehow without you, and to night you can turn your wolf loose on me again." Once more it was no use. My face was deep in the pillow, but I made sounds as of a hen who has laid an egg. It broke on the Doctor with a total instantaneous smash, quite like an egg. He tried to speak calmly. "This is a disgrace, an infamous disgrace. Never in my life have I—" Words forsook him, and his face grew redder. "Never in my life—" He stopped again, because at the sight of him being dignified in his red drawers, I was making the noise of a dozen hens. It was suddenly too much for the Virginian. He hastened into his room, and there sank on the floor with his head in his hands. The Doctor immediately slammed the door upon him, and this rendered me easily fit for a lunatic asylum. I cried into my pillow, and wondered if the Doctor would come and kill me, but he took no notice of me whatever. I could hear the Virginian's convulsions through the door, and also the Doctor furiously making his toilet within 3 feet of my head, and I lay quite still with my face the other way, for I was really afraid to look at him. When I heard him walk to the door in his boots, I ventured to peep, and there he was, going out with his bag in his hand. As I still continued to lie, weak and sore, and with a mind that had ceased all operation, the Virginian's door opened. He was clean and dressed and decent, but the devil still sported in his eye. I have never seen a creature more irresistibly handsome. Then my mind worked again. "You've gone and done it," said I. "He's packed his valise. He'll not sleep here." The Virginian looked quickly out of the door. "Why, he's leaving us," he exclaimed. "Driving away right now in his little old buggy." He turned to me, and our eyes met solemnly over this large fact. I thought that I perceived the faintest tincture of dismay in the features of Judge Henry's new, responsible trusty foreman. This was the first act of his administration. Once again he looked out at the departing missionary. "Well," he vindictively stated, "I certainly ain't going to run afteh 'em." And he looked at me again. "Do you suppose the judge knows?" I inquired. He shook his head. "The window shades is all down still over yondah." He paused. "I don't care," he stated, quite as if he had been 10 years old. Then he grinned guiltily. "I was mighty respectful to him all night." "Oh, yes, respectful. Especially when you invited him to turn his wolf loose." The Virginian gave a joyous gulp. He now came and sat down on the edge of the bed. "I spoke awful good English to him most of the time," said he. "I can, you know, when I cinch my attention tight on it. Yes, I certainly spoke a lot of good English. I didn't understand some of it myself." He was now growing frankly pleased with his exploit. He had builded so much better than he knew. He got up and looked out across the crystal world of light. "The Doctor is at 1 Mile Crossing," he said. "He'll get breakfast at the N Lazy Y." Then he returned and sat again on my bed, and began to give me his real heart. "I never set up for being better than others, not even to myself. My thoughts ain't apt to travel around making comparisons, and I shouldn't wonder if my memory took as much notice of the meanness I have done as of the other actions. But to have to sit like a dumb lamb and let a stranger tell you for an hour that you're a hog and a swine, just after you have acted in a way which them that know the facts would call pretty near white." End of chapter 23. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section number 24 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Imke Stevens. An April Area by R. Kamen Kittredge. Now, in the shimmer and sheen that dance on the leaf of the lily, causing the bud to explode and gilding the poodle's chinchilla, Gladys cavorts with the rake and hitches the string to the lattice, while with the trowel she digs and gladdens the heart of this Shanghai. Now, while the vine twists about the ribs of the cast-iron palace, and on the zephyr afloat the halcyon soul of the borax blends with the scent of the soap the brush of the whitewash is flying, e'en as the chicken hawk flies when ready to light on its quarry. Out in the leaf-dappled wood the dainty hepatica is blowing, while the fiend hammers the rug from Ispahan lin or Woonsocket, and the grim furnace is out, and over the ash-heap and bottles capers the billy in glee, becanning his innermost billy. Now the blue pill is on tap, and likewise the sarsaparilla, and on the fence and the bun quite worthy of S. Botticelli. Frisk the lithe leopard anew in malachite purple and crimson, that we may know at a glance the circus is out on the rampage. Put then the flannels away and trot out the old linen duster. Pack the bobsled in the barn and bring forth the baseball and racket. For the spry spring is on deck, performing her roseate breakdown, unto the tune of the van that rattles and bangs on the cobbles. End of an April Aria. Recording by Imke Stevens.
Section 25 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Meditations of a Mariner by Wallace Irwin. A-watchin' how the sea behaves, for hours and hours I sit, and I know the sea is full o' waves, I've often noticed it. For on the deck each starry night, the wild waves and the tame, I counts and knows 'em all by sight, and some of 'em by name. And then I thinks a cove like me ain't got no right to roam, for I'm homesick when I puts to sea, and seasick when I'm home. End of Meditations of a Mariner.
Section 26 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Victory by Tom Masson. I turned to the dictionary for a word I couldn't spell, and closed the book when I found it and dipped my pen in the well. And then I thought to myself, how was it? With a sense of inward pain, and still 'twas a little doubtful, so I turned to the book again. This time I remarked how easy as I muttered each letter o'er, but when I got to the inkwell, 'twas gone as it went before. Then I grabbed that dictionary, and I sped its pages through, and under my nose I put it with that doubtful word in view. I held it down with my body while I gripped that pen quite fast, and I howled as I traced each letter, "I've got you now at last." End of section 26. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section 27 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. The Family Horse by Frederick S. Cousins. I have bought me a horse. As I had obtained some skill in the menage during my younger days, it was a matter of consideration to have a saddle horse. It surprised me to find good saddle horses very abundant soon after my consultation with the stage proprietor upon this topic. There were strange saddle horses to sell almost every day. One man was very candid about his horse. He told me if his horse had a blemish, he wouldn't wait to be asked about it. He would tell it right out. And if a man didn't want him then, he needn't take him. He also proposed to put him on trial for 60 days, giving his note for the amount paid him for the horse, to be taken up in case the animal were returned. I asked him what were the principal defects of the horse. He said he'd been fired once because they thought he was spavined. But there was no more spavin to him than there was to a fresh-laid egg. He was as sound as a dollar. I asked him if he would just state what were the defects of the horse. He answered that he once had the pink eye, and added, "Now that's honest." I thought so, but proceeded to question him closely. I asked him if he had the bots. He said, "Not a bot." I asked him if he would go. He said he would go till he dropped dead. Just touch him with a whip, and he'll jump out of his hide. I inquired how old he was. He answered, "Just 8 years, exactly." Some men, he said, wanted to make their horses younger than they be. He was willing to speak right out and own up he was 8 years. I asked him if there were any other objections. He said no, except that he was inclined to be a little gay. "But," he added, "he is so kind a child can drive him with a thread."
I asked him if he was a good family horse. He replied that no lady that ever drew rein over him would be willing to part with him. Then I asked him his price. He answered that no man could have bought him for $100 a month ago, but now he was willing to sell him for $75 on account of having a note to pay. This seemed such a very low price, I was about saying I would take him when Mrs. Sparrowgrass whispered that I had better see the horse first. I confessed I was a little afraid of losing my bargain by it, but out of deference to Mrs. S., I did ask to see the horse before I bought him. He said he would fetch him down. "No man," he added, "ought to buy a horse unless he's saw him." When the horse came down, it struck me that, whatever his qualities might be, his personal appearance was against him. One of his forelegs was shaped like the handle of our punch ladle, and the remaining 3 legs about the fetlock were slightly bunchy. Besides, he had no tail to brag of, and his back had a very hollow sweep from his high haunches to his low shoulder blades. I was much pleased, however, with the fondness and pride manifested by his owner, as he held up by both sides of the bridle the rather longish head of his horse, surmounting a neck shaped like a pea-pod, and said in a sort of triumphant voice, "3/4 blood." Mrs. Sparrowgrass flushed up a little when she asked me if I intended to purchase that horse, and added that, if I did, she would never want to ride. So I told the man he would not suit me. He answered by suddenly throwing himself upon his stomach across the backbone of his horse, and then by turning round as on a pivot, got up astraddle of him, then gave his horse a kick in the ribs that caused him to jump out with all his legs, like a frog, and then off went the spoon-legged animal with a gait that was not a trot, nor yet precisely pacing. He rode around our grass plot twice, and then pulled his horse's head up like a cock of a musket. "That," said he, "is time." I replied that he did seem to go pretty fast. "Pretty fast," said the owner. "Well, you know, Mr. mentioning one of the richest men in our village. I replied that I was acquainted with him. "Well," said he, "you know his horse?" I replied I had no personal acquaintance with him. "Well," said he, "he's the fastest horse in the county, just so I'm willing to admit it. But do you know I offered to put my horse agin his to trot? I had no money to put up, or rather to spare, but I offered to trot him horse agin horse, and the winner to take both horses, and I tell you he wouldn't do it." Mrs. Sparrowgrass got a little nervous, and twitched me by the skirt of the coat. "Dear," said she, "let him go." I assured her that I would not buy the horse, and told the man firmly I would not buy him. He said very well. If he didn't suit, 'twas no use to keep a-talking, but he added he'd be down again with another horse next morning that belonged to his brother, and if he didn't suit me, then I didn't want a horse. With this remark he rode off. "It rains very hard," said Mrs. Sparrowgrass, looking out of the window next morning. Sure enough, the rain was sweeping broadcast over the country, and the 4 Sparrowgrassi were flattening a quartet of noses against the window panes, believing most faithfully the man would bring the horse that belonged to his brother in spite of the elements. It was hoping against hope. No man having a horse to sell will trot him out in a rainstorm, unless he intend to sell him at a bargain. But childhood is so credulous. The succeeding morning was bright, however, and down came the horse. He had been very cleverly groomed, and looked pleasant under the saddle. The man led him back and forth before the door. "There, squire, as good a horse as ever stood on iron." Mrs. Sparrowgrass asked me what he meant by that. I replied it was a figurative way of expressing in horse talk that he was as good a horse as ever stood in shoe leather. "He's a handsome horse, squire," said the man. I replied that he did seem to be a good-looking animal, but, said I, he does not quite come up to the description of a horse I have read. "Whose horse was it?" said he. I replied it was the horse of Adonis. He said he didn't know him, but he added, "There is so many horses stolen that the descriptions are stuck up now pretty common." To put him at his ease, for he seemed to think I suspected him of having stolen the horse, I told him the description I meant had been written some hundreds of years ago by Shakespeare, and repeated it. "Round-hoofed, short-jointed, fetlocks shag and long, broad breast, full eyes, small head and nostrils wide, high crest, short ears, straight legs and passing strong, thin mane, thick tail, broad buttock, tender hide." "Squire," said he, "that will do for a song, but it ain't no pints for a good hoss. Trotters nowadays go in all shapes, big heads and little heads, big eyes and little eyes, short ears or long ears, thick tail and no tail, so as they have sound legs, good linen, good barrel, and good stifle, and wind, squire, and speed well, they'll fetch a price. Now this animal is what I call a hoss, squire. He's got the pints, he's stylish, he's close-ribbed, a free goer, kind in harness, single or double, a good feeder." I asked him if being a good feeder was a desirable quality. He replied it was. "Of course," said he. "If your horse is off his feed, he ain't good for nothing. But what's the use," he added, "of me telling you the pints of a good horse? You're a horse man, squire, you know." "It seems to me," said I, "there's something the matter with that left eye." "No, sir," said he, and with that he pulled down the horse's head, and rapidly crooking his forefinger at the suspected organ, said, "See thar, don't wink a bit." "But he should wink," I replied. "Not unless his eye are weak," he said. To satisfy myself, I asked the man to let me take the bridle. He did so, and as soon as I took hold of it, the horse started off in a remarkable retrograde movement, dragging me with him into my best bed of hybrid roses. Finding we were trampling down all the best plants that had cost at auction from 3 and 6 to 7 shillings apiece, and that the more I pulled the more he backed, I finally let him have his own way, and jammed him stern foremost into our largest climbing rose that had been all summer prickling itself in order to look as much like a vegetable porcupine as possible. This unexpected bit of satire in his rear changed his retrograde movement to a sidelong bound, by which he flirted off half the pots on the balusters, upsetting my gladioluses and tuberoses in the pod, and leaving great splashes of mold, geraniums, and red pottery in the gravel walk. By this time his owner had managed to give him 2 pretty severe cuts with the whip, which made him unmanageable, so I let him go. We had a pleasant time catching him again when he got among the lima bean poles, but his owner led him back with a very self-satisfied expression. "Playful, ain't he, squire?" I replied that I thought he was, and asked him if it was unusual for his horse to play such pranks. He said it was not. "You see, squire, he feels his oats, and hain't been out of the stable for a month. Use him, and he's as kind as a kitten." With that he put his foot in the stirrup and mounted. The animal really looked very well as he moved around the grass plot, and as Mrs. Sparrowgrass seemed to fancy him, I took a written guarantee that he was sound and bought him. What I gave for him is a secret. I have not even told Mrs. Sparrowgrass. We had passed Chicken Island, and the famous house with the stone gable and the 1 stone chimney in which General Washington slept, as he made it a point to sleep in every old stone house in Westchester County, and had gone pretty far on the road past the cemetery when Mrs. Sparrowgrass said suddenly, "Dear, what is the matter with your horse?" As I had been telling the children all the stories about the river on the way, I managed to get my head pretty well inside of the carriage, and at the same time she spoke was keeping a lookout in front with my back. The remark of Mrs. Sparrowgrass induced me to turn about, and I found the new horse behaving in a most unaccountable manner. He was going downhill with his nose almost to the ground, running the wagon first on this side, then on the other. I thought of the remark made by the man, and turning again to Mrs. Sparrowgrass, said, "Playful, isn't he?" The next moment I heard something breaking away in front, and then the rockaway gave a lurch and stood still. Upon examination, I found the new horse had tumbled down, broken one shaft, gotten the other through the check rein so as to bring his head up with a round turn, and besides had managed to put one of the traces in a single hitch around his off hind leg. So soon as I had taken all the young ones and Mrs. Sparrowgrass out of the rockaway, I set to work to liberate the horse, who was choking very fast with the check rein. It is unpleasant to get your fishing line in a tangle when you're in a hurry for bites, but I never saw fishing line in such a tangle as that harness. However, I set to work with a penknife and cut him out in such a way as to make getting home by our conveyance impossible. When he got up, he was the sleepiest looking horse I ever saw. "Mrs. Sparrowgrass," said I, "won't you stay here with the children until I go to the nearest farmhouse?" Mrs. Sparrowgrass replied that she would. Then I took the horse with me to get him out of the way of the children, and went in search of assistance. The first thing the new horse did when we got about a quarter of a mile from the scene of the accident was to tumble down a bank. Fortunately, the bank was not over 4 feet high, but as I went with him my trousers were rent in a grievous place. While I was getting the new horse on his feet again, I saw a colored person approaching who came to my assistance. The first thing he did was to pull out a large jackknife, and the next thing he did was to open the new horse's mouth and run the blade 2 or 3 times inside the new horse's gums. Then the new horse commenced bleeding. "Dassa," said the man, shutting up his jackknife, "if it hadn't been for that, your horse would have been a goner." "What's the matter with him?" I said. "Oh, he's only just got the blind staggers, that's all." "Say," said he, before I was half indignant enough at the man who sold me such an animal, "say, ain't your name Sparrowgrass?" I replied that my name was Sparrowgrass. "Oh," said he, "I knows you. I brung some fowls once down to your place. I heerd about you and your hoss. That's the hoss that got the heave so bad? You better sell that hoss." I determined to take his advice, and employed him to lead my purchase to the nearest place where he would be cared for. Then I went back to the rockaway, but met Mrs. Sparrowgrass and the children on the road coming to meet me. She had left a man in charge of the rockaway. When we got to the rockaway, we found the man missing, also the whip and 1 cushion. We got another person to take charge of the rockaway, and had a pleasant walk home by moonlight. I think a moonlight night delicious upon the Hudson. Does any person want a horse at a low price? A good stylish-looking animal, close-ribbed, good loin and good stifle, sound legs, with only the heaves and blind staggers and a slight defect in one of his eyes? If at any time he slips his bridle and gets away, you can always approach him by getting on his left side. I will also engage to give a written guarantee that he is sound and kind, signed by the brother of his former owner. End of The Family Horse. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 28 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. Sonnet of the Lovable Lass and the Plethoric Dad by J.W. Foley. She says she never loved before. She saw me passing by her pa's front door when she was hanging on the gate, and I looked foolish at her when I'm going by. Course she'd had some booze, but none that stirred her heart down to its depths until she heard me whistle and she saw me face. And when she first saw me she'd never love again, she said she knew. And if I shunned her eye she'd be a nun and bid the world good be. How sweet it is when money's on the throne of life to be loved for yourself alone, and know that you have got the power to stir a woman's heart when you just look at her. And oh, 'tis sweeter still if you could know her pa has got just oceans of the dough, and you just have to furnish love and he will furnish money for both you and she. I would not care if she was poor, but oh, it's doubly sweet to know she's got the dough. I would not hesitate if she was po to marry her, Together we'd endure whatever fortune sent with right good will. But since she's rich, it's all the better still. I'd love her in a cottage just the same. For love is such a holy sacred flame that burns like tinder when you strike a light, but still it burns more glorious and bright when she has lots of money and her pa with many thousands is your father-in-law. End of section 28. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section 29 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Love Sonnets of a Husband by Maurice Smiley. I love you still. You ask me if I love you still, though you and I were wed scarce one short happy year agone. How well do I remember, dear, the day you put your hand in mine, and through life's good and ill, though skies were gray or blue, we plighted faith that should not know a fear. That was the day I kissed away the tear that trembled on your cheek like morning dew. Of course I love you still. You're at your best, your perihelion, when you're silentest. I'd love you as I did, dear heart, of yore, and still a little more, nor ever tire. Why, I would love you like a house afire, if you were only still a little more. Soul to Soul. I think I loved you first when in your eyes I saw the glad, rapt answer to the spell of Paderewski, when we heard him tell life's gentler meaning, love's sweet sacrifice. The master caught the rhythm of your sighs, and then, inspired, the story rose and fell, and sang of moonlight in a leafy dell, of souls' Arcadias and dreaming skies, of hearts and hopes and purposes that blend. Your bosom heaved beneath the witcheries that seemed to set a halo on his brow, and then the message sobbed on to its end. That's fine, you murmured, chewing faster. Please ask him if he won't play Bedelia now. You said that you would die for me. You said that you would die for me, if e'er that price would buy me happiness. I dreamed not of devotion like to that, that seemed to joy in sacrifice, that, tenderer than selfish life's small immolations were, made love an altar whereupon it deemed it naught to offer all, a shrine that gleamed with utter loyalty's red drops. I ne'er believed that you were just quite in your head in saying death would prove fidelity. But when I saw the packages of white and red your druggist showed me, he's my chum, you see, I knew you meant, dear heart, just what you said, when you declared that you would die for me. I cannot bear your sighs. Your smiles, dear one, have all the glad surprise that sunshine hath for roses, what the day brings to the waiting lark. When you are gay, my spirit sings in tune, and sorrow flies away. But, dear, I cannot bear your sighs, when on my knees you nestle and you lay your tear-wet face upon my shoulder. Nay, I cannot help the pain that fills mine eyes. So, love, whatever cup of life you drain, I'll stand for. Send the cashier's check to me. Smile all you want to, smile and smile again. But, as you weigh 200 pounds, you see why, when you cuddle down upon my knee, it is your size, dear heart, that gives me pain. A Hand I Held. The heartless years have many hopes dispelled, but they have left me one dear night in June. They've left the still white splendor of the moon. They've left the memory of a hand I held, while up through all my soul the rapture welled of victory. I hear again the croon of twilight time, the lullaby that soon to all the day's glad music shall have swelled. I hold a hand I never held before, a hand like which I'll never hold some more. It was the first time I had ever called. 'Twas at the club, as we began to leave. I held 5 aces, but the dealer balled the ones that he had planted up his sleeve. your cheek. To feel your hands stray shyly to my head and flutter down like birds that find their nest, to see the gentle rise and fall of your dear breast, to hear again some tender word you said, to watch the little feet whose dainty tread fell light as flowers upon the way they pressed, to touch again the lips I have caressed, all these are precious. But your cheek of red outlives the memory of all other things. I'd known you scarce a month, or maybe two. I had not yet made up my mind to speak. You trots out Tiffany's catalogue of rings, says number 6, 200 yen, will do. So I remember best of all your cheek. With all your faults. You would not stop this side the farthest line of truth, you said, nor hide one little falsity from my sweet faith that was too kind to see. You said a keener vision would divine all failings later, bear each hid design, each poor disguise of loving's treachery that screened its weaknesses from even me. How oft you said those cherry lips were mine alone. The cherries came in little jars, I learned. Those auburn locks I found with pain cost 40 plunks, according to the bill I saw. Those pearly teeth were porcelain. But I forgive you for each fault that mars. With all your faults, dear heart, I love you still. End of the Love Sonnets of a Husband. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 30 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. How We Bought a Sewing Machine in Oregon by Josiah Allen's Wife. We done dreadful well last year. The crops came in first rate, and Josiah had 5 or 6 heads of cattle to turn off at a big price. He felt well, and he proposed to me that I should have a sewing machine. That man, though he don't coo at me so frequent as he probably would if he had more encouragement in it, is attached to me with a devoutness that is firm and almost cast iron. And, says he, almost tenderly, Samantha, I will get you a sewing machine. Says I, Josiah, I have got a couple of sewing machines by me that have run pretty well for upwards of, well, it ain't necessary to go into particulars, but they have run for considerable of a spell anyway, says I. I can get along without another one, though no doubt it would be handy to have around. But Josiah hung on to that machine, and then he up and said he was going to buy a organ. Thomas Jefferson wanted one too. They both seemed sot onto that organ. Tirzah Ann took hern with her, of course, when she was married, and Josiah said it seemed so awful lonesome without any Tirzah Ann or any music, that it seemed almost as if 2 girls had married out of the family instead of one. He said money couldn't buy us another Tirzah Ann, but it could buy us a new organ, and he was determined to have one. He said it would be so handy for her to play on when she came home, and for other company. And then Thomas J. can play quite well. He can play any tune almost with one hand, and he sings first rate too. He and Tirzah Ann used to sing together a sight. He sings baritone, and she soprano. That is what they call it. They get up so many newfangled names nowadays that I think it is most a wonder that I don't make a slip once in a while and get things wrong. I should, if I hadn't got a mind like a ox for strength. But as I said, Josiah was fairly sot on that machine and organ, and I thought I'd let him have his way. So it got out that we was going to buy a sewing machine and a organ. Well, we made up our minds on Friday, pretty late in the afternoon, and on Monday 'fore noon I was washing when I heard a knock at the front door, and I wrung my hands out of the water and went and opened it. A slick looking feller stood there, and I invited him in and sot him a chair. I hear you are talking about buying a musical instrument, says he. No, says I, we're going to buy a organ. Well, says he, I want to advise you, not that I have any interest in it at all, only I don't want to see you so imposed upon. It fairly makes me mad to see a Methodist imposed upon. I lean towards that persuasion myself. Organs are liable to fall to pieces any minute. There ain't no dependence on 'em at all. The insides of 'em are liable to break out at any time. If you have any regard for your own welfare and safety, you will buy a piano. Not that I have any interest in advising you, only my devotion to the cause of right. Pianos never wear out. "Where shall we get one?" says I, for I didn't want Josiah to throw away his property. "Well," says he, "as it happens, I guess I've got one out here in the wagon. I believe I threw one into the bottom of the wagon this morning as I was a coming down by here on business. I'm glad now I did, for it always makes me feel ugly to see a Methodist imposed upon." Josiah came into the house in a few minutes, and I told him about it, and says I, "How lucky it is, Josiah, that we found out about organs before it was too late." But Josiah asked the price, and said he wasn't going to pay out no $300, for he wasn't able. But the man asked if he was willing to have it brought into the house for a spell. We could do as was a mind to about buying it, and of course we couldn't refuse. So Josiah must broke his back the lifting it in, and they set it up in the parlor, and after dinner the man went away. Josiah bathed his back with liniment, for he had strained it bad a lifting that piano, and I had just got back to my washing again. I had had to put it away to get dinner, when I heard a knocking again to the front door, and I pulled down my dress sleeves and went and opened it, and there stood a tall, slim feller. And the kitchen being all cluttered up, I opened the parlor door and asked him in there. And the minute he catched sight of that piano, he just lifted up both hands, and says he, "You ain't got one of them here?" He looked so horrified that it scart me, and says I, in almost trembling tones, "What's the matter with 'em?" And I added in a cheerful tone, "We hain't bought it." He looked more cheerful too as I said it, and says he, "You may be thankful enough that you hain't. There hain't no music in 'em at all. Hear that?" says he, going up and striking the very top note. It did sound flat enough. Says I, "There must be more music in it than that, though I hain't no judge at all." "Well, hear that then," and he went and struck the very bottom note. "You see just what it is from top to bottom. But it ain't its total lack of music that makes me despise pianos so, as it is because they are so dangerous." "Dangerous?" says I. "Yes, in thunderstorms, you see," says he, lifting up the cover. "Here it is all wire, enough for 50 lightning rods. Draw the lightning right into the room. Awful dangerous. No money would tempt me to have one in my house for my wife and daughter. I shouldn't sleep a wink, thinking I had exposed them to such danger." "Good land," says I never thought on it before." "Well, now you have thought of it, you see plainly that a organ is just what you need. They are full of music, safe, healthy, and don't cost half so much." Says I, "A organ was what we had sot our minds on at first." "Well, I've got one out here, and I will bring it in." "What's the price?" says I. $190, says he. "There won't be no need in bringing it in at that price," says I, "for I have heard Josiah say that he wouldn't give a cent over $100. "Well," says the feller, "I'll tell you what I'll do. Your countenance looks so natural kind to me, and I like the looks of the county road here so well, that if your mind is made up of the price you want to pay, I won't let a trifle of $90 part us. You can have it for 100. Well, the end of it was, he brung it up and sot it up at the other end of the parlor, and drove off. And when Josiah came in from his work, and Thomas J. came home from Jonesville, they liked it first rate. But the very next day a new agent come, and he looked awful scart when he catched sight of that organ, and real mad and indignant too. "That villain ain't been a trying to get one of them organs off onto you, has he?" says he. "What's the trouble with him?" says I, in an awestruck tone, for he looked bad. "Why," says he, "there is a heavy mortgage on every one of his organs. If you bought one of them and paid for it, it would be liable to be took away from you any minute when you was right in the middle of a tune, leaving you a sittin' on the stool, and you would lose every cent of your money." "Good gracious," says I, for it scart me to think what a narrow chance we had run. Well, finally he brung in one of his'n, and sot it up in the kitchen, the parlor being full on 'em. And the fellers keep a comin' and a goin' at all hours. For a spell at first Josiah would come in and talk with 'em, but after a while he got tired out, and when he could see one a comin' he would start on a run for the barn and hide, and I would have to stand the brunt of it alone. One feller saw Josiah a runnin' for the barn, and he follered him in, and Josiah dove under the barn, as I found out afterwards. I happened to see him a crawlin' out after the feller drove off. Josiah come in a shaking himself, for he was all covered with straw and feathers, and says he, "Samantha, there has got to be a change." "How is there going to be a change?" says I. "I'll tell you," says he in a whisper, for fear some un was a prowlin' around the house yet. "We will get up before light to morrow morning, and go to Jonesville, and buy a organ right out." I fell in with the idee, and we started for Jonesville the next morning. We got there just after the break of day, and bought it of the man to the breakfast table. Says Josiah to me afterwards, as he was goin' into the village, "Let's keep dark about buyin' one, and see how many of the critters will be a besettin' on us to day." So we kept still, and there was a half a dozen fellers followin' us around all the time, almost, into stores and groceries and the manny makers, and they would stop us on the sidewalk and argue with us about their organs and pianos. One feller, a tall, slim chap, never let Josiah out of his sight a minute, and he follered him when he went after his horse, and walked by the side of the wagon clear down to the store where I was, a arguin' all the way about his piano. Josiah had bought a number of things and left them on the store, and when we got there, there stood the organ man by the side of the things, just like a watchdog. He knew Josiah would come and get 'em, and he would get the last word with him. Amongst other things, Josiah had bought a barrel of salt, and the piano feller that had stuck to Josiah so tight that day offered to help him on with it. And the organ man, not going to be outdone by the other, he offered too. Josiah kinder winked to me, and then he held the old mare, and let 'em lift. They wasn't used to such kind of work, and it fell back on 'em once or twice, and most squashed 'em. But they nipped to and lifted again, and finally got it on, but they was completely tuckered out. And then Josiah got in and thanked him for the lifting, and the organ man, a wiping the sweat off'n his face that had started out in his hard labor, said he should be down to morrow morning. And the piano man, a pantin' for breath, told Josiah not to make up his mind till he came. He should be down that night if he got rested enough. And then Josiah told him that he should be glad to see him down a visitin' any time, but he had just bought a organ. I don't know but what they would have laid holt of Josiah if they hadn't been so tuckered out, but as it was, they was too beat out to look anything but sneakin', and so we drove off. The manty maker had told me that day that there was 2 or 3 new agents with new kinds of sewing machine just come to Jonesville, and I was telling Josiah on it when we met a middle aged man, and he looked at us pretty close, and finally he asked us as he passed by if we could tell him where Josiah Allen lived. Says Josiah, "I'm livin' at present in a Democrat." Says I, "In this one horse wagon, you know." Says he, "You are thinking of buying a sewing machine, hain't you?" Says Josiah, "I'm a turnin' my mind that way." At that the man turned his horse around, and follered us, and I see he had a sewing machine in front of his wagon. We had the old mare and the colt, and seeing a strange horse come up so close behind us, the colt started off full run toward Jonesville, and then run down a cross road and into a lot. Says the man behind us, "I'm a little younger than you be, Mr. Allen. If you will hold my horse, I will go after the colt with pleasure." Josiah was glad enough, and so he got into the feller's wagon, but before he started off, the man says he, "You can look at that machine in front of you while I'm gone. I tell you frankly that there hain't another machine equal to it in America. It requires no strength at all. Infants can run it for days at a time, or idiots. If anybody knows enough to set and whistle, they can run this machine. And it's especially adapted to the blind. Blind people can run it just as well as them that can see. A blind woman last year in one day made $43 a making leather aprons. Stitched them all around the aged 2 rows. She made 2 dozen of 'em, and then she made 4 dozen gauze veils the same day without changing the needle. That is one of the beauties of the machine. It's got from leather to lace and back again without changing the needle. It is so tryin' for women every time they want to go from leather to gauze and book muslin to have to change the needle, but you can see for yourself that it ain't got its equal in North America." He heard the colt whinner, and Josiah stood up in the wagon and looked after it, so he started off down the cross road, and we sot there, feeling considerable like a procession, Josiah holding the stranger's horse, and I the old mare, and as we sot there, up drive another slick looking chap, and I being ahead, he spoke to me, and says he, "Can you direct me, Mom, to Josiah Allen's house?" "It's about a mile from here," and I added in a friendly tone, "Josiah is my husband." "Is he?" says he in a genteel tone. "Yes," says I, "we've been to Jonesville, and our colt run down the cross road, and—" "I see," says he, interruptin' of me, "I see how it is." And then he went on in a lower tone, "If you think of buying a sewing machine, don't get one of that feller in the wagon behind you. I know him well. He is one of the most worthless shacks in the country, as you can plainly see by the looks of his countenance. If I ever see a face in which knave and villain is wrote down, it's on his'n. Any one with half an eye can see that he would cheat his grandmother out of her snuff handkerchief if he got a chance." He talked so fast that I couldn't get a chance to put in a word edgewise for Josiah. "His sewing machines are utterly worthless. He ain't never sold one yet. He can't. His character has got out. Folks know him. There was a lady telling me the other day that her sewing machine she bought of him all fell to pieces in less than 24 hours after she bought it. Fell onto her infant, a sweet little babe, and crippled it for life. I see your husband is having a hard time of it with that colt. I will just hitch my horse here to the fence and go down and help him. I want to have a little talk with him before he comes back here." So he started off on the run. I told Josiah what he said about him, for it maddened me, but Josiah took it cool. He seemed to love to sit there and see them two men run. I never did see a colt act as that one did. They didn't have time to pass a word with each other to find out their mistake. It kept them on so keen a run. They would get it headed toward us, and then it would kick up its heels and run into some lot, and canter around in a circle with its head up in the air, and then bring up short against the fence. And then they would leap over the fence. The first one had white pantaloons on, but he didn't mind 'em. Over he would go, right into Sitka or elderbushes, and they would wave their hats at it, and holler and whistle and bark like dogs, and the colt would winter and start off again the wrong way. And them two men would go a pantin' after it. They had been a running nigh onto half an hour when a good looking young feller come along, and seeing me a settin' still and holding the old mare, he up and says, "Are you in any trouble that I can assist you?" Says I, "We're going home from Jonesville, Josiah and me, and our colt got away, and—" But Josiah interrupted me, and says he, "And them two fools a caperin' after it are sewing machine agents." The good looking chap see all through it in a minute, and he broke out into a laugh it would have done your soul good to hear, it was so clear and hearty and honest. But he didn't say a word. He drove out to go by us, and we see that then he had a sewing machine in the buggy. "Are you a agent?" says Josiah. "Yes," says he. "What sort of a machine is this here?" says Josiah, lifting up the cloth from the machine in front of him. "A pretty good one," says the feller, looking at the name on it. "Is yours as good?" says Josiah. "I think it's better," says he, and then he started up his horse. "Hello, stop!" says Josiah. The feller stopped. "Why don't you run down other fellers' machines, and beset us to buy yourn?" "Because I don't make a practice of stoppin' people on the street." "Do you haunt folks day and night? Foller 'em up on ladders, through trap doors, down cellars, and under barns?" "No," says the young chap. "I show people how my machine works. If they want it, I sell it. If they don't, I leave." "How much is your machine?" says Josiah. $75. "Can't you," says Josiah, "because I look so much like your old father, or because I'm a Methodist, or because my wife's mother used to live neighbor to your grandmother, let me have it for $25? The feller got up on his wagon, and turned his machine around so we could see it plainly. It was a beauty, and says he, "You see the machine, sir. I think it's the best one made, although there is no great difference between this and the one over there, but I think what difference there is in this one's favor. You can have it for $75 if you want it. If not, I will drive on. How do you like the looks on it, Samantha?" Says I, "It's the kind I wanted to get." Josiah took out his wallet and counted out $75, and says he, "Put that machine into that wagon where Samantha is." The good looking feller was just lifting it in and counting over his money when the two fellers came up with the colt. It seemed that they had a explanation as to why they was coming back. I see they had as quick as I catched sight on 'em, for they was a walking on one side of the road and the other on the other, most tight up to the fence. They was most dead, the colt had run 'em so, and it did seem as if their faces couldn't look no redder nor more madder than they did as we catched sight on 'em, and Josiah thanked 'em for driving back the colt. But when they see that the other feller had sold us a machine, their faces did look redder and madder. But I didn't care a mite. We drove off tickled enough that we had got through with our sufferin' with agents, and the colt had got so beat out a runnin' and a racin' that he drove home first rate, walkin' along by the old mare as stiddy as a deacon. End of How We Bought a Sewing Machine and Organ. Recording by Rick Cornwall.
Section 31 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Romero. Cheer for the Consumer by Nixon Waterman. I'm only a consumer, and it really doesn't matter if you crowd me in the streetcars till I couldn't well be flatter. I'm only a consumer, and the strikers may go striking, for it's mine to end my living if it isn't to my liking. I am a sort of parasite without a special mission, except to pay the damages. Mine is a queer position. The fates unite to squeeze me till I couldn't well be flatter, for I'm only a consumer, and it really doesn't matter. The baker tilts the price of bread upon the vaguest rumor of damage to the wheat crop, but I'm only a consumer. So it really doesn't matter, for there's no law that compels me to pay the added charges on the loaf of bread he sells me. The iceman leaves a smaller piece when days are growing hotter, but I'm only a consumer, and I do not need iced water. My business is to pay the bills and keep in a good humor, and it really doesn't matter, for I'm only a consumer. The milkman waters milk for me, there's garlic in my butter, but I'm only a consumer, and it does no good to mutter. I know that coal is going up, and beef is getting higher, but I'm only a consumer, and I have no need of fire. While beefsteak is a luxury that wealth alone is needing, I'm only a consumer, and what need have I for feeding? My business is to pay the bills, and keep in a good humor, and it really doesn't matter, since I'm only a consumer. The grocer sells me addled eggs, the tailor sells me shoddy. I'm only a consumer, and I am not anybody. The cobbler pegs me paper soles, the dairyman short weights me. I'm only a consumer, and most everybody hates me. There's turnip in my pumpkin pie, and ashes in my pepper. The world's my lazaretto, and I'm nothing but a leper. So lay me in my lowly grave, and tread the turf down flatter. I'm only a consumer, and it really doesn't matter. End of Cheer for the Consumer. Recording by Jerry Romero. You can find my blog at www.milesforkids.org and a podcast on iTunes. Just search for Running with Miles for Kids.
Section 32 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Kagan. A Desperate Race by J.F. Kelly. Some years ago I was one of a convivial party that met in the principal hotel in the town of Columbus, Ohio, the seat of government of the Buckeye State. It was a winter's evening when all without was bleak and stormy, and all within were blithe and gay, when song and story made the circuit of the festive board, filling up the chasms of life with mirth and laughter. We had met for the express purpose of making a night of it, and the pious intention was duly and most religiously carried out. The legislature was in session in that town, and not a few of the worthy legislators were present upon this occasion. One of those worthies I will name, as he not only took a big swath in the evening's entertainment, but he was a man more generally known than our worthy president, James K. Polk. That man was the famous Captain Riley, whose narrative of suffering and adventures is pretty generally known all over the civilized world. Captain Riley was a fine, fat, good-humored joker, who at the period of my story was the representative of the Dayton district, and lived near that little city when at home. Well, Captain Riley had amused the company with many of his far famed and singular adventures, which, being mostly told before, and read by millions of people that have seen his book, I will not attempt to repeat. Many were the stories and adventures told by the company, when it came to the turn of a well-known gentleman who represented the Cincinnati district. Mr. Blank is yet among the living, and perhaps not disposed to being the subject of joke or story. I do not feel at liberty to give his name. Mr. Blank was a slow believer of other men's adventures, and at the same time much disposed to magnify himself into a marvelous hero whenever the opportunity offered. As Captain Riley wound up one of his truthful, though really marvelous adventures, Mr. Blank coolly remarked that the captain's story was all very well, but it did not begin to compare with an adventure that he had, once upon a time, on the Ohio, below the present city of Cincinnati. Let's have it, resounded from all hands. Well, gentlemen, said the senator, clearing his voice for action and knocking the ashes off his cigar against the arm of his chair. Gentlemen, I am not in the habit of spinning yarns of marvelous or fictitious matters, and therefore it is scarcely necessary to affirm upon the responsibilities of my reputation. Gentlemen, that what I'm about to tell you, I most solemnly proclaim to be the truth. And, oh, never mind that. Go on, Mr. Blank, chimed the party. Well, gentlemen, in 18 I came down the Ohio River and settled at Losanti, now called Cincinnati. It was at that time but a little settlement of some 20 or 30 log and frame cabins, and where now stand the Broadway Hotel and blocks of stores and dwelling houses, was the cottage and corn patch of old Mr. Blank, the tailor, who, by the by, bought the land for making of a coat for one of the settlers. Well, I put up my cabin, with the aid of my neighbors, and put in a patch of corn and potatoes, about where the fly market now stands, and set about improving my lot and house, etc. Occasionally I took up my rifle and started off with my dog down the river to look up a little deer or bar meat. Then very plenty along the river. The blasted redskins were lurking about and hovering around the settlement, and every once in a while picked off some of our neighbors or stole our cattle or horses. I hated the red demons and made no bones of peppering the blasted serpents whenever I got a sight of them. In fact, the red rascals had a dread of me and had laid a good many traps to get my scalp. But I wasn't to be catched napping. No, gentlemen, I was too well up on 'em for that. Well, I started off one morning pretty early to take a hunt and traveled a long way down the river over the bottoms and hills, but couldn't find no bar or deer. Then about 4 o'clock in the afternoon I made tracks for the settlement again. By and by I sees a buck just ahead of me, walking leisurely down the river. I slipped up with my faithful old dog close in my rear and to within clever shooting distance, and just as the buck stuck his nose in the drink, I drew a bead on his top knot, and over he tumbled, and splurged and bounded for a while, when I came up and relieved him by cutting his wizen. Well, but what has that to do with an adventure? Said Riley. Hold on a bit, if you please, gentlemen. By Jove, I had a great deal to do with it. For while I was busy skinning the hindquarters of the buck and stowing away the kidney fat in my hunting shirt, I heard a noise like the breaking of bush under a moccasin, and up the bottom my dog heard it and started up to reconnoiter, and I lost no time in reloading my rifle. I hardly got my priming out before my dog raised a howl and broke through the brush toward me with his tail down, as he was not used to doing unless there were wolves, panthers, or Injuns about. Picked up my knife and took up my line of march in a skulking trot up the river, frequent gullies on the lower bank made it tedious traveling there, so I scrabbled up the upper bank, which was pretty well covered with buckeye and sycamore, and very little underbrush. One peep below discovered to me 3 as big and strapping red rascals, gentlemen, as you ever clapped your eyes on. Yes, there they came, not above 600 yards in my rear, shouting and yelling like hounds and coming after me like all possessed. Well, said an old woodsman sitting at the table, you took a tree, of course. Did I? No, gentlemen. I took no tree just then, but I took to my heels like 60, and I was just as much as my old dog could do to keep up with me. I ran until the whoops of my redskins grew fainter and fainter behind me, and clean out of the wind. I ventured to look behind me, and there came one single red whelp, puffing and blowing, not 300 yards in my rear. He had got on to a piece of bottom where the trees were small and scarce. Now, thinks I, old fella, I'll have you. So I trotted off at a pace sufficient to let my follower gain on me, and when he had got just about near enough, I wheeled and fired, and down I brought him, dead as a doornail, and 120 yards. Then you scalped him? Immediately, said the backwoodsman. Very clear of it, gentlemen, for by the time I got my rifle loaded, here came the other 2 redskins, shouting and whooping close on me, and anyway I broke again like a quarter horse. I was now down about 5 miles from the settlement, and it was getting toward sunset. I ran till my wind began to be pretty short, when I took a look back, and there they come, snorting like mad buffaloes, one about 200 or 300 yards ahead of the other. So I acted possum again, till the foremost Injun got pretty well up, and I wheeled and fired at the very moment he was drawing a bead on me. He fell head over stomach into the dirt, and up came the last one. So you laid for him, said the old woodsman. No, continued the member, I didn't lay for him. I hadn't time to load, so I laid my legs to ground and started again. I heard every bound he made after me. I ran and ran until the fire flew out of my eyes, and the old dog's tongue hung out of his mouth a quarter of a yard long. Phew-ee, whistled somebody. That was a fact, gentlemen. Well, what I was to do, I didn't know. Rifle empty, no big trees about, and a murdering red Indian not 300 yards in my rear. And what was worse, just then it occurred to me that I was not a great ways from a big creek, now called Mill Creek, and there I should be pinned at last. Just at this juncture, I struck my toe against a root, and down I tumbled, and my old dog over me. Before I could scramble up, the Indian fired, gasped the old woodsman. He did, gentlemen, and I felt the ball strike me under the shoulder. But that didn't seem to put any embargo upon my locomotion, for as soon as I got up, I took off again, quite freshened by my fall. I heard the redskin closing behind me, coming booming on, and every minute I expect to have his tomahawk dashed into my head or shoulders. Something kind of cool began to trickle down my legs into my boots. Blood, for the shot that old redskin took of you, said the old woodsman in a great state of excitement. Well, I thought so, said the senator. But what do you think it was? Not being blood, we were all puzzled to know what the blazes it could be, when Riley observed, I suppose you had melted the deer fat which I had stuck in my breast pocket hunting shirt, and the grease was running down my leg until my feet got so greasy that my heavy boots flew off, and one hitting the dog nearly knocked his brains out. We all grinned, which the member noticed. I hope, gentlemen, no man here will presume to think I'm exaggerating. Oh, no, certainly not. Oh, come on, Mr. Blank, we all chimed in. Well, the ground under my feet was soft, and being relieved of my heavy boots, I put off with a double quick time, and seeing the creek about a half a mile off, I ventured to look over my shoulder to see what kind of chance there was to hold up and load. Oh, That redskin was coming jogging along, pretty well blowed out, about 500 yards in the rear. Thinks I, here goes to the load anyway. So at it I went, in went the powder, and putting on my patch, and down went the ball about halfway, and off snapped my ramrod. Thunder and lightning, shouted the old woodsman, who was working up to the top, notched in the member story. Good gracious, wasn't I in a pickle? There was that red yelp within 200 yards of me, pacing along and loading up his rifle as he came. I jerked out the broken ramrod, dashed it away, and started on, priming up as I cantered off, determined to turn and give the redskin a blast anyhow, as soon as I reached the creek. Well, I was now within 100 yards of the creek, could see the smoke from the settlement chimes. A few more jumps, and I was by the creek. Oh, that Indian was close upon me. He gave a whoop, and I raised my rifle. On he came, knowing that I had broken my ramrod and my load was not down. Another whoop whoop, and he was within 50 yards of me. I pulled the trigger and killed him, chuckled Riley. No, sir, I misfired. And the redskin, shouted the old woodsman in a frenzy of excitement. Why, he fired and killed me. The screams and shouts that followed this finale brought landlord Noble, servants, and hotelers running up the stairs to see if the house was on fire. End of section 32. The Desperate Race by J.F. Kelly. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Section 33 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVoice recording. All LibriVoice recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVoice.org. As Good as a Play by Horace E. Scudder. There was quite a row of them on the mantelpiece. They were all facing front, and it looked as if they had come out of the wall behind, and were on the little stage facing the audience. There was the brown smoke reading a book by the light of a candle, who had a private opening under his grindle, so that sometimes his head was thrown violently back, and one looked down into him and found him full of brimstone matches. Then the little boy leaning against a greyhound. He was made of Parian, very fine Parian too, so that one would expect to find a glass cover over him. But no, the glass cover stood over a cat, and a cat made of worsted too. Still, it was a very old cat, 50 years old in fact. There was another young person there, young little boy leaning on a greyhound, and she too was of Parian. She was very fair in front, but behind, that is a secret which is not quite time yet to tell. One other stood there, at least she seemed to stand, but nobody could see her feet, for her dress was so very wide and so finely flounced. She was the China girl that rose out of a pen wiper. The fire in the grate below was of soft coal, and flashed up and down, throwing little jets of flame up that made very pretty footlights. So here was a stage, and here were the actors, but where was the audience? Oh, the audience was in the armchair in front. He had a special seat. He was a critic, and could get up when he wanted to, when the play became tiresome, and go out. It is painful to say such things out loud, said the boy leaning against a greyhound, with a trembling voice. But we have been together so long, and these people around us never will go away. Dear girl, will you know? It was the Parian girl that he spoke to, but he did not look at her. He could not. He was leaning against the greyhound. He only looked at the audience. I am not quite sure, she called, if now you were under a glass case. I am under a glass case, spoke up the cat made of worsted. Marry me. I am 50 years old. Marry me, and live under a glass case. Shocking, said she. How can you, 50 years old too. That would indeed be a match." "Marry," muttered the bronze monk reading a book. "A match! I am full of matches, but I don't marry. Folly!" "You stand up very strict, neighbor," said the cat made of worsted. "I never bend," said the bronze monk reading a book. "Life is earnest. I read a book by candle. I am never idle." The cat made of worsted grinned to himself. "You've got a hinge in your back," said he. "They open you in the middle. Your head flies back. How the blood must run down! And then you are full of brimstone matches. He, he!" said the cat made of worsted grinned out loud. And the boy leaning against a greyhound spoke again, and sighed. "I am of Parian, you know, and there is no one else here of Parian except yourself." "And the greyhound?" said the Parian girl. "Yes, and the greyhound," said he eagerly. "He belongs to me. Come, a glass case is nothing to it. We could roam. Oh, we could roam." "I don't like roaming." "Then we could stay at home and lean against the greyhound." "No," said the Parian girl, "I don't like that." "Why?" "I have private reasons." "What?" "No matter." "I know," said the cat made of worsted. "I saw her behind. She's hollow. She's stuffed with lamp lighters. He, he!" And the cat made of worsted grinned again. "I love you just as much," said the steadfast boy leaning against a greyhound. "And I don't believe the cat." "Go away," said the Parian girl angrily. "You are all hateful. I won't have you." "Ah!" sighed the boy leaning against a greyhound. "Ah!" came another sigh. It was from the China girl rising out of a pen wiper. "How I pity you!" "Do you?" said he eagerly. "Do you? Then I love you. Will you marry me?" "Ah!" said she, "but—" "She can't," said the cat made of worsted. "She can't come to you. She hasn't got any legs. I know it. I am 50 years old. I never saw them." "Never mind the cat," said the boy leaning against a greyhound. "But I do mind the cat," said she, wiping. "I haven't. It's all pen wiper." "Do I care?" said he. "She has faults," said the bronze monk reading a book, "that last longer than beauty, and she is solid behind." "And she has no hinge in her back," grinned the cat made of worsted. "Come, neighbors, let us congratulate them. You begin." "Keep out of disagreeable company," said the bronze monk reading a book. "That is not congratulation, that is advice," said the cat made of worsted. "Never mind. Go on, my dear." To the Parian girl. "What? Nothing to say? Then I'll say for you. Friends, may your love last as long as your courtship. Now I will congratulate you." But before he could speak, the audience got up. "You shall not say a word. It must end happily." He went to the mantelpiece and took up the China girl rising out of a pen wiper. "Why, she has legs after all," said he. "They're false," said the cat made of worsted. "They're false. I know it. I'm 50 years old. I never saw true ones on her." The audience paid no attention, but took up the boy leaning against a greyhound. "Ha!" said the cat made of worsted. "Come, I like this. He's hollow. They're all hollow. He, he! Neighbor monk, you're hollow. He, he!" And the cat made of worsted never stopped grinning. The audience lifted the glass case from him and set it over the boy leaning against a greyhound and the China girl rising out of a pen wiper. "Be happy," said he. "Happy," said the cat made of worsted. "Happy." Still they were happy. End of As Good as a Play.
Section 34 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table by Oliver Wendell Holmes. It is not easy, at the best, for two persons talking together to make the most of each other's thoughts, there are so many of them. The company looked as if they wanted an explanation. When John and Thomas, for instance, are talking together, it is natural enough that among the six there should be more or less confusion and misapprehension. Our landlady turned pale. No doubt she thought there was a screw loose in my intellects, and that involved the probable loss of a boarder, a severe-looking person who wears a Spanish cloak and a sad cheek, fluted by the passions of the melodrama, whom I understand to be the professional ruffian of the neighboring theatre, alluded with a certain lifting of the brow, drawing down of the corners of the mouth, and somewhat rasping voce di petty to Falstaff's 9 men in buckram. Everybody looked up. I believe the old gentleman opposite was afraid I should seize the carving knife. At any rate, he slid it to one side, as it were carelessly. "I think," I said, "I can make it plain to Benjamin Franklin here that there are at least 6 personalities distinctly to be recognized as taking part in that dialogue between John and Thomas. 3 Johns. Number 1, the real John, known only to his Maker. Number 2, John's ideal John, never the real one, and often very unlike him. Number 3, Thomas's ideal John, never the real John, nor John's John, but often very unlike either. 3 Thomases. Number 1, the real Thomas. Number 2, Thomas's ideal Thomas. Number 3, John's ideal Thomas." Only one of the 3 Johns is taxed. Only one can be weighed on a platform balance. But the other 2 are just as important in the conversation. Let us suppose the real John to be old, dull, and ill-looking. But as the higher powers have not conferred on men the gift of seeing themselves in the true light, John very possibly conceives himself to be youthful, witty, and fascinating, and talks from the point of view of this ideal. Thomas again believes him to be an artful rogue. We will say, therefore, he is, so far as Thomas's attitude in the conversation is concerned, an artful rogue, though really simple and stupid. The same conditions apply to the 3 Thomases. It follows that until a man can be found who knows himself as his Maker knows him, or who sees himself as others see him, there must be at least 6 persons engaged in every dialogue between 2. Of these the least important, philosophically speaking, is the one that we have called the real person. No wonder 2 disputants often get angry when there are 6 of them talking and listening all at the same time. A very unphilosophical application of the above remarks was made by a young fellow answering to the name of John, who sits near me at table. A certain basket of peaches, a rare vegetable, little known to boarding houses, was on its way to me via this unlettered Johannes. He appropriated the 3 that remained in the basket, remarking that there was just 1 apiece for him. I convinced him that his practical inference was hasty and illogical, but in the meantime he had eaten the peaches. Our Sumatra Correspondence. This island is now the property of the Stamford family, having been won, it is said, in a raffle by Sir Stamford, during the stock gambling mania of the South Sea scheme. The history of this gentleman may be found in an interesting series of questions, unfortunately not yet answered, contained in the Notes and Queries. This island is entirely surrounded by the ocean, which here contains a large amount of saline substance, crystallizing in cubes remarkable for their symmetry, and frequently displays on its surface, during calm weather, the rainbow tints of the celebrated South Sea bubbles. The summers are oppressively hot, and the winters very probably cold, but this fact cannot be ascertained precisely, as, for some peculiar reason, the mercury in these latitudes never shrinks, as in more northern regions, and thus the thermometer is rendered useless in winter. The principal vegetable productions of the island are the pepper tree and the breadfruit tree, pepper being very abundantly produced. A benevolent society was organized in London during the last century for supplying the natives with vinegar and oysters as an addition to that delightful condiment. Note received from Dr. D.P. It is said, however, that as the oysters were of the kind called natives in England, the natives of Sumatra, in obedience to a natural instinct, refused to touch them, and confined themselves entirely to the crew of the vessel in which they were brought over. This information was received from one of the oldest inhabitants, a native himself, and exceedingly fond of missionaries. He is said also to be very skilful in the cuisine peculiar to the island. During the season of gathering the pepper, the persons employed are subject to various incommodities, the chief of which is violent and long continued sternutation, or sneezing. Such is the vehemence of these attacks that the unfortunate subjects of them are often driven backward for great distances at immense speed, on the well known principle of the Aola pile. Not being able to see where they are going, these poor creatures dash themselves to pieces against the rocks, or are precipitated over the cliffs, and thus many valuable lives are lost annually. As, during the whole pepper harvest, they feed exclusively on this stimulant, they become exceedingly irritable. The smallest injury is resented with ungovernable rage. A young man suffering from the pepper fever, as it is called, cudgeled another most severely for appropriating a superannuated relative of trifling value, and was only pacified by having a present made him of a pig of that peculiar species of swine called the Peccavi by the Catholic Jews, who, it is well known, abstain from swine's flesh in imitation of the Mohammedan Buddhists. The bread tree grows abundantly. Its branches are well known to Europe and America under the familiar name of macaroni. The smaller twigs are called vermicelli. They have a decided animal flavor, as may be observed in the soups containing them. Macaroni, being tubular, is the favorite habitat of a very dangerous insect, which is rendered peculiarly ferocious by being boiled. The government of the island, therefore, never allows a stick of it to be exported without being accompanied by a piston with which its cavity may at any time be thoroughly swept out. These are commonly lost or stolen before the macaroni arrives among us. It therefore always contains many of these insects, which, however, generally die of old age in the shops, so that accidents from this source are comparatively rare. The fruit of the bread tree consists principally of hot rolls. The buttered muffin variety is supposed to be a hybrid with a cocoanut palm, the cream found on the milk of the cocoanut exuding from the hybrid in the shape of butter, just as the ripe fruit is splitting, so as to fit it for the tea table, where it is commonly served up with cold. There! I don't want to read any more of it. You see that many of these statements are highly improbable. No, I shall not mention the paper. No, neither of them wrote it, though it reminds me of the style of these popular writers. I think the fellow that wrote it must have been reading some of their stories and got them mixed up with his history and geography. I don't suppose he lies. He sells it to the editor, who knows how many squares off Sumatra is. The editor who sells it to the public, by the way, the papers have been very civil, haven't they, to the what do you call it, Northern Magazine, isn't it? Got up by some of those come-outers down east as an organ for their local peculiarities. It is a very dangerous thing for a literary man to indulge his love for the ridiculous. People laugh with him just so long as he amuses them, But if he attempts to be serious, they must still have their laugh, and so they laugh at him. There is in addition, however, a deeper reason for this than would at first appear. Do you know that you feel a little superior to every man who makes you laugh, whether by making faces or verses? Are you aware that you have a pleasant sense of patronizing him when you condescend so far as to let him turn somersets, literal or literary, for your royal delight? Now, if a man can only be allowed to stand on a dais or raised platform and look down on his neighbor who is exerting his talent for him, oh, it is all right, first-rate performance, and all the rest of the fine phrases. But if all at once the performer asks the gentleman to come up on the floor, and, stepping upon the platform, begins to talk down at him, that wasn't in the programme. I have never forgotten what happened when Sydney Smith, who, as everybody knows, was an exceedingly sensible man and a gentleman, every inch of him, ventured to preach a sermon on the duties of royalty. The Quarterly, so savage and tartly, came down upon him in the most contemptuous style as a "joker of jokes," a "diner out of the first water," in one of his own phrases, sneering at him, insulting him, as nothing but a toady of a court, sneaking behind the anonymous, would ever have been mean enough to do to a man of his position and genius, or to any decent person even. If I were giving advice to a young fellow of talent, with 2 or 3 facets to his mind, I would tell him by all means to keep his wit in the background until after he had made a reputation by his more solid qualities. And so to an actor, Hamlet first and Bob Logic afterward, if you like. But don't think, as they say poor Liston used to, that people will be ready to allow that you can do anything great with Macbeth's dagger after flourishing about with Paul Pry's umbrella. Do you know, too, that the majority of men look upon all who challenge their attention, for a while at least, as beggars and nuisances? They always try to get off as cheaply as they can, and the cheapest of all things they can give a literary man, pardon the forlorn pleasantry, is the funny bone. That is all very well so far as it goes, but satisfies no man, and makes a good many angry, as I told you on a former occasion. Oh, indeed, no! I am not ashamed to make you laugh, occasionally. I think I could read you something I have in my desk that would probably make you smile. Perhaps I will read it one of these days, if you are patient with me when I am sentimental and reflective. Not just now. The ludicrous has its place in the universe. It is not a human invention, but one of the divine ideas, illustrated in the practical jokes as kittens and monkeys long before Aristophanes or Shakespeare. How curious it is that we always consider solemnity and the absence of all gay surprises and encounter of wits as essential to the idea of the future life of those whom we thus deprive of half their faculties and then called blessed. There are not a few who, even in this life, seem to be preparing themselves for that smileless eternity to which they look forward by banishing all gaiety from their hearts and all joyousness from their countenances. I meet one such in the street not unfrequently, a person of intelligence and education, but who gives me, and all that he passes, such a rayless and chilling look of recognition, something as if he were one of heaven's assessors come down to doom every acquaintance he met, that I have sometimes begun to sneeze on the spot, and gone home with a violent cold, dating from that instant. I don't doubt he would cut his kitten's tail off if he caught her playing with it. Please tell me, who taught her to play with it? End of The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, February, 2011.
Section 35 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. Caesar's Quiet Lunch with Cicero by James T. Fields. Have you heard how Julius Caesar made a call on Cicero in his modest Formian villa many and many a year ago? I shall pass your way, wrote Caesar, on the Saturnalia 3rd, and I'll just drop in, my Tullius, for a quiet, friendly word. Don't make a stranger of me, Mark, nor be at all put out. A snack of anything you have will serve my need, no doubt. I wish to show my confidence. The invitation's mine. I come to share your simple food and taste your honest wine. Up rose M. Tullius Cicero and seized a Roman punch, then mused upon the godlike soul was coming round to lunch. By Hercules, he murmured low unto his lordly self, there are not many dainties left upon my pantry shelf. But what I have shall Julius share. What ho! He proudly cried. Great Caesar comes this way anon to sit my chair beside. A dish of lampreys quickly stew, and cook them with a turn, for that's his favorite pablum from Mamurra I learn. His slaves obey their lord's command. The table soon is laid for two distinguished gentlemen, one rather bald, 'tis said, when lo, a messenger appears to sound approach, and then brave Caesar comes to greet his friend with twice 1,000 men. His cohorts rend the air with shouts that this is their dust you see. The trumpeters announce him near. Said Marcus, woe is me! Fly, Cassius, fly, assign a guard. Borrow what tent you can. Encamp his soldiers round the field, or I'm a ruined man. Get sheep and oxen by the score. Buy corn at any price. O Jupiter, befriend me now, and give me your advice. It turned out better than he feared. Things proved enough and good, and Caesar made himself at home, and much enjoyed his food. But Marcus had an awful fright, that cannot be denied. I'm glad 'tis over. When it was, the host sat down and sighed. And when he wrote to Atticus, and all the story told, he ended his epistle thus: J.C.'s a warrior bold, a vastly entertaining man, in learning quite immense, so full of literary skill, and most uncommon sense. But frankly I should never say, no trouble, sir, at all. And when you pass this way again, give us another call. End of Caesar's Quiet Lunch with Cicero. Reading by Marty Criss.
Section 36 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Coming Home Thanksgiving by James Ball Naylor. I've clean forgot my rheumatiz. Hain't nary limp or hobble. I'm feeling like a turkey cock and ready most to gobble. I'm working spry and stepping high and thinking life worth living, for all the children's coming home, all coming home Thanksgiving. There's Mary up at Darby Town, and Sally down at Goshen, and Billy out at Kirkersville, and Jim who has a notion that Hackleyburg's the very place for which his soul has striven. They're all a-comin' home again, all comin' home Thanksgiving. Yes, yes, they're all a-comin' back. There ain't no ifs nor maybes. The boys will fetch their wives and kids, the gals their men and babies. The old place will be upside down, and me and Mammy driven to roost out in the locust trees when they come home Thanksgiving. For Mary, she has 3 or 4 mischievous little tykes, sir, and Sally has a house full more. You never seen the like, sir. While Jim has 6 and Billy 8. They'll tear the house to flinders, and dig the cellar out in chunks, and pitch it through the winders. The gals'll tag me to the barn, and climb the mows, and waller all over every ton of hay, and laugh and scream and holler. The boys'll get in this and that, and get a licking, perhaps, sir, just like their daddies used to get when they was little chaps, sir. But lawsy me, why I don't care. I'm just so glad they're comin', I have to whistle to the tune that my old heart's a hummin'. And me and Mammy, well, we think it's good to be a livin', since all the children's comin' home to spend the day Thanksgivin'. End of Comin' Home Thanksgivin'.
Section 37 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. Praise God Barebones by Ellen McKay Hutchinson Cortisol. I and my cousin Wildair met and tossed a pot together. Burnt sack it was that Molly brewed, for it was nipping weather. 'Fore George! To see Dick bust the wench set all the inn folk laughing. They dubbed him Pearl of Cavaliers at kissing and at quaffing. "Ods fish," says Dick, "the sack is rare, and rarely burnt, fair Molly. 'Twould cure the sourest crop e'er yet of pious melancholy." "Egad," says I, "here cometh one hath been at prayers but lately. Sooth, Master Praise God Barebones stepped along the street sedately." Dick Wildair, with a swashing bow and touch of his Toledo, gave Merry Christmas to the rogue and bade him say his credo. Next crush a cup to the King's health, and eke to pretty Molly. "'Twill cure your saintliness," says Dick, "of pious melancholy." Then Master Barebones stopped and frowned. My heart stood still a minute. Thinks I, both Dick and I will hang, or else the devil's in it. For me, I care not for Old Noll, nor all the rump together. Yet, faith, 'tis best to be alive in pleasant Christmas weather. His worship Barebones grimly smiled. "I love not blows nor brawling. Yet will I give thee, fool, a pledge." And zooks! He sent Dick sprawling. When Moll and I helped Wildair up, no longer trim and jolly, "Feel'st not, Sir Dick," says saucy Moll, "a pious melancholy?" End of Praise God Barebones. Recording by Rick Cornwall.
Section 38 of The Wit and Humor of America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Loafer and the Squire by Porte Crayon. The squire himself was a type of a class found only among the rural population of our southern states, a class the individuals of which are connected by a general similarity of position and circumstance, but present a field to the student of man infinite in variety, rich in originality. As the isolated oak that spreads his umbrageous top in the meadow surpasses his spindling congener of the forest, so does the country gentleman, alone in the midst of his broad estate, outgrow the man of crowds and conventionalities in our cities. The oak may have the advantage in the comparison, as his locality and consequent superiority are permanent. The squire, out of his own district, we ignore. Whether intrinsically or simply in default of comparison, at home he is invariably a great man. Such, at least, was Squire Hardy. Sour and cynical in speech, yet overflowing with human kindness, contemning luxury and expense in dress and equipage, but princely in his hospitality, praising the olden time to the disparagement of the present, the mortal foe of progressionists and fast people in every department. Above all, a philosopher of his own school, he judged by the law of Procrustes, and permitted no appeals. Opinionated and arbitrary as the Czar, he was sauced by his negroes, respected and loved by his neighbors, led by the nose by his wife and daughters, and the abject slave of his grandchildren. His house was as big as a barn, and as his sons and daughters married, they brought their mates home to the old mansion. "It will be time enough for them to hive," quoth the squire, "when the old box is full." Notwithstanding his contempt for fast men nowadays, he is rather pleased with any allusion to his own youthful reputation in that line, and not unfrequently tells a good story on himself. We cannot omit one told by a neighbor, as being characteristic of the times and manners 40 years ago. At Culpeper Courthouse, or some courthouse thereabout, Dick Hardy, then a good-humored, gay young bachelor, and the prime favorite of both sexes, was called upon to carve the pig at the court dinner. The district judge was at the table, the lawyers, justices, and everybody else that felt disposed to dine. At Dick's right elbow sat a militia colonel, who was tricked out in all the pomp and circumstance admitted by his rank. He had probably been engaged on some court-martial, imposing 50-cent fines on absentees from the last general muster. Howbeit Dick, in thrusting his fork into the back of the pig, bespattered the officers' regimentals with some of the superfluous gravy. "Beg your pardon," said Dick, as he went on with his carving. Now these were times when the war spirit was high, and chivalry at a premium. "Beg your pardon" might serve as a napkin to wipe the stain from one's honor, but did not touch the question of the greased and spotted regimentals. The colonel, swelling with wrath, seized a spoon, and deliberately dipping it into the gravy, dashed it over Dick's prominent shirt frill. All saw the act, and with open eyes and mouth sat in astonished silence, waiting to see what would be done next. The outraged citizen calmly laid down his knife and fork, and looked at his frill, the officer, and the pig, one after another. The colonel, unmindful of the pallid countenance and significant glances of the burning eye, leaned back in his chair with arms akimbo, regarding the young farmer with cool disdain. A murmur of surprise and indignation arose from the congregated guests. Dick's face turned red as the turkey gobbler's. He deliberately took the pig by the hind legs, and with a sudden twirl brought it down upon the head of the unlucky officer. Stunned by the squashing blow, astounded and blinded with streams of gravy and wads of stuffing, he attempted to rise, but blow after blow from the fat pig fell upon his bewildered head. He seized a carving knife and attempted to defend himself with blind but ineffectual fury, and at length, with a desperate effort, rose and took to his heels. Dick Hardy, whose wrath waxed hotter and hotter, followed, belaboring him unmercifully at every step, around the table, through the hall, and into the street, the crowd shouting and applauding. We are sorry to learn that among this crowd were lawyers, sheriffs, magistrates, and constables, and that even his honor the judge, forgetting his dignity and position, shouted in a loud voice, "Give it to him, Dick Hardy! There's no law in Christendom against basting a man with a roast pig." Dick's weapon failed before his anger, and when at length the battered colonel escaped into the door of a friendly dwelling, the victor had nothing in his hands but the hind legs of the roaster. He entered the dining room flourishing these over his head, and venting his still unappeased wrath in great oaths. The company reassembled and finished their dinner as best they might. In reply to a toast, Hardy made a speech, wherein he apologized for sacrificing the principal dinner dish, and, as he expressed it, for putting public property to private uses. In reply to this speech, a treat was ordered. In those good old days, folks were not so virtuous that a man might have cakes and ale without being damned for it, and it is presumable the day wound up with a spree. After the squire got older, and a family grew up around him, he was not always victorious in his contests. For example, a question lately arose about the refurnishing of the house. On their return from a visit to Richmond, the ladies took it into their heads that the parlors looked bare and old-fashioned, and it was decided by them in secret conclave that a change was necessary. "What?" said he, in a towering passion. "Isn't it enough that you spend your time and money in vinegar to sour sweet peaches, and your sugar to sweeten crab-apples, that you must turn the house you were born in topsy-turvy? God help us! We've a house with windows to let the light in, and you want curtains to keep it out. We've plastered the walls to make them white, and now you want to paste blue paper over them. We've waxed floors to walk on, and we must pay $2 a yard for a carpet to save the oak plank. Begone with your nonsense, you demented jades." The squire smote the oak floor with his heavy cane, and the rosy petitioners fled from his presence laughing. In due time, however, the parlors were furnished with carpets, curtains, paper, and all the fixtures of modern luxury. The ladies were, of course, greatly delighted, and while professing great aversion and contempt for the tawdry lumber, it was plain to see that the worthy man enjoyed their pleasure as much as they did the new furniture. On another occasion, too, did the doughty squire suffer defeat under circumstances far more humiliating, and from an adversary far less worthy. The western horizon was blushing rosy red at the coming of the sun, whose descending chariot was hidden by the thick Indian summer haze that covered lowland and mountain, as it were, with a violet-tinted veil. This was the condition of things, we were going to say, when Squire Hardy sallied forth, charged with a small bag of salt for the purpose of looking after his farm generally, and particularly of salting his sheep. It was an interesting sight to see the old gentleman, with his dignified, portly figure, marching at the head of a long procession of improved breeds, the universally received emblems of innocence and patience. Barring his modern costume, he might have suggested to the artist's mind a picture of one of the patriarchs. Having come to a convenient place, or having tired himself crying "Conan, Conan" at the top of his voice, the squire halted. The black ram halted, and the long procession of ewes and well-grown lambs moved up in a dense semicircle, and also halted, expressing their pleasure at the expected treat by gentle bleatings. The squire stooped to spread the salt. The black ram, either from most uncivil impatience, or mistaking the movement of the proprietor's coat-tail for a challenge, pitched into him incontinently. Plenum sed, as the Oxonians say. An attack from behind, so sudden and unexpected, threw the squire sprawling on his face into a stone pile. Oh, never was the thunder's jar, the red tornado's wasting wing, or all the elemental war, like the fury of Squire Hardy on that occasion. He recovered his feet with the agility of a boy, his nose bleeding and a stone in each hand. The timid flock looked all aghast, while the audacious offender, so far from having shown any disposition to skulk, stood shaking his head and threatening, as if he had a mind to follow up the dastardly attack. The squire let fly one stone, which grazed the villain's head and killed a lamb. With the other he crippled a favorite ewe. The ram still showed fight, and the vengeful proprietor would probably have soon decimated his flock had not Porte Crayon, who had been squirrel shooting, made his appearance in time to save them. "Quick, quick, young man, your gun! Let me shoot the cursed brute on the spot." The squire was frantic with rage, the cause of which our hero, having seen something of the affray, easily divined. He was unwilling, however, to trust his hair-triggered piece in the hands of his excited host. "By your leave, squire, and by your orders, I'll do the shooting myself. Which of them was it?" "The ram, the d-blanked ram. Kill him, shoot, don't let him live a minute." Crayon leveled his piece and fired. The offender made a bound and fell dead, the black blood spouting from his forehead in a stream as thick as your thumb. "There now," exclaimed the squire with infinite satisfaction. "You've got it, you ungrateful brute. You've found something harder than your own head at last, you cursed reptile. Friend Crayon, that's a capital gun of yours, and you shot well." The squire dropped the stones which he had in his hands, and looking back at the dead body of the belligerent sheep, observed, with a thoughtful air, "He was a fine animal, Mr. Crayon, a fine animal, and this will teach him a good lesson." "In all likelihood," replied Crayon dryly, "it will break him of this trick of butting." Not long after this occurrence, Squire Hardy went to hear an itinerant phrenologist who lectured in the village. In the progress of his discourse, the lecturer, for purposes of illustration, introduced the skulls of several animals, mapped off in the most correct and scientific manner. "Observe, ladies and gentlemen, the head of the wolf. Combativeness enormously developed, alimentiveness large, while conscientiousness is entirely wanting. On the other hand, look at this cranium. Here, combativeness is a nullity, absolutely wanting, while the fullness of the sentimental organs indicate at once the mild and peaceful disposition of the sheep." The squire, who had listened with great attention up to this point, hastily rose to his feet. "A sheep!" he exclaimed. "Did you call a sheep a peaceful animal? I tell you, sir, it is the most ferocious and unruly beast in existence. Sir, I had a ram once—" "My dear sir," cried the astonished lecturer, "on the authority of our most distinguished writers, the sheep is an emblem of peace and innocence." "An emblem of the devil," interrupted the squire, boiling over. "You are an ignorant impostor, and your science a humbug. I had a ram once that would have taught you more in 5 seconds than you've learned from books in all your lifetime." And so Squire Hardy put on his hat and walked out, leaving the lecturer to rectify his blunder as best he might. End of section 38. The Squire and the Loafer, by Porte Crayon. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 39 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. The Stovepipe Hole by William Henry Drummond. That's very cold and stormy night on village St. Matthew, when everyone he go coucher and dog was quiet too. Young Dominique he start him out, see Emmeline Gordon was leaving on her father's place, Maxine de Faugeron. Poor Dominique, he's like that girl and love her most the time, and she was make the promise, sure, some day she be his femme. But she have verse old father that's never on the world was swear unless he's rich like Diab, no fellas get his girl. He's make it plenty fuss about his daughter Emmeline. That's maybe nice girl too, but then, mon Dieu, she's not the queen. And when the young man's come round for spark it on the door, and hear the old man swear, baptime, he's never come no more. Young Dominique, he same the rest, was scared for old Maxine. He don't like risk himself too much for chances seeing him. That's only stormy night he come, so dark you cannot see, and that's the reason why also he's climbed the gallery. The girl she's waiting there for him don't care about the rain, so glad for see young Dominique, he's coming back again. They both forgot the old Maxine and make the embrasse, and after they finish that, poor Dominique he say, "Goodbye, dear Emmeline, goodbye, I'm going very soon. For you I got no better chance than fella on the moon. It's all the fault your father too, that I be go away. He's got no use for me at all, I see that every day. He's never meet me on the road, but he say surprise, and if he catch me on the house, I'm scared he's killing me. So I must leave old Saint Matthew for work on another place, and till I make the big fortune, you never see my face." Then Emmeline say, "Dominique, my love, you'll always be, and if you kiss me 2-3 times, I'll not tell nobody. But prenez garde, my father, please, I know he's getting old. All same, he often walk the house upon the stocking sole. Goodbye, goodbye, cher Dominique. I know you will be true. I don't want no rich fella me. My heart, she go with you." That's very quick he kiss her then, before the father come. But don't get too much pleasurement, so fraid the old bonhomme. Well, just about there halfway too with all the love business. Emmeline say, "Dominique, what for you scare like all the rest? Don't see me shoof danger now the old man come round, when minute after that there's noise like house she's fallen down." Then Emmeline she holler, "Fire! Will no one come for me?" And Dominique is jump so high, near bust the gallery. "Help, help, right off!" somebody shout. "I'm killing on my place. It's all the fault my daughter too. That girl, she's my disgrace." He's keep it up long time like that, but not hard telling now. What's all the noise upon the house? Who's kick him up the row? It seems Bonhomme was sneak round upon the stocking sole, and first thing then the old man walk right through the stovepipe hole. When Dominique see him there, with one leg hang below, and 'nother leg straight out above, he's glad for catch him so. The old man can't do nothing then but swear and ax for why nobody take him out that hole before he's come and die. Then Dominique, he speak like this: "Mon cher Monsieur Gordon, I'm not rich to the fella me, I'm only habitant. But I was love more I can told your daughter Emmeline, and if I marry that girl, bagosh, she's like the queen. I want you make the promise now, before it's come too late, and I must tell you this also, there's not much time for wait. Your foot, she's hanging down so low, I'm 'fraid she catch the cold. Wall, if you give me Emmeline, I pull you out the hole. Dat make the old man swear more hard he never swear before, and with the foot he's got above, he's kicking on the floor. No, no, he say, Sapre tonnerre, she never marry you, and if you don't look out, you get the jail on Saint Matthew. Correct, young Dominique say, maybe the jail's tight place, but you got one small corner too, I see it on the face. So if you don't like give the girl on one poor habitant, that's be myself, I say bonsoir, mon cher Monsieur Gourdon. Come back, Maxine shout. I promise you the girl, I never see no one like you, no never on the world. It's not nice trick you was play on man that's getting old, but do just what you like, so long you pull me out the hole. Hurrah, hurrah! Then Dominique is pull him out tout sweet, and Emmeline she's helping too, for place him on the feet. And after that the old man's take the young peep down the stair, where he is to go coucher right off, and they go on parlour. Next Sunday morning they was called by Monsieur le Curé. Get married soon, and old Maxine give Emmeline away. Then after that they settle down like habitantes do, and they have the most fine family on village Saint Marthieu. End of The Stovepipe Hole.
Section 40 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Robert Melendez. The Girl from Mercury by Herman Knickerbocker Fillet. The Girl from Mercury, an interplanetary love story. Being the interpretation of certain phonic vibrographs recorded by the Longs Peak wireless installation, now for the first time made public through the courtesy of Professor Caduceus, Ph.D., sometime Secretary of the Boulder Branch of the Association for the Advancement of Interplanetary Communication. By Herman Knickerbocker Fillet. It is evident that the following lolograms form part of a correspondence between a young lady, formerly of Mercury, and her confidential friend, still resident upon this inferior earth. The translator has thought it best to preserve, as far as possible, the spirit of the original by the employment of mundane colloquialisms. The result, in spite of many regrettable trivialities, will, it is believed, be of interest to students of cosmic sociology. The first record. Yes, dear, it's me. I'm down here on Earth and in our settlement house, safe and sound. I meant to have called you up before, but really, this is the first moment I've had to myself all day. Yes, of course, I said all day. You know very well they have days and nights here, because this restless little planet spins or something of the sort. I haven't the least idea why it does so, and I don't care. I did not come here to make intelligent observations like a dowdy seeing Saturn tourist, so don't be Uranian. Try to exercise intuitive perception if I say anything you can't understand. What is that? Please concentrate a little harder. Oh, yes. I have seen a lot of human beings already, and would you believe it? Some of them seem almost possible, especially one. But I will come to that one later. I've got so much to tell you all at once I scarcely know where to begin. Yes, dear, the one happens to be a man. You would not have me discriminate, would you, when our object is to bring whatever happiness we can to those less fortunate than ourselves? You know, success in slumming depends first of all upon getting yourself admired, for then the others will want to be like you, and once thoroughly dissatisfied with themselves, they are almost certain to reform. Of course, I am only a visitor here, and shall not stay long enough to take up serious work. So Uma says I may as well proceed along the line of least resistance. If you remember Uma's enthusiasm when she ran the Board of Missions to inferior planets, you can fancy her now that she has an opportunity to carry out all her theories. Oh, she is great! My transmigration was disappointing as an experience. It was nothing more than going to sleep and dreaming about circles. Orange circles, yellow circles, with 1,000 others of graduated shades between, and so on through the spectrum till you pass absolute green and get a tone or two toward blue and strike the earth color note. Then with me everything got jumbled together and seemed about to take new shapes, and I woke up in the most commonplace manner and opened my eyes to find myself externalized in our earth settlement house, with Uma laughing at me. "Don't stir," she cried. "Don't lift a finger till we are sure your specific gravity is all right." And then she pinched me to see if I was dense enough, because the atmosphere is heavier or lighter or something here than with us. I reminded her that matter everywhere must maintain an absolute equilibrium with its environment, but she protested. "That's well enough in theory. You must understand that the Earth is awfully out of tune at present, and sometimes it requires time to readjust ourselves to its conditions." I did not say so, but I fancy Uma may have been undergoing readjustment. My dear, she has grown as pudgy as a Jupitan, and her clothes, but then she always did look more like a spiral nebula than anything else. The record here becomes unintelligible by reason of the passage of a thunderstorm above the summit of Long's Peak. Oof, there must be stardust in the ether. I never had to concentrate so hard before. That's all about the settlement house. And don't accuse me again of slighting details. I'm sure you know the place now as well as Uma herself, so I can go on to tell what little I have learned about human beings. It seems I am never to admit that I was not born on Earth, for, like all provincials, the humans pride themselves on disbelieving everything beyond their own experience, and if they understood, they would be certain to resent intrusions from another planet. I'm sure I don't blame them altogether, when I recall those patronizing Jupitans. And I'm told they are awfully jealous and distrustful even of one another, herding together for protection, and governed by so many funny little tribal codes that what is right on one side of an imaginary boundary may be wrong on the other. Uma considers this survival of the group's soul most interesting, and intends to make it the subject of a paper. I mention it only to explain why we call our settlement a boarding house. A boarding house, you must know, is fundamentally a hunting pack, which one can affiliate with or separate from at will. Rather a pale yellow idea, isn't it? Uma thinks it's necessary to conform it in order to be considered respectable, which is the one thing on earth most desired. What, dear? Oh, I don't know what it means to be respectable any more than you do. One more thing. You'll have to draw on your imagination. Uma is called here Mrs. Bloomer. Her name was just a little too unearthly. Mrs. signifies that a woman is married. What? Oh, no. Nothing of the sort. But I shall have to leave that for another time. I'm not at all sure how it is myself. By the way, if anyone should ask you where I am, just say I've left the planet and you don't know when I'll be back. Yes, you know who I mean. And dear, perhaps you might drop a hint that I detest all foreigners, especially Jupitans. Please, don't laugh so hard. You'll get the atmospheric molecules all woozy. Indeed, there's not the slightest danger here. Just fancy, if you please, beings who don't know when they're hungry without consulting a wretched little mechanism, and who measure their radius of conception by the length of their own feet. Of course I shall be on hand for the solstice. I wouldn't miss that for an asteroid. Oh, did I really promise that? Well, I'll tell you about him another time. The second record, though probably third communication. I really must not waste so much gray matter, dear, over unimportant details. But I simply had to tell you all about my struggles with the clothes. When Uma came back, just as I had mastered them with the aid of her diagrams, the dear thing was so much pleased she actually hugged me. And I must confess the effect made me forget my discomfort. Really, an Earth girl is not so much to be pitied if she has becoming dresses to wear. As you may be sure, I was anxious to compare myself with others. I was glad enough to hear Uma suggest going out. Come on, she said executively. I have only a half hour to devote to your first walk. Keep close beside me, and remember on no account to either dance or sing. But if the others dancing, may I not join them? I inquired. You won't see anybody dancing on Broadway, she replied, a trifle snubbily. But I resolved to escape from her as soon as possible and find out for myself. I shall never forget my shock on discovering the sky blue instead of the color it should be, but soon my eyes became accustomed to the change. In fact, I have not since that first moment been able to conceive of the sky as anything but blue. And the city? Oh, my dear, I never expected to encounter anything so much out of key with the essential euphemies. Of course, I have not traveled very much, But I should say there is nothing in the universe like a street they call Broadway, unless it be upon the lesser satellite of Mars, where the poor people are so awfully cramped for space. When I suggested this to Uma, she laughed and called me clever, for it seems there is a tradition that a mob of meddling Martians once stopped on Earth long enough to give the foolish humans false ideas about architecture and many other matters. But I soon forgot everything in my interest in the people. Such a poor puzzle-headed lot they are. One's heart goes out to them at once as they push and jostle one another this way and that, with no conceivable object other than to get anywhere but where they are in the shortest time possible. One longs to help them, to call a halt upon their senseless struggles, to reason with them and explain how all the psychic force they waste might, if exerted in constructive thought, bring everything they wish to pass. Mrs. Bloomer assures me they only ridicule those who venture to interfere, and it will take at least a Saturn century to so much as start them in the right direction. Our settlement is their only hope, she says, and even we can help them only indirectly. Not long ago, it appears, they had to choose a king or mayor or whatever the creature is called who executes their silly laws, and our people so manipulated the election that the choice fell on one of us. I thought this a really good idea, and supposed, of course, we must at once have set about demonstrating how a planet should be managed. But no, that was not our system, if you please. Instead of making proper laws, our agent misbehaved himself in every way the committee could suggest, until at last the humans rose against him and put one of themselves in his place. And after that, things just went a little bit better than before. This is the only way in which they can be taught. But dear me, isn't it tedious? Of course, I soon grew anxious for an exchange of thought with almost anyone. But it was a long while before I discovered a single person who was not in a violent hurry. At last, however, we came upon a human drawn apart a little from the throng, who stood with folded arms, engaged apparently in lofty meditation. His countenance was amiable, although a little red. Saying nothing to Uma of my purpose, I slipped away from her, and looking up into the creature's eyes, inquired mentally the subject of his thoughts. Also, how he came to be so inordinately stout, and why he wore bright metal buttons on his garment. But my only answer was a stupid blink, for his mentality seemed absolutely incapable of receiving suggestions not expressed in sounds. I observed farther that his aura inclined too much toward violet for perfect equipoise. "Go on out of this and quit your fooling," he remarked, missing my meaning altogether. Of course I spoke then, using the human speech quite glibly for a first attempt, and hastened to assure him that though I had no idea of fooling, I should not go on until my curiosity had been satisfied. But just then Uma found me. "My friend is a stranger," she explained to the brass-buttoned man. "Then why don't you put a string on her?" he asked. I learned later that I had been addressing one of the public jesters employed by the community to keep Broadway from becoming intolerably dull. "But you must not speak to people in the street," said Uma, "not even to policemen." "Then how am I to brighten others' lives?" I asked, more than a little disappointed, for several humans hurrying past had turned upon me looks indicating moods receptive of all the brightening I could give. I might have amused myself indefinitely, studying the rapid succession of varying faces, had not Bloomer cautioned me not to stare. She said people would think me from the country, which is considered discreditable, and as this reminded me that I had as yet seen nothing growing, I asked to be shown the gardens and groves. "There is one," she said, indicating an open space not far away, where sure enough there stood some wretched-looking trees which I had not recognized before. Forgetting that, of course, leaves here must be green, I saw no flowers growing, but presently we came upon some in a sort of crystal bower, guarded by a powerful black person. I wanted so to ask him how he came to be black, but the memory of my last attempt at information deterred me. Instead, I inquired if I might have some roses. "Walk in, miss," he replied most civilly, and in I walked through the door, past the sweetest little embryonic, who wore the vesture of a young policeman. "Boy," I said, "have you begun to realize your soul?" "Nope," he replied. "I ain't in fractions yet." Some stage of earthly progress, I suppose, though I did not like a certain movement of his eyelid, and one can never tell, you know, how hard embryonics are really striving. so I made haste to gather all the roses I could carry, and was about to hurry after Uma when a person barred my way.
"Hold on!"
he cried.
"Ain't you forgetting something? Why don't you take the whole lot?"
"Because I have all I want for the present," I answered, rather frightened, perceiving that his aura had grown livid, and I don't know how I could have soothed him had not Uma once more come to my relief. I could see that she was annoyed with me, but she controlled herself and placed some token in the being's hand, which acted on his agitation like a charm. As I told you, Bloomer had given me, with the other things, a crown of artificial roses, which, now that I had real flowers to wear, I wanted to throw away. But this she would not permit, insisting that such a proceeding would make the humans laugh at me, though to look into their serious faces one would not believe this possible. The thoughts of those about me, as I divined them, seemed anything but jocular. They came to me incoherent and inconsecutive, a jumble of conditional premises leading to approximate conclusions, expressed in symbols having no intrinsic meaning. Of course, it's unfair to judge too soon, but I have already begun to doubt the existence of direct perception among them. What did you say, dear? Bother direct perception? Well, I wonder how we should like to apprehend nothing that could not be put into words. You, I'm sure, would have the most confused ideas about earthly conditions if you depended entirely upon my remarks. Now concentrate, and you shall hear something really interesting. No, not the one yet. He comes later. We had not gone far, I carrying my roses, and Bloomer not too well pleased, as I fancied, because so many people turned to look at us. Bloomer had retrograded physically until she at times is almost Uranian, probably as the result of wearing black, which appears to be the chromatic equivalent of respectability. When suddenly I became sensible of a familiar influence, which was quite startling because so unexpected. Looking everywhere, I caught sight of, who do you suppose? Our old friend Tuck, Mr. Tuck, Tuck here, if you please. He was about to enter a means of transportation, and though his back was towards me, I recognized that drab aura of his at once, and projected a reactionary impulse which was most effective. In his surprise, he was for the moment in danger of being trampled upon by a rapidly moving animal. Yes, dear, I said animal. I don't know, and I don't consider it at all important. I do not pretend to be familiar with mundane zoology. Tuck declared himself delighted to see me, and so I believe he was, though he controlled his radiations in the supercilious way he always had. But upon one point he did not leave me long in doubt. Externally, at least, my earthly ego is a... Note. The word which signifies a species of peach or nectarine peculiar to the planet Mercury is doubtless used here in a symbolic sense. I caught on to that most interesting fact the moment his eyes rested on me. "By all that's fair to look upon," he cried, jumping about in a manner human people think eccentric, "are you astral or actualized?" "See for yourself," I said, holding out my hand, which it took him rather longer than necessary to make sure of. "Well, what on earth brings you here? Come down to paint another planet red?" he rattled on, believing himself amusing. "Now haven't I as much right to light on Earth as any other bit of cosmic dust?" I asked, laughing and forgetting how much snubbing he requires in the delight of seeing anyone I knew. Then he insisted that I had a date with him. A date, as I discovered later, means something nice to eat, and hinted very broadly that Bloomer need not wait if she had more important matters to attend to. I must confess she did not seem at all sorry to have me taken off her hands. For after cautioning me to beware of a number of things I did not so much as know by name, she shot off like a respectable old aerolite, with a black trail streaming out behind. If she remains here much longer, she will be coming back upon a mission to reform us. As for Tuck, he became insufferably patronizing at once. "Well, how do you like the only planet? And how do you like the only town? And how do you like the only street?" he began, waving his hands and looking about him as though there were anything here that any one of us could admire. But of course I refused to gratify him with my crude impressions. I simply said, "You appear very well pleased with them yourself." "And so will you be," he replied, "when you have realized their possibilities. Remark that elderly entity across the street. I have to but exert my will that he shall sneeze and drop his eyeglasses, and behold, there they go. Yes, my dear, eyeglasses. They are worn on the nose by people who imagine that they cannot see very well. I consider such actions cruel and unkind," I said, at the same time willing an embryonic girl to pick the glasses up. And though the child was rather beyond my normal circle, I was delighted to see her obey. But I have an idea Tuck regretted an experiment which taught me something I might not have found out for at least a while. I had now been on Earth several hours, and change of atmosphere gives one a ravenous appetite. You see, I had forgotten to ask Uma how and how often humans ate. So when Tug suggested breakfast as a form of entertainment, I put myself in sympathy with the idea at once. Besides, it is most important to know just where to find the things you want, and you may be sure I made a lot of mental notes when we came, as we presently did, to a tower called Astoria. I understand that the upper portions of the edifice are used for study of the stars, but we were made welcome on the lower story by a stately being, who conducted us to honorable seats in an inner court. There were small trees growing here, green, of course, but rather pretty for all that. The people, gathered underneath the shade in little groups, were much more cheerful and sustaining than any I had seen so far, and an elemental intelligence detailed to minister our wants seemed well trained and docile. "Here you have a glimpse of high life," announced Tuck, when he had written something on a paper. "The higher life?" I inquired eagerly, and I did not like the flippant tone in which he answered. "No, not quite. Just high enough." I was beginning to be so bored by his conceit and self-complacency that I cast my eyes about and smiled at several pleasant-looking persons, who returned the smile and nodded in a friendly fashion, till I could perceive Tuck's aura bristle and turn greenish-brown. "You can't possibly see anyone you know here," he protested crossly. "All the better reason why I should reach out in search of affinities," I retorted. But after that, though I was careful to keep my eyes lowered most of the time, I resolved to come some day to the Astoria alone, and smile at everyone I liked. I don't believe I should ever know a human if Tuck could have his way. Presently, the elemental brought us delicious things, and while we ate them Tuck talked about himself. It appears he has produced an opera here which is a success. People throng to hear it and consider him a great composer. At all of which you may believe I was astonished just to fancy our Tuck posing as a genius. But presently, when he became elated by the theme and hummed a bar or two, I understood. The wretch had simply actualized a few essential harmonies and done it very badly. I see now why he likes so much being here, and understand why his associates are almost altogether human. I don't remember ever meeting with such deceit and effrontery before. I was so indignant that I could feel my astral fingers tremble. I could not bear to look at him, and as by the time I had eaten all I could, I rose and walked directly from the court without another word. I'm sure he would have pursued me had not the elemental, divining my wish to escape, detained him forcibly. Once in the street again, I immediately hypnotized an old lady, willing her to go direct to Bloomer's boarding house while I followed behind. It may not have been convenient for her, I'm afraid, but I knew of no other way to get back. Dear me, the light is growing dim and I must be dressing for the evening. Goodbye. By the way, I forgot to tell you about something else that happened. Remind me of it next time. The third record. Yes, I remember, and you shall hear all about it before I describe an evening at the settlement. But it don't amount to much. I told you how cross and overbearing Tuck was at the Astoria Tower, and of the mean way in which he restricted my observations. Well, of all the people in the grove that day, there was only one whom I could see without being criticized, and he sat all alone and facing me, just behind Tuck's back. Some green leaves hung between us, and whenever I moved my head to note what he was doing, he moved his too, to look at me. He seemed so lonely that I was sorry for him, but his atmosphere showed him to be neither sullen nor Uranian, and I could not help it if I was just a little bit responsive. Besides, Tuck, once on the subject of his opera, grew so self-engrossed and dominant that one had either to assert one's own mentality or become subjective. No, dear, that is not the only reason. There may be such a thing as an isolated reason, but I have never met one, and they always go in packs. I confess to a feeling of interest in the stranger. Nobody can look at you with round blue eyes for half an hour steadily without exercising some attraction, either positive or negative, and I felt, too, that he was trying to tell me something, which would have been a great deal more interesting than Tuck's opera. And I believe, had I remained a little longer, we could have understood each other between the trees, just as you and I can understand each other across the intervals of space. But then it is so easy to be mistaken. I had to pass quite close to him in going out, and I am not sure I did not drop a rose. There may be just a weeny little bit more about the historian, but that will come in its proper place. Now I must get on to the evening. It was not so much of an occasion, merely the usual gathering of our crowd, or rather of those of us who have no special assignment for the time in the large council room I have described to you. The president of the Board of Control at present is Marlowe the Great, as he is called, the painter whose pictures did so much to elevate the Patagonians. No, dear, I never heard of Patagonia before, but I am almost sure it's not a planet. With Marlowe came a Mrs. Mopes, who is engaged in creating schools of fiction by writing stories under different names and then reviewing them in her own 7 magazines. Next Taking the guests at random was Baxter, a deadly person in his human incarnation, whose business it is to make stocks fly up or tumble down. I don't know what stocks are, but they must be something very easily frightened. Then there was a Mr. Waller, nicknamed the Reverend, whom the council allows to speak the truth occasionally, while the rest of the time he tells people anything they want to hear to win their confidence. And the two Miss Dooleys who sing so badly that thousands who cannot sing at all leave off singing altogether when they once hear them. And Mr. Flick, who misbehaves at funerals to distract mourners from the grief. And a Mr. O'Brien whose duty it is to fly into violent passions in public places just to show how unbecoming temper is. There were many others, so many I cannot begin to enumerate them. Some had written books and were known all over the planet, and some who were not known at all had done things because there was nobody else to do them. And some were singers, and some were actors, and some were rich, and some were poor to the outside world. But in the council room, they met and laughed and matched experiences and made jokes. From the one who had built a battleship so terrible that all the other ships were burned on condition that his should be also, to the ordinary helpers who applaud stupid plays till intelligent human beings become thoroughly disgusted with bad art. In the world, of course, they are all serious enough, and often know each other only by secret signs, while every day and night and minute our poor earth brothers come a little nearer the light, pushed toward, pulled toward it, wheeled and tricked and bullied and coaxed, and thinking all the while how immensely clever they are. And what a wonderful, progressive, glorious age they have brought about for themselves. At all events, this is the rather vague composite impression I have received of the plans and purposes of the board of directors, and doubtless it is wrong. I suppose with a little trouble I might have recognized nearly everyone, but the fancy took me to suspend intuition just to see how Earth girls feel. And you know, when one is hearing a lot of pleasant things, one does not so much care who happens to be saying them. I fancy Marlowe thought less of me when I confessed that I am here only for the lark, and really do not care a meteor whether the planet is ever elevated or not. But he is a charming old fellow all the same, and the only one of the lot who has not grown the least bit smudgy. Marlowe announced that the evening would be spent in harmony with the vibrations of Orion, and set us all at work to get in touch. I love Orion light myself, for none other suits my aura quite so well, and I was glad to find they had not taken up the Vega fad. The light here? My dear, it is not even filtered. Some of us, no doubt for want of practice, were rather slow about perfecting, but finally we all caught on, and when O'Brien, no longer fat and florid, and the elderly Miss Dooley, no longer scrawny, moved out to start the dance, there was only one who had not assumed an astral personality. Poor fellow, though I pitied him, I did admire his spunk in holding back. It seems that as an editor he took to telling falsehoods on his own account, so often that the syndicate is packing him off as a special correspondent to a tailless comet. Tuck never came at all. Either he realizes how honest people must regard him in his opera, or else the elementals at the Astoria are still detaining him. We had a lovely dance, and while we rested Marlowe called on some of us for our specialties. Mrs. Mopes did a paragraph by a man named Henry James, translated into action, which seems quite difficult, and then a person called Parker externalized a violin and gave the lacune in terms of a sound. To me, his rendering of marble resembled terracotta, until I learned that the copy of the statue here is awfully weather-stained. After this, the three pretty girls gave their Aurora Borealis by telepathic suggestion rather well, and then I sang Love Lives Everywhere, just plain so. I know this must all sound dreadfully flat to you, quite like Pastimes for the Rainy Season in Neptune, but Bloomer says she doesn't know what would happen if we should ever give a really characteristic jolly party. We wound up with an earth dance called the Virginia Reel, the quickest means you ever saw for descending into a lower psychic plane. That's all I have to tell, and quite enough, I'm sure you'll think. What? The historian. I have not seen him since, but there is a little more, a very little, if you're not tired. This morning I received a gift of roses, just like the one I dropped yesterday, brought me by the same small embryonic I had seen in the flower shop. I asked the child in whose intelligence the impulse had originated, and he replied, "A blue-eyed feller with a mustache, but he gave me a plunk not to tell." I understood a plunk to be a token of confidence, and I at once expressed displeasure at the boy's betrayal of his trust. I told him such an act would make dark lines upon his aura, which might not fade for several days. "Say, ain't you got some message to send back?" he asked. "Boy," said I, "don't forget your little aura." "All right," he answered. "I'll tell him. Don't forget your little aura. I'll bet he coughs up another plunk." I don't know what he meant, but I'm very much afraid there may be some mistake. Oh yes, I'm quite sure to be back in time for the solstice, or at least for the eclipse. The fourth record. Note: between this lologram and the last, the Long's Peak receptive pulsator was unfortunately not in operation for the space of a fortnight, as the electrician who took the instrument apart for adjustment found it necessary to return to Denver for oil. Yes, dear, it's me. Though if I did not know personality to be indestructible, I should begin to have my doubts. I have not made any more mistakes, that is, not any bad ones, since I went to the Astoria alone for lunch, and the elementals were so very disagreeable just because I had no money. I know all about money now, except exactly how you get it, and Tuck assures me that is really of no importance. I never told Uma how the blue-eyed Astorian paid my bill for me, and her perceptive faculties have grown too dull to apprehend a thing she has not told. Fresh roses still come regularly, every day, and of course I can do no less than express my gratitude now and then. Oh, I don't know how often, but it is ever so much pleasanter to have someone you like show you the way about than depend upon hypnotizing strangers who may have something else to do. I told you last week about the picnic, did I not? The day, when Bloomer took me into the country, and Tuck so far forgave my rudeness to him as to come with us to carry the basket. Oh yes, indeed, I am becoming thoroughly domesticated on Earth, and, my dear, these humans are docility itself when you once acquire the knack of making them do exactly as you wish, which is as easy as falling off a log. A log is the external evidence of a pre-existent tree, cylindrical in form, and though often sticky, not sufficiently so to be adhesive. That picnic was so pleasant, or would have been, but not for Bloomer's anxiety that I should behave myself, and Tuck's anxiety that I should not, that I determined to have another all by myself, and I have had it. I traveled to the same little dell I once described before, and I put my feet in the water, just as I wasn't allowed to do the other day. And I built a fire and almost cooked an egg and ate cake. An egg is the bud of a bird, and cake is edible poetry. Sitting on a fence, fences grow horizontally and have no leaves. Don't ask so many questions. After a while, however, I became tired of being alone, so I started off across some beautiful green meadows toward a hillside, where I had observed a human walking about and waving a forked hand. He proved the strangest looking being I have met with yet. More like those wild and woolly space dwellers who tumbled out when a tramp comet bumped against her second moon. But he was a considerate person, for when he saw me coming and divined that I should be tired, he piled up a quantity of delicious scented herbage for me to sit on. "Good morning, mister," I said, plumping myself down on the mound he had made, and he, being much more impressionable than you would suppose from his Iranian appearance, replied, "Hi, Swan, I like your cheek." "It's a pleasant day," I said, because one is always expected to announce some result of observation of the atmosphere. It shows at once whether or not one is an idiot. "I call it pretty danged hot," he returned intelligently. "Then why don't you get out of the sun?" I suggested, more to keep the conversation fluid than because I cared a bit. "I'm a-going to," he answered, "just as soon as that gall-darned wagon comes." A gall-darned wagon is, I think, a wagon without springs. "What are you going to do then?" I asked, beginning to fear that I should be left alone after all my trouble. "Going home to dinner," he replied, and I at once said I would go with him. You see, I had placed a little too much reliance on the egg. "I don't know about that, but I guess it will be all right," he urged, hospitably, and presently the gall-darn wagon arrived with another man, who turned out to be the first one's son, and who looked as though he bit. Together the two threw all the herbage into the wagon, till it was heaped far above their heads. "How am I ever to get up?" I asked, for I had no idea of walking any further, and I could see the man's white house ever so far away. "Who said you was going to get up at all?" inquired the biter, disagreeably, but the other answered for me. "I said it, that's who, you consarned jay," he announced reprovingly. When I had made them both climb up first and give me each a hand, I had no difficulty at all in mounting, but I was very careful not to thank the jay, which seemed to make him more morose than ever. Then they slid down again, and off we started. Once, when we came to some lovely blue flowers growing in water near the roadside, I told the jay to stop and wade in and pick them for me. "I'll be dogged if I do," he answered. So I said, "I don't know what being dogged means, but if it is a reward for being nice and kind and polite, I hope you will be." Whereupon he bit me at once and waded in, while the other man, whose name it seems was Pop, sat down upon a stone and laughed. "Gosh, if this don't beat the cats," he said, slapping his knee, which was his way of making himself laugh harder. I put the flowers in my hair and in my belt and wherever I could stick them, but there was still a lot left over, and whenever we met people I threw them some, which appeared to please Pop, but made the jay still more bitey. Presently we came to a very narrow place, and there, as luck would have it, we met an automobile. Thank goodness I need not explain automobile. And who should be at the lever all alone but the historian? I recognized him instantly, and he recognized me, which was, I suppose, his reason for forgetting to stop till he had nearly run us down. In a moment we were in the wildest tangle, though nothing need have happened had not the jay completely lost his temper. "Hang your picture!" he called out savagely. "What do you want, the earth?" And with that he struck the animals. The wagon was not self-propelling. A violent blow, and they sprang forward with a lurch which made the hay begin to slip. I tried to save myself, but there was nothing to catch hold of, so I slid off and, oh my dear, just fancy it, I landed directly in his lap. No, not the jay's. Of course I stayed there as short a time as possible, for he was very nice about moving up to make room for me on the seat, but I am afraid it did seem frightfully informal just at first. It was all the fault that I consarned Jay, I explained, as soon as I had recovered my composure, and I shall never ride in this gall-darn wagon again. I sincerely hope you will not, replied Astoria, looking at me with a most curious expression. It would be much better to let me take you wherever you wish to go. That's awfully kind of you, I said, but I don't care to go anywhere in particular this afternoon, except as far as possible from that objectionable young man. The Astorian did not speak again till he had turned something in the machine to make it back and jerk, and once free from the upset hay, go on again. "Say, sissy, I thought you was come to take dinner," Paul called out from under the wagon, where he had crawled for safety, and when I replied as nicely as I could, "No, thank you, not today," he said again, quite sadly as I thought, "Gosh blimey me, if that don't beat the cats," and also several other things I could not hear because we were moving away so rapidly. When we had gone about 100 miles, or yards, or inches, whichever it was, the Astorian, who had been sitting very straight, inquired if those gentlemen, meaning Pop and Jay, were near relatives. I showed him plainly that I thought his question Uranian, and explained that I had not a relative on Earth. Then I told him exactly how I had come to be with them, and about my picnic and the egg. I am afraid I did not take great pains to make the story very clear, for it was such fun to perplex him. He is not at all like the Venus people, who have become so superlatively clever that they are always bored to death. "Were you surprised to see me flying through the air?" I asked. "Oh no," he said. "I have always thought of you as coming to Earth in some such way from some far distant planet." "Oh, then you know!" I gasped. The Astorian laughed. "I know. You are the one perfect being in the world, and that is quite enough," he said. And I saw at once that whatever he had guessed about me, he knew nothing at all about the settlement. "Miss Aura," he went on, "he has called me that ever since that little embryonic made his stupid blunder, and I have not corrected him. Here it is almost necessary to have some sort of name. Miss Aura, don't you think we have been mere acquaintances long enough? I'm only human." "Yes, of course," I interrupted, "but then that is not your fault." "I'm glad you look upon my misfortune so charitably," he said, a trifle more puzzled than usual, as I fancied. "It is my duty," I replied. "I want to elevate you, to brighten your existence." "My Aura," he whispered, and I was not quite sure whether he meant me or not. We were moving rapidly along the broad road beside a river. There were hills in the distance, and the air from them was in the key of the Pleiades. There were gardens everywhere full of sunlight translated into flowers, and without an effort one divined the harmony of growing things. I felt that something was about to happen. I knew it, but I did not care to ask what it might be. Perhaps if I had tried I could not have known. Perhaps for that hour I was only an Earth girl, and could only know things as they know them. But I did not care. We were going faster, faster every moment. "Was it you who willed me to come out into the country?" I asked. "Have you been watching for me and expecting me?" We were moving now as clouds that rush across the moon. "I think I have been watching you all my life and willing you to come," he said, which shows how dreadfully unjust we sometimes are to humans. "While I was on another planet?" I inquired. "While we were millions and millions of miles apart? Suppose that I had never come to Earth?" We were moving like the falling stars one journeys to the dark hemisphere to see. "I should have found you all the same," he whispered, half laughing, but his blue eyes glistened. "I do not think that space itself could separate us." "Oh, do you realize that?" I asked. "And do you really know?" "I know I have you with me now," he said, "and that is all I care to know." We were flying now, flying as comets fly to perihelion. The world about was slipping from us, disintegrating and dissolving into cosmic thoughts expressed in color. Only his eyes were actual, and the blue hills far away, and the wind from them in the key of the Pleiades. "There shall never any more be time or space for us," he said. "But," I protested, "we must not overlook the fundamental facts." "In all the universe there is just one fact," he cried, catching my hand in his. And then, note, here a portion of the logogram becomes indecipherable. owing perhaps to the passage of some large birds across the line of projection. What follows is the last recorded vibrograph to date. Yes, dear, I know I should have been more circumspect. I should have remembered my position, but I didn't, and that's why I'm engaged to be married. You have to be here when you reach a certain point. I know you will think it is a great come-down for one of us, but after all, do we not owe something to our sister planets? End of The Girl from Mercury. Recording by John Robert Melendez, Jourmet.com. End of The Wit and Humor of America Volume 4, edited by Marshall Pinckney Wilder.